Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Although he wanted to know more about May, Lena was not Ash's friend, so he had to keep this question to himself for the time being and planned to ask again when he had the chance. That day, the two came to an unknown forest. As long as they passed through here, they would reach Azalea Town, so they could not help but speed up their pace and plan to arrive before dark. But suddenly, Lucario jumped out of the pokeball, looked at a big tree in front of the left with a vigilant face, and took a fighting stance. Because it is easy to be attacked by wild Pokemon in the forest, Ash asked Lucario to use the power of Wave to warn them. Although Ash himself could do this, he was a human after all, and his physical strength was not as good as Pokemon. If he continued to use the power of Wave, he would probably have no strength to walk. Moreover, doing so could also have the effect of training Lucario, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Master, there is a creature approaching us quickly over there. I am afraid it is not a good person, Lucario warned. Ash and Lena looked up and saw a red fan of light flying through the trees on both sides of the road, so fast that it was difficult to see its true face. Interesting. At this time, Ash used the system to find out the other party's information and found that it was a Sizer. Due to the special evolution method, there was no wild Sizer, which meant that this trainer was taunting him. Lucario, fight back, Ash said in a deep voice, and secretly gave detailed instructions with the wave guide. Don't rush to do it. Pretend that you can't keep up with the opponent's speed. Use the wave guide to capture the attack trajectory, and wait for it to get close before using close combat to decide the outcome. Ash's thoughts entered Lucario's mind in an instant, and it nodded slightly, and its head swayed left and right with the figure of the Sizer, looking very panicked. But if you look closely, you can find that its fists have been clenched tightly. In the blink of an eye, Sizer rushed to Lucario's left side and immediately waved the huge pincers and slapped Lucario fiercely. However, Lucario had already prepared for it. The moment Sizer stopped, Sizer's right fist was 10 steps ahead to protect its abdomen. Bang! Sizer didn't expect Lucario to be able to keep up with its speed and was hit by it without defense, and it immediately bent over in pain. And Lucario would naturally not miss such a good opportunity, and raised his fist again, intending to uppercut the opponent's face. Please hold back. At this moment, a middle-aged man jumped out of the bushes and shouted, "This is an after-school game. We have no ill intentions. Please stop your Pokemon." Lucario, come back first. Through the wave guide feedback, Ash found that the opponent did not have any ill intentions, so he asked Lucario to stop attacking and see what the uncle had to say. Sizer also took the opportunity to jump back to the middle-aged man, kneeling on one knee, staring at Lucario with a pair of eyes, obviously very afraid of him. "Thank you." The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Muramasa. Its name is Sizer, and I named it Massimian." "Then Uncle Muramasa, why did you sneak attack us? Do you know that this is very scary?" Lena asked with some dissatisfaction. "I'm really sorry. I just wanted to test your strength. Please forgive me." Muramasa apologized quickly. Since the other party apologized, Ash naturally wouldn't care about it anymore, but Lena was confused. "Test strength? Why do you want to test our strength? I've been looking for a strong trainer." Muramasa suddenly looked at Ash. "Young man, your Lucario is so strong. You are exactly what I'm looking for. Can you come with me?" "Why?" Ash didn't agree immediately. "Because I want you to teach my son a lesson," Muramasa said so solemnly. Lena almost thought she had heard it wrong. How could someone make such a weird request? What kind of unscrupulous father is this? After Muramasa's explanation, the two finally knew the whole story. It turned out that Muramasa was a powerful trainer when he was young and won many Alliance Conference championships. When he was older, he returned to his hometown to open a Pokemon gym and passed on his experience to young rookie trainers, hoping that they could win the championship in various conferences. However, perhaps because of his excessive focus on the management of the gym, he neglected the education of his children. Kazumasa's son Shin became a trainer of 10 extreme data streams. That is, he believed that Pokemon did not need to fight and only needed to compare the data to determine the winner. In theory, this extreme idea should not work, but Shingo had a powerful Pokemon in his hand, and none of the disciples in the same gym were his rival. This also made Muramesa's persuasion completely ineffective. Ash, who lacked fatherly love since childhood, decided to agree to Muramesa's request and train the Pokemon. Muramesa was very happy and enthusiastically took the two to an ancient building, which surprised Lena. She didn't expect that such a large gym would be opened in this forest. Under the leadership of Muramesa, the three entered the gym and saw a group of Pokemon and teenagers practicing hard inside, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. "Master, welcome back." The disciples and Pokemon saw Muramesa's figure and bowed quickly, and Muramesa nodded slightly, indicating that they should continue to practice. "Go and call Shingo over," Muramesa ordered one of the teenagers. "Yes." Not long after, a purple-haired teenager holding a laptop came over and said impatiently, "Dad, are you looking for someone again? I have already said that no one can defeat the Material 0.8. Muramesa ignored him and just introduced, "This is my son Shingo. Ash, can you fight him?" Before Ash could reply, Shingo suddenly called out, "Ash? Is that the Ash from Pallet Town?" He immediately turned on the computer, typing away on the keyboard, then compared the photos on the screen and said, "Sure enough, you are Ash from Pallet Town, the court's conference champion of this session, with the Pokemon Pikachu, Lucario, Onix, Charizard, Metagross, Sylveon, and Aerodactyl." "What a pity." Shingo was a little frustrated. "From the data analysis, I am not rival at all, so there's no need to fight. I give up." Hearing this, Ash was stunned at first, then turned to look at Muramesa. "Your son is quite sensible." After hearing what Ash said, Muramesa could only smile bitterly. He didn't expect his son to give up so easily. If he changed to another trainer, he should at least try it before drawing a conclusion. However, Shingo explained seriously, "Although from the results, I am indeed not your rival, but this does not mean that the data is useless. If I change to a trainer of the same level as you, I can rely on the data to defeat you." Ash did not refute, but nodded in agreement. "Well, it is possible. Data is indeed very important." Although Shingo's idea is extreme, Ash thinks it is still desirable. The most important thing for the two armies to fight is to know yourself and the enemy. That is, to find a way to obtain information. This principle also applies to Pokemon battles. Take Ash himself. The reason why he was able to defeat so many powerful enemies along the way is largely thanks to the system. Before the fight, the rival information was in full view, so how could the advantage not be great? "Really? Do you really think so?" Shingo was very happy. It was not the first time he met someone who agreed with his ideas. But Muramesa was a little anxious and hurriedly said, "Ash, I asked you to come here for." "I know." Ash interrupted him, and then looked at Shingo. "If I don't send the Pokemon that participated in the conference, do you think you have a chance to beat me?" Shingo was stunned for a moment and said seriously, "That depends on the analysis of the data first." "Okay, then you analyze it." As he said, Ash took out the Pokédex and released 3D Dragon 2, and when he saw it, Shingo immediately widened his eyes in surprise. What kind of Pokemon is this?" Shingo quickly pointed the camera on the computer at Ash's 3D Dragon 2 and began to scan for its information, but found nothing. "No need to check. This is the only artificial Pokemon in the world so far," Ash explained. But then he changed the subject. "Although I can't find any information, you should be able to analyze that it is not strong, right?" "Yes." Shingo nodded. "From the data, it is not very good in all aspects." Then he released a sizer, pointed at it, and said, "This is my Pokemon Bray. If I face your 3D Dragon 2, I will definitely beat you." "Well, let's have a fight," Ash invited. Shingo readily agreed, and the two came to the battlefield in the yard. The disciples in the dojo had already consciously given up their positions and stood aside as spectators. after the trainers and Pokemon of both sides stood in place. Muramasa, who acted as the referee, raised his hand and announced, "Then now, the battle begins." According to the appearance and structure of 3D Dragon, Shingo quickly tapped the keyboard. The speed and attack power will not be very high. You should want to use defense to fight a war of attrition. Do you really think so? Ash did not comment, but was slightly surprised in his heart. I didn't expect that so many things can be analyzed just by looking at the appearance. It seems that the power of technology cannot be underestimated. It's not that I think so, but the result obtained from the data. Shingo emphasized again, and then took the lead in ordering, "Bray, use quick attack." Cha! Bray's figure flashed, turned into a shadow, and disappeared on the spot, rushing towards 3D Dragon 2 at a very fast speed. 3D Dragon 2. Use Transformation 2. Ash ordered calmly. The original red and blue surface of 3D Dragon 2 suddenly turned into iron gray, and its own attribute was transformed into steel to resist rivals' attack. Shingo hurriedly checked the computer when he saw this, and was shocked on the spot. From the trainer giving the order to the Pokemon executing the order, the reaction speed is not more than 0.01 seconds. How is this possible? And that trick is unheard of. In fact, 3D Dragon 2 is not an ordinary Pokemon. It is determined by the Artificial Intelligence Program, so it can almost execute the instructions issued by the trainer simultaneously. Shingo was afraid that Ash would fight back, so he quickly added, "Bree, speed up." Suddenly, Bray's speed increased again, and the naked eye could hardly keep up. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of 3D Dragon 2 and raised its giant claws to hit it. Bang! However, apart from a crisp sound, nothing else happened. 3D Dragon 2 still stayed in place, as if Bray's attack had no effect on it. How is that possible? Shingo couldn't believe his eyes. After Bray speeds up, he uses the quick attack trick, which is 3 times more lethal than usual. No matter how strong the opponent's defense is, he shouldn't be unscathed. Ash chuckled and said, "Friendly reminder, the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and your analysis speed is too slow." 3D Dragon 2 use lock-on. 3D Dragon 2's eyes flashed with streams of data and began to predict Sizer's next move, preparing for his own attack. 077. Shingo quickly tapped the keyboard to find a countermeasure, but the problem was that the pace of the game was too fast. While he was looking at the computer, Ash had already issued the next command. 3D Dragon 2, Zap Cannon. After receiving Ash's order, 3D Dragon 2 immediately condensed a golden Zap Cannon bullet and fired it at Bray at an extremely fast speed. "No, Bray, use quick attack to dodge." Shingo shouted anxiously. What's the point of asking him to dodge now? Ash shook his head helplessly. Shingo couldn't keep up with the pace of the game at all. In a panic, he couldn't even give the correct instructions. Bray, who was locked on by 3D Dragon 2, couldn't dodge the attack. He was hit directly by Zap Cannon and flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. "Bray, are you okay? Stand up." Shingo was shocked because the attack power of 3D Dragon 2 was far beyond the result analyzed by the computer. After Bray barely stood up, he suddenly emitted a burst of static electricity. This was the paralysis contest condition. At this time, Shingo stopped looking at the computer. He stood up all of a sudden and cheered loudly. "Bray, don't give up. Use the alloy claws." Seeing that Shingo stopped looking at the computer and focused on the battlefield, Muramasa smiled and thought to himself. He finally noticed what he should look at. After receiving Shingo's instructions, Bray cheered up and went to the 3D Dragon IC again, but because he was paralyzed, his speed slowed down a lot. "It's useless." Ash let Bray rush over. After the attribute changed to steel, your Sizer can no longer cause effective damage to it. In fact, not only that, 3D Dragon 2 has already carried Evolution Pyroxene, and its physical defense and special defense have been improved to a terrifying level, but this cannot be displayed on the computer. Dang! As Ash said, Bray's Orbird pliers flashing white light hit the head of 3D Dragon 2 and only released a crisp sound. No reaction to the right half at all. There was not even a cry of pain because 3D Dragon 2 is not a living thing. It has no pain nerves. 3D Dragon 2, take care of it. Use fraud. Fraud is a very special trick that can temporarily replace rivals' attack power with your own attack power, thus causing damage. Therefore, Bray's terrifying attack power became his own death warrant at this time. He was hit by 3D Dragon 2 and fell to the ground on the spot. Bray! Shingo hurriedly ran forward and carefully helped size her up. Although he lost the game, he found that he did not feel lost. The winner is decided. Bray cannot fight, so the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Muramasa announced the result excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, Shingo will finally wake up, right? Ash walked up to Shingo, pointed at his computer, and asked, "Do you know where you lost?" "I know." Shingo nodded. "I didn't have time to look at the computer during the battle. The trainer's eye should be on his Pokemon." "Ash, thank you for telling me this." Hearing this, Muramasa on the side was relieved, but unexpectedly Ash scolded him unceremoniously. "You know shit. You don't know anything." Huh. Everyone, including the disciples watching, was dumbfounded, especially Shingo, who couldn't figure out where he went wrong. "The reason you lost is not because the information is useless." Ash tapped Shingo's computer, but because you get information too slowly. No matter how fast you type, can it be faster than talking or Pokemon? No. Shingo shook his head blankly. And this information is very inaccurate and incomplete. Apart from anything else, can you analyze the abilities and special moves of Pokemon in advance? Ash asked again. No. Shingo's expression was even more confused. He hesitated and said, "But there is no way. I can't do this at my level. Unless there are players with records, there is no way to know the special moves of the opponent in advance. So that's why." Ash said seriously, "These are the real problems you have to overcome, instead of simply giving up your ideas after losing a game. Think about it carefully." Hearing this, Shingo was stunned, and then a thoughtful expression appeared on his face, while Muramasa was dumbfounded. This doesn't seem to be the purpose of him inviting Ash here, Mikey. Muramasa was about to speak, but Ash suddenly patted Shingo on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Shingo, go to college. There you can show your real strengths." Wait. Muramasa was shocked and shouted quickly, "Shingo is a trainer. He will inherit my dojo in the future. In my opinion, he is more suitable to be a scientist than a trainer." Ash decided to tell the truth. Shingo is a genius, and the self-developed data analysis system alone is enough to prove this. On the contrary, the talent of a trainer is just normal. And Muramasa is a conservative person, which can be seen from the style of the dojo and the dress. He hopes that Shingo can inherit his father's business and follow the tradition, but he doesn't know that doing so will narrow his son's future path. "Humph, this is our family affair. Please don't say anything." Muramasa immediately frowned. But Ash didn't care about Muramasa's thoughts. He continued, "Shingo, let me remind you one last thing. For some outstanding students, the university can not only waive tuition fees, but also provide generous scholarships." Seeing that Muramasa's face was getting uglier and uglier, Lena hurriedly pulled Ash to say goodbye and leave, and Ash didn't plan to say anything more. He believed that with Shingo's mind, he would definitely understand what he meant. After the two left, the dojo fell into a dead silence for a while. Muramasa stared at Shingo and said sternly, "Shingo, don't listen to that person's nonsense. Do you hear me? If you dare not listen, I will sever the father-son relationship with you." Muramasa said fiercely. Muramasa is a very conservative person. This can be seen from a style of the dojo and the attitude of teaching disciples. He hopes that his son can inherit his father's business instead of doing those messy things. Because of this, he is extremely disgusted with data and thinks it is a crooked way. But Shingo ignored him. He just held the computer and slowly returned to his room for lunch. He decided to think about it carefully. On the other side, after Ash and Lena left Muramasa's dojo, Lena asked in confusion, "Ash, didn't you want to help Mr. Muramasa persuade his son? Why did it end up the other way around?" Because I found that Shingo is a very thoughtful person. It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. We should encourage them. In fact, everyone is a genius. It just depends on whether they can be used well. Ash just doesn't want Shingo to be buried like this. He also found that the two of them have some similarities in their understanding of Pokemon battles, so he said a few more words. Hearing Ash say this, Lena couldn't help but complain. What young man? You're not even as old as him, okay? Hearing this, Ash smiled lightly and didn't say much. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Master, because you changed Shingo's life trajectory, gain 15 missing destiny fragments. Ash was a little surprised, but then he let it go. Who said that small people can't have an impact on the world pattern? After passing through the forest, Ash and Lena finally arrived near Azalea Town, but this place was not what Mikey had imagined, and it felt very desolate. It's so hot. Lena looked listless. How many days has it not rained here? The crops in the fields have dried up. Seeing her like this, Ash was afraid that she would get heat stroke, so he quickly handed her the water bottle. Come, drink some water. Lena took the water bottle, gulped down a few gulps, and then gave it back to Ash. You should drink some too? I haven't seen you drink water all the way. No, I'm not thirsty. This is not a polite remark. In fact, Ash is not really thirsty. After receiving the blessing of Dark Zhiye, he has a strong ability to resist heat. He didn't feel anything when the scorching sun hit him. The two continued to move forward and finally entered Azalea Town, but the scene in front of them made Lena unable to believe her eyes. Is this really a town? How come there is not even a single person? Walking on the streets of Azalea Town, it is also a bleak place, and the desolate feeling is even stronger. There are closed shops everywhere, and no one has been seen for a long time. Only lazy slowpokes are lying on the ground. Ash. Lena pulled the corner of his clothes with some fear. It's so weird here. Are we in a ghost town? Stop talking nonsense. We're the ghosts in broad daylight. Ash said disapprovingly, and then he suddenly found a notice board on the side of the road. Due to the continuous drought, water supply restrictions have been implemented, and government offices, schools, and Pokemon halls have been temporarily closed. Really? Then why did we come all the way here? Lena complained, but there was nothing she could do about it, and she accidentally stepped on the tail of a slowpoke. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were sleeping in the middle of the road. Lena bowed and apologized quickly. It seems we are in trouble. Ash touched his chin. Slowpoke is worshipped as a god in this place, and I guess they will come to settle accounts with us soon. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Lena didn't quite believe it. However, after a while, the slowpoke suddenly cried out in pain while holding its stepped tail, and then a child ran out, pointing at Lena and yelling, "She just bullied the slowpoke god!" Before Lena could react, a group of people suddenly rushed out from all directions, shouting excitedly, "Who dares to bully the slowpoke god? We must not let them go. Beat him, kick him, bite him." Soon, groups of Azalea Town residents surrounded them, glaring at the two of them, and Lena hurriedly explained, I just stepped on it accidentally, and I didn't mean to do it." Unfortunately, this group of people didn't listen at all, but just glared at the two of them fiercely, as if they had done something unforgivable. Faced with this group of aggressive residents, Ash remained calm and sighed. Alas, these people are so ignorant that they actually worship Slowpoke as a god. It's rare to see such an ignorant person. Ash, now is not the time to talk about this. Lena looked scared, and your words seemed to make them even angrier. How dare you insult the Slowpoke god? Beat him up. Yes, beat them up and send them to the police station. Seeing that the group was about to start, Ash made a quick decision and decided to take the initiative. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Wow. The violent electric current flowed through the crowd, instantly paralyzing everyone. Some people who were closer even had urinary incontinence, and a smell of urine spread immediately. An eye for an eye. Payback, since the other party is so arrogant. Ash doesn't care whether they are civilians or not, and will teach them a lesson first. At this moment, a slowpoke suddenly ran over and spoke in human language. Stop it. You're going too far. Huh? Slowpoke can talk. Lena was startled, But the slowpoke quickly took off its mask and turned out to be a pale-haired old man. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Orberg. Ah, you're the famous pokeball maker, Mr. Orberg, right? Lena said in surprise. Yes, that's me. Mr. Orberg nodded, then looked at Ash and criticized him righteously. You are a trainer. You should know that the Alliance has a rule that trainers are not allowed to order Pokemon to attack humans. Alliance? Ash showed disdain. If you really support the Alliance so much, why don't they send people to help you? According to my estimation, the drought here has lasted for at least a few months. Hearing this, Mr. Orberg was speechless and just sighed bitterly. In this world, praying for rain is not a difficult thing. You just need to use the special moves of Pokemon. Although it cannot affect nature, if dozens of Pokemon are launched together, it can still alleviate the drought in the town. If it really doesn't work, a large number of water Pokemon can be sent to transport water. Although this is only a temporary solution, it is better than doing nothing. Unfortunately, Alliance did not take any measures and let the residents of Azalea Town fend for themselves. Well, forget it. Anyway, no one's life is hurt. You should leave quickly. Mr. Orberg also felt that the residents were a bit too much, but he hoped that Ash and Lena could understand those people. In fact, everyone didn't do it on purpose, but the drought will inevitably make people restless. I hope you don't blame them. No. Lena waved her hands quickly. It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, nothing would have happened. Lena felt very sorry. She knew that Ash had done it for her. Otherwise, these residents would not be lying on the ground. Ash looked around and suddenly said, I say, it's actually very simple to make it rain, as long as you are willing to spend money. Hearing this, Mr. Orberg was immediately excited and asked, Spend money? Can you tell me in detail? He knew that Trainer had always traveled far and wide and had a wide range of knowledge. Although Ash looked very young, he might have some special methods, so it would not hurt to ask. You have so many slowpokes here. As long as you can train a Hippo King and lead them to pray for rain together, the disaster can be alleviated. Slowpokes are difficult to communicate, or even impossible to communicate at all, but Hippo Kings are very smart, but the items required for evolution are a bit expensive. But if every household in the town shares the cost, each household does not have to pay much. Unexpectedly, Mr. Orberg shook his head and said with embarrassment, This method is good, but it won't work. Why? Is it impossible to get King's Rock? Ash asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be difficult. Although King's Rock is expensive and rare, it can still be found if you are willing. It's not that reason. Mr. Orberg hesitated, but finally said, It's because the slowpokes here don't have a good relationship with the residents, and they can't be cultivated at all. What? How is this possible? Lena felt incredible. The residents here valued slowpokes so much and worshipped them as gods. How could the relationship be bad? But Ash showed a thoughtful expression and then asked tentatively, I say, old man, since I found out that it was dry here, I have been wondering if anyone here has done something immoral. Ash, don't talk nonsense. Lena hurriedly spoke to stop him, but there was a commotion in the crowd, and several people showed uneasy looks on their faces. Alas, Mr. Orberg sighed, I don't know where you got it from, but it is true. A few years ago, some ignorant children secretly cut off the tails of slowpokes and sold them for money. Slowpoke tails are very delicious and are a high-end ingredient. They are expensive, but the Alliance strictly prohibits this for the protection of Pokemon. But there are so many gluttons in the world. Driven by interests, what can't they do? Hearing this, Ash immediately understood. No wonder he was a little angry when he stepped into this town before, but it turned out that he was affected by the will of the sea. He said with certainty, The drought here is due to the punishment of the sea. Punishment of the sea? Mr. Orberg was well informed, but it was the first time he heard of such a thing. He was about to ask in detail when a big man suddenly stood up in the crowd and shouted, Boy, don't be alarmist. What punishment of the sea? It's just a weird name. You know whether it's nonsense or not. Ash looked at him coldly. In my opinion, there must be more than 1 or 2 slowpokes whose tails were cut off, and the main culprits were also hidden or let go by you. In fact, it was true. Although Azalea Town worshipped Slowpoke as a god, It was not as exaggerated before the drought, and it was just cutting off the tail, which did not harm the life of Slowpoke. So the residents of the town turned a blind eye and just gave it a lecture. If it was just a few water Pokemon that were harmed, the will of the sea would not be so ruthless. But if everyone in the town got involved, the disaster would not be a surprise. Alliance is not sure of strange people and things. Maybe they just sat back and watched because they figured out the reason. After all, no matter how powerful the Alliance is, it cannot defy the will of the sea. All the residents were speechless because of what Ash said, because everything he said was true, and Mr. Orberg also saw that the boy in front of him was probably not simple. "Can you please give me some advice?" Mr. Orberg unconsciously used the honorific. "What can we do to calm the sea rage?" "Whatever you say, we will do it." Ash immediately fell into deep thought. He didn't want to help. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. It's all their own fault that things turned out like this. It can be seen that Mr. Orberg is still wearing a Slowpoke puppet costume in such hot weather. In connection with the plot of the original book, it seems that he plans to go to Slowpoke Well to find a solution to the drought. Even Ash has to admire this old man for running around for the town at such an old age. Well, for the sake of the old man, I'll give it a try. After saying that, Ash began to call out Dark Ligia's name, and soon got a response. The voice sounded in his mind. "What happened? Is there an emergency?" "Actually, nothing. Just want to ask if you know Azalea Town?" Ash asked in his heart. Hearing this, Dark Ligia immediately guessed what he was asking for. "Why? Are you asking me for help because of the drought there? Please give me flowers. 032510213 Falu 101412550. Ash admitted, "Well, I know they are wrong, but they are sincerely repentant now. I believe they will definitely protect Slowpokes in the future." Dark Ligia was silent for a while, and then said helplessly, "Okay, I was going to let the drought last for 3 years, but let's forget it for your sake. Wait for me there. I'll be there soon." Hearing this, Ash knew that the matter was settled. "Right," Mr. Orberg said. "Okay, the sea god has decided to come in person. You can rest assured." "Sea god?" Mr. Orberg was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. "The sea god you're talking about is the legendary Ligia of Whirl Islands. Will it really come to help us?" Even in the Johto region, the legend of Ligia is widely circulated, especially in Whirl Islands, where people have worshipped Ligia for generations, and its silver feathers are regarded as an important amulet. But Ash shook his head. The Ligia of Whirl Islands and the Dark Ligia of the Sea God are completely different things. The latter has a priesthood and is a real mythical beast. It's not from Whirl Islands. Anyway, you just wait, it will come soon. All residents were skeptical, including Mr. Orberg. In their opinion, Ligia only appeared in legends, so how could she come to help them? However, not long after, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from soaring in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a black shadow flying towards them at a very fast speed. "What is this? This is really Ligia." Mr. Orberg recognized it at a glance, but the color seems to be wrong. Ligia should be silver in the legend. "Ah!" Dark Ligia let out a long roar, and the residents were immediately frightened and trembled, fearing that the god of the sea was rushing to punish them. But they thought too much. Dark Ligia was actually communicating with the Slowpokes, asking them to help the town of Lupi recover its normal ecological environment. Dark Ligia is the god of the sea, which is equivalent to the king of water Pokemon. Under its command, all the Slowpokes in the town suddenly stood up and yawned. I saw that the originally sun-bathed, soaring in the sky gradually had more white clouds, and then the clouds became thicker and thicker, and the sky darkened and was completely covered by dark clouds. Tick! I don't know when it started. The first drop of rain fell from the sky, and then the rain got heavier and heavier, and finally turned into a downpour pouring down on the ground. At this moment, Azalea Town seemed to be in a carnival. People couldn't wait to rush into the rainstorm, feeling the long-lost rain, and even many people knelt on the ground and worshipped Dark Ligia in soaring in the sky. However, at this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from a distance, which immediately startled 360 Ash and Dark Ligia. This is Ho-Oh's warning. Ash had never seen Ho-Oh in person, nor had he touched Ho-Oh's waveguide, but judging from the information transmitted by the waveguide, it was definitely Ho-Oh. You'd better give me an explanation. You've crossed the line. In the Johto region, the only one who dared to speak to Dark Ligia in this tone was Ho-Oh, who was also a level 1 divine beast. Others, such as Suicune, probably didn't even dare to breathe. Divine beasts all had their own spheres of influence, such as Dark Ligia. Kanto region was the place it was responsible for, but if other divine beasts passed by, it wouldn't care. So what? Don't you often come to my territory to hang out? Dark Ligia didn't care at all and roared back on the spot. It and Ho-Oh, one was in charge of the sea, and the other was in charge of fire, and the two had always been at odds. Ho-Oh was silent for a while, and then there was no movement after a slight sound, and the information contained in it inexplicably made Ash a little worried. You offended me today. You will regret it. In theory, Ash's worry was unnecessary. At this time, Dark Ligia had integrated the power of 4 priesthoods, and its strength was far greater than that of Mega Beasts. If they really fought, Ho-Oh might not be rival. Dark Ligia obviously thought so too, and did not take Ho-Oh's matter to heart, just thinking that the other party was looking for trouble when he had nothing to do. But Ash always felt that things would not end so simply, but he could not figure out why. Ash, I have something to ask of you. At this moment, Dark Ligia called him with telepathy, and then a black feather flew out of his body and fell into his hands. You're traveling now? Then can you please go to Whirl Islands and give this feather to my son? Dark Ligia asked. Your son? Ash frowned slightly. Whirl Islands are not far away. You can get there in a short time at your speed, and since you are a father, you should go to see it in person. I understand this. Dark Ligia's voice sounded a little helpless and bitter. But I can't go to see it. I have my concerns. Ash shook his head. He couldn't figure out what concerns Dark Ligia had, but this was someone else's family affair after all, and he couldn't intervene. Son agreed to this request. Afterwards, Dark Ligia flew away quickly under the awe-inspiring eyes of all the residents of Azalea Town and disappeared in front of people in the blink of an eye. If the rainstorm and soaring in the sky had not continued, people would probably think they were dreaming. After all, how many lucky people in this world can see the real beast? Thank you very much for your help. On behalf of all the people in Azalea Town, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Mr. Orberg bowed deeply and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Ash. The previously arrogant residents immediately changed their attitudes. Some even shouted that he was a messenger of God and wanted to kneel down and kowtow to him. For these, Ash was really a little amused and helpless, but he did not feel angry or contemptuous of them. Having experienced 2 worlds, he had long figured out that no matter which world it was, humans had their bad roots, but they were either big or small, obvious or hidden. Even God could not change this. The rainstorm lasted for half a day, and before that, Mr. Orberg enthusiastically invited Ash and Lena to his home to thank them for saving the town. Mr. Orberg's home is in the northwest of the town. It is a quaint mansion. He lives with his granddaughter, Zhiye. Oh, by the way, since we have water now, why don't I show you how Pokeball is made? Mr. Orberg suggested enthusiastically, mainly because he also has 4 sheep. Really? Hearing this, Lena's eyes lit up immediately. She has always been very curious about how a round orange fruit can be made into a magical Pokeball. Of course, please follow me. Mr. Orberg led everyone to the workshop behind the house. Ash was not very interested, but he went over to take a look out of boredom. After seeing this, he was dumbfounded. The round orange fruit used to make Pokeball is obviously grown from the tree, but it can be burned in the stove and hit with a hammer. How did such a ferocious plant grow? Ash watched Mr. Orberg speechlessly as he finished the process. The final product was a red Pokemon 0.5 ball. He proudly introduced, "This is a fast ball, which is perfect for catching fast-escaping Pokemon." Chihui on the side added, "There are 7 colors of round orange fruit. The Pokeballs made from each color have different abilities. They are divided into Level Ball, Lure Ball, moon ball, friend ball, love ball, weight ball, and fast ball. Wow, Chiwi is so amazing. She knows so much. Lena praised with a smile. It's okay. Chihuahu's face suddenly turned red. She pinched the corner of her clothes a little embarrassedly. By the way, I haven't given you a thank you gift yet, Mr. Orberg said as he took down a few colorful poke balls from the shelf. I don't have anything valuable, and these poke balls are not precious things. You can take them all. Since Mr. Orberg was so kind, the two finally accepted these special poke balls. However, Ash had no use for them, so he simply gave them all to Lena. Although the sea god helped Azalea Town solve the drought, it would take some time for the Pokemon Center and the gym here to reopen. Therefore, the two could only temporarily stay at Mr. Orberg's house, and the next morning, Ash's Pokemon egg suddenly shook. Is it about to hatch? Ash was slightly startled and quickly took out the incubator jar from his backpack to take a look. Sure enough, the Pokemon egg covered with purple spots inside was shaking from side to side. Wow! Lena hurried over. Is it about to hatch? It looks so energetic. It must be a healthy baby. Probably because the Pokemon egg contained a dragon-type Pokemon, it seemed to be extremely energetic. Be asterisk 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 G the glass cover, as if it couldn't wait to hatch. Ash quickly removed the glass cover, and Mr. Orberg and Zhiye also came over after hearing the news. Everyone stared at the 13 Pokemon eggs with anticipation. Every time I see a Pokemon egg hatch, it gives me an incredible feeling. I really look forward to what kind of life will be born. Mr. Orberg said with emotion. Crack! Under the gaze of the crowd, the top of the Pokemon egg began to crack, and then a little dinosaur broke through the eggshell and jumped out. Its skin was mainly sky blue, and there was some keratin on its big head, and 2 small canine teeth were exposed. This Pokemon... Lena quickly took out her Pokédex and aimed it at it. Suddenly, a synthetic mechanical sound sounded. Wow! Bagon, a stone Pokemon, wants to fly to soaring in the sky very much, and often uses its head to tackle rock. Awesome! Lena exclaimed. I remember Bagon is a quasi-god Pokemon in the Hoenn region. Ash, you are so lucky. Ash nodded in agreement. Although he knew it would be a dragon-type Pokemon, he didn't expect it to be a quasi-god Pokemon. He was really happy. What made him even happier was that from the information displayed by the system, Bagon was simply going to be amazing. Name, Bagon. Gender, male. Ability, stone head. Attribute, dragon. Strength, advanced. Special moves, Ember Bite, Dragon Rage, Twister, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush. Information, born in Sinnoh region, full of energy, perfectly inherited the powerful tricks of his father, extremely talented, and has the potential to be a champion. After reading Bagon's information, Ash didn't know what to say. He had high-level strength at birth, plus 4 dragon-type tricks inherited from his dragonite ancestors. Sure enough, does Pokemon also rely on their fathers? Woo! Woo! The newly born Bagon was very curious about everything around him, turning his little head and looking around curiously, not shy at all, and seemed very brave. Bagon, we'll be partners from now on. Please give me your advice. Ash reached out and touched its head, and Bagon responded happily. This is also one of the benefits of the trainer hatching the Pokemon eggs himself. In that case, both parties will become very familiar with each other before hatching. Because of this, Pokemon will be very close to trainer as soon as they hatch. Some Pokemon will regard the creature they see at first sight as their mother, but Bagon is not one of them. Its sense of smell is very sensitive and it will not recognize anyone casually. Then, Ash took out the milk powder that had been prepared long ago and planned to feed it. This was made from Miltank's milk and was very nutritious. However, after brewing, Bagon only drank a small sip and stopped drinking. He shook his little head desperately, obviously not liking this thing. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Or is it too hot? Lena picked up the bottle and poured a little on the back of her hand. She found that it was not very hot. As for not to your taste, it was even more impossible. Miltank's milk is suitable for every newborn, and even many adults like it. Woo, I want meat, not milk. Bagon's voice sounds like a baby, but what he said scared Ash. A newborn baby actually wants to eat meat? This is simply unheard of. However, Pokemon should not be viewed with human common sense. Not to mention that the other party is a special dragon-type Pokemon. In the end, Ash decided to meet its request. Ash ran to the market in the town and bought 10 kilograms of the best beef. He thought that this would be enough for the little guy to eat for a few meals, but he didn't expect it to be solved in one meal. Even though Ash has a lot of savings now, he can't help but feel a little pain. This world is not like his previous life. Meat is very expensive. At least ordinary people can't afford to eat meat every meal. And the little guy has just been born now, and his appetite will definitely be bigger in the future, not to mention the large amount of expenses such as energy cubes. Carefully calculate, the cost of training a quasi-god little 570 Pokemon is completely astronomical, and the money is not enough. However, Ash was not too worried about this. If things didn't work out, there was still the fate system. With the system's prediction, he could get money by buying lottery tickets and playing slot machines, as long as he was careful not to be discovered. In any case, facing such an excellent quasi-god Pokemon, Ash was determined to get enough resources for it, even if it meant robbing a bank. Bagon grew up very quickly. Under Ash's careful teaching, he was able to use all his tricks freely in just 2 days, and the Pokemon Gym here was finally reopened. The owner of the Azalea Gym is called Bugsy, who specializes in bug-type Pokemon. He has done a lot of research on bug-type Pokemon, and his rich knowledge of bug-type Pokemon has made him an authority on bug-type Pokemon. But this doesn't mean anything. Bug-type Pokemon is recognized as the weakest Pokemon. For this reason, the Azalea Gym is also the weakest gym in the Johto region. After learning that the gym was reopened, Ash immediately said goodbye to Mr. Orberg and Zhiye, and took Lena to the Azalea Gym to challenge. His Bagon just lacked a practical rival. Bugsy, who was experienced as a trainer but had a weak Pokemon, was undoubtedly the best candidate. The building of Azalea Gym looks like a large botanical garden, which is easy to understand considering its identity as a bug-type gym. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. Is anyone there? Although the door was open, Ash still called inside a few times out of courtesy, but after waiting for a while, he didn't get any response. The two simply walked in and found that it was lush and green inside, as if walking in a forest. Is this really a gym? Lena looked around curiously. I always feel that it looks like a botanical garden, and there is no human figure. Don't worry, it won't be wrong. Ash took the lead and walked inside, and soon they met a purple-haired boy wearing a scout uniform, who looked like a child. Excuse me, do you know where the gym trainer is here? Lena asked. I am. The purple-haired boy patted his chest and said proudly, Bugsy, known as the Bug-type Pokemon Encyclopedia, is me. You are the trainers who come to challenge me, right? Ash stepped forward and said, Yes, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and I hope you can have a gym match with me. Of course, it is the duty of a gym trainer to welcome everyone, and I accept your challenge. Bugsy readily accepted Ash's challenge and brought the two to a battlefield in the center of the gym, surrounded by trees and grass. Then let's start now. The gym trainer Bugsy of Azalea Gym and the challenger Ash from Pallet Town, with the official match with badges as the stakes. The Pokemon used are limited to 3 each. Are you two ready? Next to the battlefield, the staff in referee uniforms introduced the rules of the gym competition, and both Ash and Bugsy expressed no objection. Ash, before the game started, Bugsy suddenly asked, Have you ever heard that those who conquer bug-type Pokemon have conquered the world? Hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned, and then answered irrelevantly. Bug-type Pokemon is not strong enough and has many weaknesses. How can it conquer the world? Alas, it seems that you are also a person who does not understand the charm of bug-type Pokemon. Bugsy shook his head helplessly and then took out a Pokeball. Then I will let you see the strength of bug-type Pokemon. The first Pokemon I sent out is the silent warrior among bug-type Pokemon. Go String Ball. As a gym trainer, Bugsy needs to send out Pokemon first, and after Ash looked at String Ball for a while, he decided to send out Bagon. Although Bugsy's String Ball was well-bred, it was still too weak after all, which was just right for Bagon to accumulate combat experience. Bagon, who was fighting for the first time, seemed extremely excited, growling from time to time, looking at the opposite string ball with high morale, and his eyes seemed to be bursting with ember. Since the string ball came out, it has been lying in the same place without moving, completely ignoring Bagon's taunt, which is in line with its identity as a silent warrior. After the referee announced the start of the game, Bugsy immediately gave the order. String ball, string shot. After receiving the order, String ball immediately raised its head and spit out a stream of gray-white silk at Bagon. The thick thread was almost as thick as the little finger. Ash calmly ordered, "Bagon, use ember." "Woo!" Bagon responded, and then spit up a small flame from his mouth, which immediately ignited the silk spit out by rival and burned it to ashes. "Not bad." Bugsy nodded approvingly. "It seems that you did a lot of homework before the challenge, and deliberately let your Pokemon learn Fire-type tricks to restrain my Bug-type Pokemon. No, that trick was born with it, and it was not prepared for you," Ash retorted calmly. Hearing this, Bugsy was immediately embarrassed, and then said angrily, "String ball, use string shot. Let rivals see your best tactics." This time, the target of the string ball was not Bagon, but a big tree on the side of the field. With a snap, the silk thread stuck firmly to the branch. The next moment, the string ball quickly retracted the silk thread and flew into the air with a reaction force. "Wait, isn't this considered disobedience?" Lena protested immediately. "Of course not." Bugsy shrugged his shoulders without any pressure. Trees can be used to assist in combat, and this special venue is set up for this purpose. That it doesn't matter, it's just a little cleverness. Ash stopped Lena, who was about to say something else, and said calmly, "Bagon, use ember on the silk thread." "It's useless." Before Bagon could take action, Bugsy shouted confidently, "The whole forest is my home. String ball, use string shot continuously." The belly of the string ball contracted, and then a silk thread was launched from its tail, sticking to the branch of another big tree, swinging over like a swing. Relying on the elasticity of the silk, the string ball swung around the entire field, easily avoiding attacks, which really dazzled Bagon's eyes. "You're very good at playing with the string ball." Ash's expression and tone were a bit strange, making it hard to tell whether he was praising or mocking, but Bugsy obviously took it as a compliment. "How about it? You see how powerful Bug-type Pokemon is." "Okay, Bugsy said with a smug look on his face, and then pointed his finger at Bagon. "Ball of string, keep that posture and use poison barb." Bagon used Twister. Ash's voice was not a bit panicked, and it was obvious that he had a countermeasure in advance. "Woo!" Hearing this, Bagon immediately started to spin at high speed, and the small body burst out with amazing power, and suddenly a powerful Twister rose from the ground. The flying Twister, under Bagon's control, raged towards the direction of the ball of string, and in the blink of an eye, it was swept into it and stirred. Ball of string. Bugsy was shocked when he saw this, and couldn't help but screaming in worry. Fortunately, the Twister disappeared in a short while, and the ball of string fell to the ground from mid-air. Eyes were full of mosquito coils. The referee came forward to check and then announced, "The line ball cannot fight. Bagon wins." "How is it possible?" Bugsy looked as if he had seen a ghost. "How can your Bagon have a special move like Twister? This is impossible. The world is so big. Nothing is impossible." Ash said lightly. He didn't have the time to recount Bagon's life story. "Well, you are right." After losing the first round, Bugsy quickly adjusted his mood and cheered up. "Next, I will send out the most arrogant and holy warrior among Bug-type Pokemon. Go." As Bugsy threw the Pokeball, a Metapod covered with hard green armor appeared on the field. "I say," Ash's face was dark. "Where is this thing arrogant and holy? Did you just pick that weird outer look? I advise you not to underestimate my Metapod. I have defeated many challengers with it." Bugsy said confidently with his hands on his hips. "Come on, stop talking nonsense, and make your move quickly." Ash said impatiently. "Those who can be defeated by Metapod must be novices among novices. What's there to be proud of? Then you'll have to wait and see 597. Metapod, use hard bang. Hearing this, Metapod snorted lightly. Accompanied by the crackling metal sound, a faint light emerged from its body, which greatly improved its physical defense. I knew you only knew this move. Ash was speechless. What's the use of letting Metapod improve physical defense? His Bagon is not only a physical move. However, taking this opportunity, Bagon can prepare for the third round of battle. Since you improve your defense, let's improve your attack power, Bagon, Dragon Dance. Woo! Bagon immediately raised his head and roared, and then his body began to rotate at high speed in place, so fast that a small twister was formed around him. Who's afraid of who? Metapod, keep using hard bang. Bugsy seemed to be fighting with Ash, and asked Metapod to use hard bang continuously, trying to strengthen its defense to the maximum. Ash not only did not stop him, but also asked Bagon to imitate him and use Dragon Dance to increase the power. Ash, if you keep doing this, it seems that you will never be able to determine the winner. Lena reminded carefully. Yeah. Ash nodded, then pointed at Metapod and ordered, Almost done. Bagon, take care of it. Use Dragon Rage. Haha, you are so arrogant. No one can break Metapod's defense now. However, before Bugsy could be proud for long, Bagon slapped him in the face with facts, and the purple dragon breath that sprayed out of his mouth knocked Metapod away in an instant. How is this possible? Bugsy was stunned. I clearly let Metapod increase its defense to the limit. How come it still can't withstand your attack? Hearing this, Ash shook his head helplessly. Maybe you are really good at bug-type Pokemon, but trainer is not enough to just know 10 types of Pokemon. I advise you to learn more about other types of Pokemon if you have time. Dragon Rage is a trick that causes fixed damage. If it is used against Pokemon with less physical strength, the effect is undoubtedly excellent. Damn it, stop pretending. My Metapod hasn't lost yet. Bugsy was still unwilling to give up and try to fight back. Dying struggle. Ash glanced at him with disdain and then ordered, Bagon, use Dragon Rage again. Metapod, jump up, Bugsy shouted. After receiving the trainer's command, the carapace at the tail of Metapod slightly bent up, and using the rebound force against the ground, the whole body suddenly jumped high into the air, successfully avoiding Bagon's attack. Good job. Bugsy's confidence surged again. Just keep it like this. Use the impact trick. Let them see how powerful you are. Although it was somewhat unexpected for Ash that Metapod could jump so high, he didn't understand the meaning of doing so. Isn't this a living target for Bagon? Bagon, solve it. Use Ember. Hearing Ash's words, Bagon opened his mouth and sprayed a small flame at the Metapod, which had nowhere to hide in the air, and instantly burned it all over, and it fell straight to the ground. Metapod can't fight. Bagon wins. This time the referee didn't even need to look at it, and directly announced the result. Bugsy took the Metapod back in silence, and then coughed twice. Ahem, you are quite capable, and you can reach my third Pokemon. Hearing this, Ash's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything after all, so he just pretended not to hear it. Bugsy felt a little embarrassed when he saw Ash didn't say anything, and pretended to be calm and said, Then my third one will go on stage, the Bug-type Pokemon warrior of the contest. Go, Scyther. Ma! As the white light flashed, a green Scyther appeared on the field, staring at Bagon with sharp eyes, obviously ready for battle. Your Scyther is pretty good, Ash commented lightly. But do you think it will be the rival of Bagon now? This Scyther is far superior to the previous two in terms of level, but Bagon used Dragon Dance to greatly enhance himself in the previous battle with Metapod, and Scyther is not a rival at all. Hearing this, Bugsy was immediately dissatisfied and shouted angrily, Don't get carried away. Scyther, use Slash. Hey, Scyther shouted, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, rushing towards Bagon quickly, with the muscles on his arms tense, ready to chop the sickle at any time. Bagon, use Iron Head. Ash was not afraid of Bagon and the other party going head-on, because the final result would definitely be that Scyther would be knocked out. But Bugsy was no fool. He quickly ordered, Scyther, use agility to get behind the opponent and then attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Scyther's already fast speed increased a bit, and in the blink of an eye he rushed behind Bagon and chopped down with the sickle on his arm without saying a word. Bugsy seemed to see the hope of victory and shouted excitedly, "That's it! Scyther, kill it with one sword." But Ash said calmly, "Bagon, get out of the way." Then, a scene that Bugsy couldn't understand happened. Bagon, with his small arms and legs, burst out with amazing speed and dodged Scyther's attack with a flash. How is this possible? Bugsy rubbed his eyes hard and almost thought he had seen it wrong. You know how fast Scyther is? He knows it very well. If Rival was another Pokemon, it would be fine, but Bagon, whose speed is known at a glance, is definitely not that fast. Seeing Bugsy's look of astonishment, Ash knew that this guy didn't know the Trick Dragon Dance at all. In addition to increasing physical attack, it also improves speed. However, since the other party didn't know, Ash naturally wouldn't help him popularize it, but just ordered, "Bagon, use fireworks." "It's useless." Bugsy quickly came to his senses and waved his right hand. "Scyther, use Sword Dance on the spot." As expected, it's still a despicable fire skill attack. Hearing Xiaoyou's order, Bugsy smiled, "But it's useless." "Scyther, use Sword Dance." Bagon opened his mouth and spit up a small flame toward Scyther, but Scyther acted calmly, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and began to spin. Then, the flames of Bagon spit up were all bounced off in front of Scyther's high-speed rotation, and embers splashed everywhere, but Scyther itself was not hurt. This move is good. It not only neutralizes the attack, but also increases the attack power. It seems that you're good at using Sword Dance. After being praised by Ash, Bugsy immediately became proud. Of course, do you think I haven't thought about how to deal with Fire-type moves? This kid is really annoying. Ash was speechless. He didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant after a few compliments. He already knew this use of Sword Dance because his Lucario also knows Sword Dance. Of course, he also knows the shortcomings of it clearly. Bagon, jump above Scyther, and then use Dragon God Dive. After receiving Ash's order, Bagon immediately jumped high and leaped into the top of Scyther, which was also one of the blind spots that this move could not defend. As for the other place, it was directly below, which was also impossible to defend, and any Pokemon that could dig could easily break it. After arriving at the designated location, Bagon's pupils suddenly dilated, and a fierce, murderous aura suddenly gushed out, and Scyther locked on. Affected by this, Scyther's rotation speed slowed down slightly, and some sweat flowed on his forehead, but Ash looked at it and shook his head secretly. The real Dragon God Dive is far more powerful than this. If it can be fully mastered, the murderous aura released may directly scare Rival to stiffen his whole body, or even be unable to move and be slaughtered. But Bagon is still young after all, and it is understandable that he cannot exert his due power. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a purple flying dragon phantom formed behind Bagon. With the momentum of destroying everything, it rushed towards the ground. Scyther swallowed the city. What kind of trick is this? Bugsy almost lost his ability to think at this time. Even though he had never seen the Dragon God Dive, he knew from the appearance that this trick was terrifyingly powerful. It was not until the purple dragon was about to reach Scyther that Bugsy seemed to wake up from a dream and shouted, "Stop Sword Dance! Get out of the way!" However, it was too late. The purple dragon swallowed Scyther whole. Boom! The fierce tackle immediately caused a huge explosion, which set off gusts of strong wind. Lena and others standing around the venue almost couldn't stand. After the smoke dissipated, only Bagon, who was panting, was still standing in the field, and Scyther had already fallen to the ground and lost his ability to fight. It was probably the first time that the referee saw such an exaggerated trick, and his voice became a little stuttering. "Fly, Scyther can't fight. Bagon won, and the winner is Ash from Pallet Town." "Yeah, great, Ash won." Lena cheered and ran to next to Ash. He congratulated him and Bagon. It was a happy thing that Bagon achieved such an excellent record in his first appearance. After a moment of hesitation, Bugsy took out the Pokeball and took back Scyther. "Thank you, Scyther. You have worked very hard. Although I am not willing to accept it, you are really strong." Bugsy walked to Ash with a complicated expression, took out a badge from his pocket, and handed it to him. It is also the duty of the gym trainer to accept the loss, so this hive badge is yours. After thanking him and taking it, Ash was about to say goodbye and leave, but Bugsy suddenly vowed, "Although I lost this time, one day I will prove my point to the world that conquering bug-type Pokemon is equivalent to conquering the world." "Then you do your best." Ash was too lazy to discourage his enthusiasm. After all, young people all have some unrealistic dreams. After leaving the Azalea Gym, Ash and Lena first went to the Pokemon Center to restore Bagon's strength. After entrusting Bagon to Joy for treatment, Ash was suddenly told that someone wanted to contact him. And this person was Dr. Akihabara, who had not been in contact for a long time. Ash immediately called, and after a while, the video call was connected, and Falibor's round face immediately appeared on the screen. "Haha, Ash, long time no see." Dr. Akihabara took the lead in greeting and then complained, "But it's really difficult to contact you, and you have to leave a message through the Pokemon Center. Can you buy a mobile phone?" "I can't afford it," Ash replied helplessly. He also wanted to have one, but the mobile phones in this world were not like those in the previous life. They were ridiculously expensive, because the various energies emitted by Pokemon seriously interfered with the signal. Each mobile phone was expensive, and those with excellent signals were even more expensive, almost enough to buy a sports car. "By the way, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ash asked curiously. "I mainly want to talk to you about the evolution of 3D Dragon." Dr. Akihabara's eyes suddenly began to shine. "How about it? Can you sell me the information on that? I guarantee that the price will definitely satisfy you. Not to mention one mobile phone, even 10 can still be bought." Ash had mentioned 3D Dragon 2 to Professor Oak before, and Dr. Akihabara probably got the information from him. However, Ash couldn't decide whether to sell it or not, because he didn't know much about this kind of thing. If it was sold at a low price, it would be a big loss. Seeing that Ash seemed to be hesitant, Dr. Akihabara lowered his voice and persuaded, "Actually, this is really a good opportunity. Regarding the evolution of 3D Dragon, I believe we could develop it in a few years." "Then why are you in a hurry to buy it at a high price?" Ash asked, puzzled. "If it was launched a few years earlier, the profit would be greater." Dr. Akihabara explained, "The Sylph Group is going to sell 3D Dragon, and its evolution is set to require a specific carrying Dow 753 tool to evolve." Hearing this, Ash's expression suddenly became a little strange. As the saying goes, there's no business without fraud, and no business without fraud. This sentence is really appropriate. Ordinary Pokemon is very troublesome to raise. It needs to be fed, taken care of, and their emotions need to be taken care of, but 3D Dragon has no such troubles. Although the Alliance has expressly prohibited the sale of Pokemon, 3D Dragon is artificially made and cannot be said to be against the law. Ash can already imagine that 3D Dragon will definitely sell well at that time. "Okay, you name a price." After all, 3D Dragon was invented by Dr. Akihabara. Maybe in a few years, he can really develop a progressive type. So Ash decided to act early, so as not to be worth a penny at that time. Dr. Akihabara is also a straightforward person and immediately said, "One price, 50 million Alliance coins." 50 million. Ash was not afraid of being laughed at. He had never seen so much money in his 2 lives. He wanted to agree immediately, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into something else. "No, cope with it. It's not a small amount." Dr. Akihabara said with a bitter face, "Ash, you have helped me a lot before. You introduced me to the Sylph Group. I will definitely not cheat you. This is the bottom line given to me by my boss." Hearing Dr. Akihabara's complaints, Ash suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, he was not good at business talks, or he had never talked about business with anyone. Forget it. 50 million is indeed enough. It is better not to be too greedy. Thinking of this, Ash's heart immediately balanced a lot. With this money, he could provide the best resources to Pokemon, especially Bagon and Metagross. No matter which one's strength reaches the champion level, the so-called money will not be a problem. By then, there will be countless people who flatter him and rush to give him money. After thinking this through, Ash was about to agree, but Dr. Akihabara said, "If it doesn't work, I will give you another good thing as compensation." "What is it?" Ash asked curiously. "You definitely haven't heard of it." Dr. Akihabara looked a little proud. "This is a non-sale item of the group called a portable teleportation device." Portable teleportation device. Ash repeated it with some doubts at first, and then showed an incredible expression on his face. "Are you referring to the Pokeball teleportation device in the Pokemon Center? And it can be carried with you, and such a thing can be done?" "Of course. Don't underestimate modern science. I was the one who took the lead in developing that thing," Dr. Akihabara said proudly. "In that case, I agree." The other party offered such a generous condition that Ash would be a fool if he didn't agree, especially the portable teleportation device, which was a good thing that money couldn't buy. And the reason why Dr. Akihabara was able to decide to give away this non-sale item was probably because of Silif's willingness. "Okay, let's meet at a place, and I'll come over to talk to you in detail." Dr. Akihabara also seemed very happy. Ash estimated the distance and said, "How about meeting in Goldenrod City in a week?" Goldenrod City is the largest city in the Johto region. There is a maglev train directly to Saffron City in the city, and the transportation is very convenient. "No problem. Just wait for me at the Pokemon Center." Dr. Akihabara readily agreed, and then the two chatted for a while before saying goodbye and hanging up the phone. After getting the Bagon back from Joy, Ash and Lena set out on the journey again. After crossing the woods, the two came to a bustling town-leaf town. Ash looked quickly. Lena pointed to a poster. "It seems that there's a report activity here called Pokemon Exchange Conference." "I'm not interested." Ash shook his head. He didn't want to exchange Pokemon. Or rather, he never thought about exchanging Pokemon with others. "It doesn't matter if you're not interested. Let's go and see what's going on. Maybe we can see some rare Pokemon," Lena suggested enthusiastically. Ash thought about it, and thought it would be nice to go and see it. So the two of them followed the map on the poster and came to the fountain square in the center of the town. At this time, the Pokemon Exchange Conference had already begun. The people who came here brought the Pokemon they were going to exchange with them, trying to attract the interest of others. Some people wandered around, looking for their favorite Pokemon, while some people took up a place and shouted loudly, like setting up a stall to attract others to stop and watch. The atmosphere on the scene was very lively. The two of them walked around for 0.2 and didn't find any special Pokemon. Most of them were just ordinary stuff. But it makes sense. How could anyone be willing to exchange powerful or precious Pokemon? And there are very few trainers who participate in the Pokemon Exchange Conference. Most people are just owners. Many people asked Ash to exchange Pikachu, but of course, Ash rejected all these requests without hesitation. "It seems meaningless, let's go." Ash felt that staying here was just a waste of time. But at this moment, someone attracted his attention. It was a solemn young man wearing black butler clothes, which seemed out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. Although it is called the Pokemon Exchange Conference, it is not limited to Pokemon. The trading or exchange of props is also allowed. Many people at the scene took out things that they don't usually use and sold them. The male butler seemed to be one of them. He held a crystal-clear black gem in his hand, which was the evolution stone called Dusk Stone. Ash originally wanted to prepare a Dusk Stone for Miss Drevis so that it could evolve. He happened to encounter such an opportunity. So he immediately stepped forward and said, "Hello, hello, is that a Dusk Stone in your hand?" As you can see, the male butler bowed slightly to Ash and smiled. "My name is Sherlon. Are you interested in the Dusk Stone in my hand?" "My name is Ash." Out of courtesy, Ash also introduced himself. "Your Dusk Stone looks good. If it's convenient, can I take a closer look?" "Of course." As he said, Sherlon put the Dusk Stone in Ash's hand generously, and didn't seem to worry that the other party would take the opportunity to snatch it away. Seeing her relaxed and calm face, she must be a powerful trainer, otherwise she wouldn't be so confident. Ash took it and looked at it carefully. The stone was as black as a shadow. It was a rare dust stone worth millions. This money was still affordable for Ash now. The previous savings plus the prize money of the court's conference champion were barely enough. Besides, as long as Siliph reached an agreement, the more than 1 million was just a drizzle. I've seen it. It's really top quality. Ash returned the dusk stone to Shirlan, and then asked, I wonder how you want to sell it? Barter. Shirlan smiled lightly, and then explained in detail. This dusk stone was entrusted by my master to exchange for a moonstone of equal quality. I originally wanted to go to Goldenrod City, but I came here to try my luck when I passed by. Hearing this, Ash frowned slightly. Top-quality evolution stones can be said to be hard to come by, and sometimes you can't buy them even if you have money. Is there nothing else that can be done? I'm sorry. Shirlan shook her head slowly, but her tone was very firm. The moonstone is the evolution stone that the master wants to prepare for the young lady, and nothing else will do. I know. Sorry to bother you. Ash sighed secretly. Although he felt a little regretful, there was nothing he could do. It seemed that he could only ask Professor Oak to take a look. However, at this moment, Lena suddenly started to look through her bag, and then took out a black stone from her bag and handed it to Shirlan. Is this the moonstone you were talking about? Shirlan was stunned at first, and then she looked at it carefully. When Ash saw it, he suddenly remembered it. Isn't this the top-quality moonstone that the Clefairy gave to Lena, an empty moon, to thank her for her puffs? Lena, why do you still keep this moonstone? Ash thought Lena had sold the moonstone or given it to her mother for safekeeping when she returned to her hometown before, but she actually kept it with her. I'm not sure of money anyway. Lena smiled and said, I was worried that you might need it, so I kept it for you. And now it's just in time for you, isn't it? 11. No, I can't take your things. Ash quickly refused. Although Lena's words touched him, he didn't like to take advantage of his friends for no reason. If it was an ordinary thing, it would be fine, but this top-grade moonstone is worth millions, and Lena is not from a wealthy family. Ash is embarrassed to accept her kindness. Of course, Ash can also give money directly to compensate Lena, but he doesn't like to talk about money with his friends, which will deteriorate their friendship. Ash, unexpectedly, Lena suddenly got angry and said with a puffed face, Why are you so polite to me? Aren't we friends? It's normal for friends to help each other. This lady is right, Shirlan echoed. Ash, you shouldn't let your friend down, and you really want to get the dusk stone, right? After some observation, Shirlan had determined that it was a top-quality moonstone, which made him overjoyed. In order to complete the task, he had run through several big cities, but got nothing. Unexpectedly, he actually met it in this unknown town. It can be said that he planted willows by accident and got a shade. Okay, thank you. Ash was still a little hesitant, but when he met Lena's firm eyes, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. He was afraid that if he refused again, he would hurt the little girl's heart. It's just a stone, why thank me? Lena waved her hand nonchalantly, as if 077 was really just an ordinary stone. Now everyone is happy. Ash and Shirlan each got the evolution stone they wanted, and Shirlan immediately said goodbye and left, as if she was in a hurry to report back. Come out, Miss Drevis. Ash took out the Pokeball and released Miss Drevis. He planned to let this little guy evolve now. Through this period of training and fighting, Miss Drevis's potential has been almost developed, and only evolution can make it stronger. But before that, Ash had to ask the person concerned for his opinion. What do you think, Miss Drevis? Do you want to evolve? Miss Drevis immediately nodded his little head, staring at the dusk stone in Ash's hand with excitement. It could feel that it contained huge and pure energy, which is of great benefit to it. After getting a positive answer, Ash immediately stopped hesitating and handed the dusk stone to Miss Drevis, who immediately pressed his body against it. Then, the dusk stone suddenly emitted a black light, and Miss Drevis's body also emitted a white light, and his body began to gradually change. After 2 minutes, the white light slowly disappeared, and a brand new Pokemon appeared in front of Ash and Lena, Miss Smagius. After evolving into Miss Smagius, its body changed from dark green to purple, and its body became much larger, about the same size as a 7- or 8-year-old child. It has 3 rubies on its chest, and it seems to be wearing a pointed hat on its head, making it look like a magician. Wow, Miss Drevis has become even cuter after evolving. Lena praised, wanting to touch its hat. But Miss Smagius immediately stepped back, dodging Lena's hand, and then disappeared from the spot, and then reappeared in front of Ash, looking at him expectantly. DB, Lena's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed, and she didn't know what to do with her right hand hanging in the air, and Ash hurried to help her out when he saw this. Miss Smagius, Ash whispered, you got the dust stone you used for evolution with Lena's help? Go and thank her. Hearing Ash's words, Miss Smagius nodded reluctantly, then turned around and bowed slightly to Lena, but he never looked at her directly. What? Lena was also a little unhappy. I don't need you to thank me. I'm helping Ash, not doing this for you. Oomph. Both parties turned their heads away at the same time. No one looked at each other, and seeing this, Ash couldn't help but feel a headache. He didn't understand why it suddenly became like this. Usually, Lena and Miss Drevis didn't have much contact because Lena was a little afraid of ghosts and Miss Drevis didn't take the initiative to approach her. Although the two sides were not intimate, their relationship was not bad. Could it be that Miss Drevis' personality changed after it evolved? Ash thought about it, and this was the only possibility. He touched Miss Smagius' head and asked tentatively, What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with Lena? Why do you suddenly hate it? No, Miss Smagius looked like he was enjoying it. Swallow. I have never hated it. You were too worried. Hearing this, Ash was speechless. Miss Smagius was obviously lying, but since it had come to this, he couldn't continue to ask. Ash asked Lena again, but she also answered that she didn't know. He had no choice but to give up on this matter and put it aside for the time being. Pass Miss Smagius' information to me. Ash instructed the system. He wanted to see what changes Miss Smagius had undergone after evolving with the premium dusk stone. After a while, a lot of information suddenly appeared in his vision when he looked at Miss Smagius. Name, Miss Smagius. Gender, female. Ability, float. Attribute, ghost. Strength, elite. Special moves, strange light, black eyes, doom, destiny bond, memento, shadow ball, ghost dive. Carrying items, Millennium Curse Amulet. Information, born in Johto region. Lived in human society for a period of time. Parents are both powerful wild Pokemon, inherited their skills and qualifications, extremely talented. Potential is elite level. Looking at the latest data of Miss Smagius, Ash was slightly excited. After evolving with the premium Dusk Stone, Miss Smagius' strength was suddenly raised to the elite level, and it was even about to break through. What made him even happier was that Miss Smagius, who originally had only quasi-elite potential, had also been raised to elite level. This kind of thing can only be done by extremely pure evolution stones. The Pokemon Exchange Conference in Leaf Town will last for 3 days. Since he got good things at the conference this time, Ash couldn't help but be interested in this event. Let's stay in this town for a few more days and leave after the event is over. Ash suggested to Lena. Today is the first day of the exchange conference. Most of the people who come to participate are ordinary people. Ash thinks that those trainers may still be waiting and will probably not show up until tomorrow. Lena naturally said that she had no objection, so the two went to the Pokemon Center to stay overnight. But on the morning of the next day, Ash suddenly received a call from Professor Oak. Professor, what do you want to talk to me about? Ash was a little surprised. Normally, Professor Oak would not take the initiative to contact him. Ash, don't get excited after hearing this. Professor Oak looked a little anxious, and there was a trace of guilt on his face. He hesitated and said, Actually, it's about your mother. Mom's matter? A trace of uneasiness suddenly flashed through Ash's heart, and he quickly asked, What happened to my mother? Delia was kidnapped. What did you say? Ash suddenly became excited. Who is it? Who dares to kidnap my mother? Seeing this, Professor Oak quickly advised, Don't worry, Delia should be fine. Be patient and listen to me tell you what happened. Go on, I'm listening. Ash took a deep breath. He knew that being anxious would not help in solving the problem. What he had to do now was to calm his brain. After Professor Oak's narration, Ash finally understood the general course of events. In the green fields of the Johto region, There was a manor villa that was completely covered by mysterious crystals that suddenly appeared, and these crystals continued to spread outward. The owner of the villa was called Zhiye, a researcher famous for exploring and studying ancient ruins. About a week ago, he suddenly disappeared mysteriously in a ruin in the South Desert region. Then a few days later, those mysterious crystals appeared, and his daughter was trapped inside. In theory, all this should have nothing to do with Delia, but coincidentally, Professor Zhiye was not only Professor Oak's student, but also Delia's good friend. Because she was worried about her friend's child, Delia asked Professor Oak to take her to the green fields to pay attention to the next development of the situation. But at this moment, an accident happened. Delia was suddenly attacked by a mysterious Pokemon, was kidnapped and taken to the villa. Through Professor Oak's comparison, he found that it was the legendary Pokemon, NEI. Professor Oak couldn't figure out why NEI kidnapped Delia. In desperation, he had to contact Ash to find a solution together. Why did NEI take my mother away? Ash also couldn't figure this out, but he didn't need to figure out. There was only one thing he had to do. That was to kill the stupid lion. I already know the general situation. You wait for me at the Pokemon Center over there. After saying that, Ash hung up the phone without waiting for Professor Oak to reply. Then he thought for a while and called the assistant who was guarding Professor Oak's laboratory. I want to replace the Pokemon on hand. Please help me. If you want to deal with NEI, Ash's current team is still a bit difficult, but if you replace the two main players, the chances of winning will undoubtedly be much greater. He teleported Lapras and Bagon back and replaced them with Metagross and Aerodactyl. At the same time, he checked the contest condition of the Pokemon to ensure that everything was safe. After doing all this, Ash immediately found Lena and briefly explained the reason for the matter. How could it be? Aunt Delia was kidnapped by Pokemon. Lena was also incredulous about the news. Yes. Ash nodded slightly. I have to go save her now. This is my plan. We will fly over on Aerodactyl and drop you off in Goldenrod City. You stay there and wait for my news. How about that? Well, but I'm also worried about Aunt Delia's safety. Lena seemed to be hesitant to speak. Ash understood Lena's meaning. She just wanted to go with him, but the situation was different this time. He couldn't let Lena get involved in danger. I appreciate your concern, Ash said seriously, but this time it's very strange. It is estimated that unexpected situations will occur. At that time, I am afraid that the entire green field will be in danger. Okay, then I will listen to you. Lena sighed secretly in her heart. Although Ash's words were very tactful, she still felt like a burden and could not help at all. Don't think too much. Ash saw what she was thinking and couldn't help but comfort her. You are just not suitable for fighting. As a breeder, you are very good. Yeah. Lena smiled reluctantly, and it was obvious that this consolation did not work. But Ash did not have time to care about these things at this time. The two immediately boarded Aerodactyl and flew towards Goldenrod City, BDG. Goldenrod City was not too far from Leaf Town. With the speed of Aerodactyl, the two arrived at the destination in the evening. Then, they dropped Lena off near the city. Ash said goodbye to her hurriedly and left again, heading towards the Green Wilderness. The so-called Green Wilderness is actually located on the outskirts of Goldenrod City. The natural scenery there is very beautiful. It is a very famous tourist attraction in the Johto region. It is a holy place that Pokemon trainer and Stephanie, who likes romance, yearn for very much. When Ash arrived there, Alliance had already launched a rescue operation and sent a bulldozer to try to make a way into the villa. However, less than a few dozen meters after the bulldozer drove out, the crystal that had been motionless suddenly began to move frantically, as if it was angry. Growth pushed the bulldozer back all the way and finally wrapped it in the crystal. After riding Aerodactyl and witnessing the whole process from above, Ash couldn't help but curse. What's going on, Alliance? A bunch of bastards who eat for free. The situation is so serious, but they only sent a bulldozer. What's the use? If it were an ordinary person, he would probably just cry out to the sky and the earth, but nothing would work. Fortunately, Ash is a trainer and a powerful trainer. He didn't have any hope for Alliance. Ash, I'm here. At this moment, someone suddenly called Ash's name. He looked down and found that it was Professor Oak, and there were two people next to him, one of whom was Ash's acquaintance. That was Sabrina. Aerodactyl flew to ground, and three people came over immediately. Professor Oak said solemnly, "Ash, things seem to be getting more and more complicated this time. Take a look at this first. It's an email just sent from Shuri's villa." As he spoke, Professor Oak opened a laptop in his hand and placed it in front of Ash, and a video began to play on the screen. The screen showed a very cute little brown-haired Stephanie, who warned in a very serious tone, "Dad and Mom are back. Lola feels very happy. Everything is fine as it is now. Please don't come in to disturb." The video was very short and ended here. Ash frowned slightly and said, "This little Stephanie, I seem to have seen it somewhere." "Have you forgotten?" Professor Oak reminded. "You met Shuri's family when you were a child. At that time, Shuri's wife had not passed away, and we took a photo together. Who would remember such a trivial thing?" Ash frowned and said uncertainly, "The one named Lola mentioned that her parents were back, but now her father is missing and her mother is dead. Is it possible that the dead cannot be resurrected?" "Yes, that's true. So we also feel very strange." The young man next to him answered, "He is Professor Shuri. Stop. I wonder if this is the case." Professor Oak pinched his chin and guessed. The mother Lola is referring to as the kidnapped Delia, which means she regards Ash's mother as her own mother. After all, she was still young when her mother died and couldn't remember what she looked like. Hearing this, Ash thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Well, it's possible. Then what about the father? If it's the father, could it be that NTI?" At this point, Professor Oak himself didn't dare to believe it. After all, it was unheard of to take Pokemon as parents. At this time, Sabrina said coldly, "Don't worry about it. Russian first." "Although I agree with you." Ash was a little curious. "But why are you here too? Are you traveling?" "Professor Oak called me, and I took the maglev train to come here," Sabrina replied calmly. "Actually, Shuri has been studying a mysterious Pokemon called Unknown. I think this incident is likely related to this research, so I thought of your psychic friend and invited her here." Professor Oak explained, "Unknown is almost a mystery. Apart from knowing that it is a psychic, humans know very little about this Pokemon. I have no interest in Unknown." Sabrina said calmly, "I came here just to save Aunt Delia. Your research has nothing to do with me." Although Sabrina ruthlessly rejected him, Professor Oak was not angry, but nodded solemnly. "That's right, after all. Shuri is my student, and it is my responsibility to find a way to eliminate the crystal." At this time, Shuri's assistant said, "In fact, Professor has made great progress in the research on Unknown." It turned out that Professor Shuri had been studying the relationship between this Pokemon and ancient civilizations, and went to explore ruins in various places, and he disappeared in the ruins of Ulf. Under his efforts, so far, Unknown has been recorded in 26 different forms, representing 26 English letters. However, Ash retorted, "That's not right. Unknown should have 28 forms." "Excuse me, how do you know?" Professor can be called an expert in Unknown, and even he has only discovered 26. Shuri's assistant looked skeptical. He had followed Professor Shuri for many years, and they had both put a lot of effort into studying Unknown. "I don't need to explain to you." Ash didn't bother to care what the other party would think after hearing this. He just called out to Sabrina, let's go in first." At the beginning, Ash knew nothing about these crystals, but after Professor Oak mentioned Unknown, he immediately recalled his memories of this. To be precise, these memories came from the Kings of the Sea. An ancient civilization empire once conducted an experiment to make Unknown into a powerful weapon. Unknown is a very special Pokemon. The individual ability is very weak, even inferior to Rattata, but once there are more than two, it will produce some incredible power. If all 28 types are gathered together, the power that bursts out can completely compare to the first-level beasts, or even better. Therefore, Ash determined that the crystal phenomenon in front of him was caused by Unknown, but it was obvious that not all types of Unknown appeared here. Otherwise, let alone the green field, I am afraid that even the nearby Goldenrod City would be crystallized in the first place. "What do we get in?" Sabrina asked. "There's only that river here that is not covered by crystals. Maybe we can consider it. In this crystal area, only one river is still flowing. If you walk along the water, you may have a chance to enter Professor Shuri's villa, but it seems to take a long time. No need to be so troublesome. Follow me." Ash took Sabrina directly to the periphery of the crystal tower, and then Miss Smagius was released. "Aim at the wall and use the shadow ball." Boom! Miss Smagius immediately followed the order and fired a black energy ball, which immediately made a hole in the wall made of crystals that was large enough for people to pass through. "Let's go," Ash called out and jumped in first, and Sabrina followed closely, jumping in before the crystals healed automatically, and then Miss Smagius drilled through the wall directly. This works?" Professor Oak was a little dumbfounded. Ash's method was really simple and crude, but it was unexpectedly effective. The two successfully entered the crystal tower. The interior of the crystal tower no longer looked like a villa. It looked more like a fantasy world. Everything here was covered with a layer of blue crystals. From a structural point of view, this should be the first floor of the villa. The two walked along the road and walked to a staircase. The surrounding scenery suddenly began to change. The villa, originally covered by crystals, instantly turned into nothingness and replaced by a weird world that I don't know how to describe. There were dark green crystals like branches everywhere around. The stairs in front of them also turned into transparent crystals in the air, and even the staircase structure turned into a spiral. "It seems that little Stephanie has noticed us," Ash said lightly, but his pace did not slow down, and he stepped firmly on the stairs. Sabrina followed without hesitation. After walking for a while, she suddenly said, "Ash, I have something to tell you. Asterisk, 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 asterisk." "What?" Sabrina hesitated. "Team Rocket invited me to join them. Do you think I should agree?" Hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned, and then said, "Why ask me such a thing? You have to decide it yourself." "No, I just want to know your thoughts," Sabrina insisted. "Honestly, I don't have any ideas." Ash could see that Sabrina was somewhat tempted to join Team Rocket. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to ask for his opinion. After all, Team Rocket's reputation was not very good. Although Team Rocket is now legalized, it does not mean that they have turned over a new leaf. In fact, it is better to say that Team Rocket was recruited by Alliance than that Alliance was forced to admit it. 0-0. For these, even if Ash did not know the specific inside story, he always believed in one truth: a dog can't change its eating habits. As for Sabrina's reason for wanting to join the Rockets, it was also very simple. She just wanted to go one step further. However, she was not born in a wealthy family and did not have so many resources for her to use. She could only choose to join a force. This was also the way out for most ordinary trainers. If they wanted to become stronger, it was impossible without money. As for why Sabrina chose the Rockets, it was probably because they offered the highest price. After all, in Sabrina's eyes, there was no difference between the Alliance and the Rockets. She only cared about the opinions of a few people in this world, and Ash was naturally one of them. "Don't worry about it," Ash advised. "Whether the Rockets are an evil organization or not has nothing to do with me. I don't care. As long as they don't mess with me, that's all." "Really?" Sabrina was rarely long-winded. "Of course it's true. No matter what you become in the future, even if you become an unforgivable villain, it doesn't matter. Just because you came to help me today, you will always be a friend I value." Ash's words came completely from the heart. To be honest, if he was allowed to enter the Crystal Tower alone, he would be a little nervous. It would be much better with Sabrina accompanying him. He deeply realized that at critical moments, alliances are not reliable at all, and friends are more reliable. "You're exaggerating. I have my own bottom line." Sabrina's expression was serious, but there was a hint of smile in her eyes. Obviously, Ash's words made her very happy. At the same time, those words also made her determined. The two walked up the stairs and finally reached the top. They climbed out a flower-like exit and came to a vast plain. Compared with the previous scene, this place is much more beautiful and simple. It is just an endless green plain dotted with colorful flowers, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Not far away, there is a staircase leading to the upper floor. The two were about to walk over, but they found that Zhiye suddenly appeared on the stairs, and 10 17-year-old girls were sitting on its back. Zhiye jumped down the stairs and landed steadily on the 690 ground, and the girl also jumped off its back and said, "Or Pokemon trainer? Let's have a battle." "No time." Sabrina stepped forward and said coldly, "Zhiye, return Aunt Delia to me. Don't force me to do anything to you." Unexpectedly, the girl immediately got angry when she heard this. "There are only me and my parents here." "That's right," Zhiye on the side echoed with telepathy, not thinking there was anything wrong with this. "I'm talking to you." Ash looked at the girl carefully. "Although you look much older, you can still see the similarities. You're Lola, right?" Through the feedback from the waveguide, Ash has discovered that the girl in front of him and Zhiye are completely fake, and he can finally conclude that this should be the inner world constructed by the power of Lola Assist Unknown. So as long as she wants, she can become anything and anything. "Oh, you really know?" Lola was a little surprised, but still admitted it. "Then, do you remember who your father is?" Ash tried to ask. "This is my father." As he said that, Lola hugged Zhiye's neck and rubbed it intimately, and Zhiye also showed a loving expression, as if Lola was really its daughter. It really turned out like this. Seeing this scene, Ash sighed secretly in his heart. Just as described in the memories of the successive Sea Kings, Lola blindly used the power of Unknown, causing her own mental disorder. Otherwise, she would not have mistaken Zhiye for her father and completely forgotten Professor Shuri. At this time, Lola asked again, "How about it? Do you want to have a battle with me?" Hearing this, Ash and Sabrina looked at each other, and then they threw Pokeballs at the same time at a very fast speed. Metagross, destroy the Death Ray. Alakazam, illusion. What? Lola didn't expect the opponent to suddenly attack without saying anything, and she was stunned for a moment. Lola. Fortunately, Zhiye reacted quickly. It turned over and jumped, protecting Lola with its huge body, blocking all attacks. "What do you want to do?" Zhiye asked loudly with rage. "What?" Ash snorted coldly, his face expressionless. "You are just a kidnapper, and you dare to ask me what I do. Now there are only two options in front of you. One is to hand over my mother, and the other is to be killed by us." Although he didn't know why Lola wanted to fight them, Ash would not be led by the nose. The purpose of his coming here was to rescue Delia, and he didn't care about anything else. You want to kill me and my father?" Lola was immediately scared. After all, she was still a child at heart. "Go to hell." Feeling her daughter's fear, Zhiye immediately raged, and immediately opened his mouth wide and fired a flamethrower at Ash and Sabrina, but it was blocked by Alakazam with confusion. "After all, you are just an illusion, and the strength of the fake can't be compared with the real one." After seeing Zhiye's performance, Ash immediately felt relieved. Since Sabrina's Alakazam could block its flames, it meant that its strength was not invincible. At least it was far inferior to the real Zhiye. "You said I was an illusion?" For a moment, Zhiye's face showed a blank expression, but soon recovered and roared, "No, I'm Lola's father. I will defeat all the enemies of this child. I'm afraid you can't do it." Ash was too lazy to talk nonsense and launch an attack directly. Metagross, Meteor Fist. Facing Metagross's strong right fist, Zhiye was not afraid at all and rushed forward with a roar, and the two sides collided with a bang. The two Pokemon refused to give in to each other and used all their strength to push each other away, but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, Sabrina's Alakazam suddenly appeared on Zhiye's left side and chopped down fiercely with the spoon in his hand. Zhiye was unable to dodge and was immediately hit by Alakazam. Ash would not miss this opportunity and shouted, "Metagross, Zen Headbutt!" Metagross's forehead was shining with white light, and he slammed into Zhiye. Zhiye immediately grabbed the ground with his limbs, maintained his balance, and opened his mouth to spit up a super large purple fireball at Metagross. This is Zhiye's signature move, holy fire. If it hits the target, it is very likely to burn the opponent. Fortunately, Sabrina was prepared. She calmly ordered, Alakazam, confusion. Ooh! Alakazam immediately stretched out his arms, crossed the 2 spoons in his hands, and then a faint blue light emanated from his body. Then the purple fireball suddenly changed its attack trajectory, and 5.8 flew into the sky. Metagross also successfully attacked Entei, knocked him out again, and fell heavily on the ground. Because it was 2 against 1, and Ash and Sabrina cooperated very well, the situation on the field was completely one-sided, and Entei was completely beaten by Metagross and Alakazam. However, there was one thing that Ash overlooked, that is, Entei is actually a crystal Pokemon, and this is the Crystal Tower. In other words, Entei is just like the crystals outside. No matter how much damage it suffers, it will automatically recover, not to mention that this is its home field. Don't bully Daddy. Accompanied by Lola's heartbreaking cry, a tsunami suddenly set off on the endless green field, and its height was dozens of meters. The merciless waves, with the momentum of swallowing the world, rushed towards Ash and Sabrina, who were as small as dust on the ground. It's really troublesome. Ash's eyes condensed. The cheats are turned on to this extent. The power of these unknown is really incredible. If someone said that a tsunami would be set off on the plane, it is estimated that not only would no one believe it, but they would even laugh at this person as a fool. However, this scene that should have existed in fantasy actually appeared in front of Ash and Sabrina at this time. The tsunami several kilometers away was as high as more than 10 floors. Even if they knew that everything in front of them was fake, it was still enough to scare ordinary people. This is the instinctive awe of creatures for nature. Fortunately, Ash and Sabrina are not ordinary humans. The terrifying tsunami is just a small trouble in their eyes. Leave it to me. Sabrina took a step forward without hesitation and blocked the figure of Xiao 13G. Then her eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, which looked dangerous and weird. Alakazam, Mega Evolution. The invisible thread immediately connected the spiritual power of both parties. Alakazam's body began to emit white light, and his figure gradually changed. The white light lasted only a few seconds, and Alakazam had completed the Mega Evolution. He sat cross-legged and floated in the air, looking like 10 mysterious wizards. In the blink of an eye, the tsunami had arrived in front of the 2 people. The huge waves almost covered the entire soaring in the sky, leaving them with only endless shadows. Faced with all this, Sabrina still looked indifferent and just said coldly, Alakazam, confusion. Ooh! Mega Alakazam's eyes, which were originally slightly closed, suddenly opened, and the 5 floating spoons began to rotate rapidly around it, and the invisible confusion waveguide immediately spread from its body. Then, the fierce waves stopped in the middle, forming a wall made of water. This scene looks like someone has pressed the time stop button, which makes people doubt their eyes. Not bad, Ash commented with a smile. Your Alakazam is getting stronger and stronger, especially after the Mega Evolution. The strength has reached the intermediate elite. How did you figure that out? Sabrina was puzzled. 18. Ash was stunned at first. Then he quickly found an excuse to cover it up. He couldn't tell anyone that he had a system in his body. Fortunately, Sabrina didn't care and just nodded slightly. However, while the 2 were focusing on the tsunami, Entei and Lola had disappeared. They probably took the opportunity to leave quietly. It should be up there. Sabrina pointed to the stairs. I can feel it. Aunt Delia is there too. Let's go up quickly. Unexpectedly, Ash shook his head and refused. No, we should go down. Seeing Sabrina's confusion, he explained, in fact, we have the wrong target. We should deal with Unknown instead of Entei. That Entei is just a product of Lola's imagination. Even if it is injured, it will recover automatically, and the Crystal Tower will help it. Only by defeating Unknown, which provides energy, can we save my mother. Hearing this, Sabrina thought for a while and felt that there was some truth in it, but she was still a little worried. But is Aunt Delia okay? What if? Nothing will happen. Since Lola mistook my mother for her own mother, she will naturally not hurt her. On the contrary, she will try her best to protect her. Ash said with certainty. Whatever, I will listen to you anyway. After persuading Sabrina, the two immediately returned the same way and walked down the suspended staircase to the 10th floor of the villa. Lucario, activate the power of waveguide and help me find the unknowns. Due to the chaotic energy in the crystal tower, it is very difficult to use waveguides to sense, and coupled with the weak individual strength of unknown, this waveguide is easily overlooked. Therefore, Ash sent Lucario to try to assist its power. Understood. Lucario responded, then slowly closed his eyes, and the powerful waveguide power instantly spread throughout the villa, detecting the situation inside clearly. After a while, Lucario opened his eyes and asked, Master, I found hundreds of weak waveguide reactions in one of the rooms. Are they them? Yes. Ash nodded. It should be them. Take us there quickly. Lucario took the lead without saying anything and ran in front, leading the two to the innermost room of the villa, and Ash kicked the door of the room open with a flying kick. Are these unknown? It was the first time Sabrina saw the true face of the unknown 917 totem, and there was a little curiosity in her eyes. She saw hundreds of black-framed eyeballs with different shapes floating densely in the air. These strange-shaped unknowns kept an elliptical formation and floated slowly, and also made a strange sound, as if they were singing a chorus. What should I do? Sabrina looked at it for a while, but she really couldn't figure it out, so she had to ask Ash for his opinion. Simple. Ash snapped his fingers. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Lucario did not hesitate at all and faithfully executed the command. He immediately condensed a blue energy ball in his hands and blasted it. The Aura Sphere pierced through the transparent protective shield with a whoosh. However, a few seconds later, a ball of light suddenly appeared in the middle of Unknown, and an invisible force burst out from it, directly dispersing the Aura Sphere. What is this? I have never felt this kind of energy before. Sabrina's face became a little solemn. As a psychic, she was very familiar with the energy released by various Pokemon. The protective shield was within her expectations, but the energy contained in the mysterious ball of light was beyond her imagination. That should be the energy core of Unknown. Ash frowned. Even in the memories of the successive Sea Kings, there was no detailed explanation of the power of Unknown. The only thing he knew was that they had some kind of connection with the god of creation Arceus. As for what the connection was, it was unknown. Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but sigh that humans, who had experienced tens of thousands of years and more than 100 civilizations, still knew very little about Pokemon. Compared to Pokemon, human history is still too short. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent task is to stop Unknown. Everyone come out. Ash released Metagross, Mismagius, Snorlax, and Aerodactyl in one breath, plus Lucario and Pikachu. At this time, except for Charizard, all his most offensive Pokemon gathered here. Sabrina on the side immediately understood Ash's thoughts when she saw this, and also sent out all the Pokemon on her body. Her team still had only 3. However, the original Slowpoke has evolved into King Hippo, which surprised Ash. You know, King's Rock is not cheap. You are lucky to buy 10 for a few million on the black market. Have you made a fortune recently? A gift for meeting, Sabrina said lightly. Hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned at first, and then smiled. I see. It's really generous. Giovanni actually used King's Rock as a gift for recruiting talents. But a powerful psychic is indeed worth the price. Pikachu, Lucario, Metagross, Aerodactyl, Mismagius, Snorlax, listen to my command later and use the most powerful tricks you have at the same time. Ash ordered. All Pokemon nodded, and Sabrina also ordered Alakazam, Sullipa, and King Hippo to temporarily obey Ash's instructions. Everyone get ready. Target the center of the shield. Fire. As soon as the words fell, 9 colorful and different special moves were fired at the same time, hitting the center of a shield at the same time. Relying on the powerful destructive force of the instantaneous burst, the shield that had been restored was immediately pierced. Then, the ball of light also began to react. As before, it burst out a strange energy, trying to dispel the force that penetrated the shield. But Ash was not to be outdone and continued to output. Both sides refused to give in, and they could not do anything to each other for a long time. 0. Just then, a roar came from far to near, and then the surface of a wall next to it suddenly began to turn red, and then a raging fire broke through the wall. And the one who appeared immediately after the fire was Charizard, who was supposed to be practicing in Charizard Valley. Ash didn't understand why Charizard suddenly appeared here, but he didn't have time to think about it, and subconsciously ordered, "Charizard, go to the other side of the shield and use it on the ball of light." Inferno! Roar! Charizard roared in response, then dived down and pounced directly on the unknown, and was naturally blocked by the shield. However, since Pikachu and the others' attacks dispersed the power of the shield, Charizard easily tore a large hole in the shield with his claws, stuck his head in, and opened his mouth to spray out a flame of extremely bright color. The flame looked a bit sticky, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped the entire light ball and began to burn fiercely, looking like a big fireball. Under the erosion of the flame, the light ball only lasted for a few seconds before it exploded, emitting a dazzling white light that was almost impossible to look at directly. After the energy core was destroyed, the unknowns seemed to have lost all their strength, and they drooped their eyelids and floated listlessly in the same place. Some even slowly fell down. Is it solved? Just when Sabrina was about to ask what to do next, a large hole emitting strange light opened on the ceiling of the room, and hundreds of small square wooden pieces kept falling from it. These small wooden pieces that looked like puzzle pieces emitted light and disappeared after falling to the ground, and the unknowns suddenly regained their spirits, opened their eyes wide again, and flew towards the mysterious hole in the ceiling. That is, Sabrina narrowed her eyes slightly and analyzed. It should be something like a space tunnel. It seems that these guys are going back. Indeed, Ash nodded first, then said coldly, but they have caused me so much trouble, it's not so easy to let them go. Then he pointed with his right hand and ordered loudly, "Stop Miss Smagius, black eyes, Metagross, mental interference." Nah. Miss Smagius executed Ash's order without hesitation, and a black light radiated from his eyes, shining on the unknowns, causing them to pause and be forced to turn around. Metagross also released his own confusion, imprisoning the bodies of the unknowns in midair and preventing them from entering the passage. Sabrina, who was standing by, hesitated for a moment and ordered her Pokémon to use mental interference to stop the unknowns. Sabrina didn't know what Ash's purpose was, but she decided to support him. Because there were so many unknowns, hundreds of them, they were not all stopped. Most of them entered the passage and returned to their original places. Fortunately, there were dozens of them that were forcibly detained. Xiao, Dinos, Zhiye classified them and found that there were a total of 26 forms in them, and the two most critical forms, exclamation point and question mark, did not appear as Ash thought. In fact, the unknowns representing 26 English letters have their own meanings. By spelling and combining them, they can materialize various objects or creatures, which are not limited to Pokemon. Even humans can song, but the latter is much more complicated than the former. Lola accidentally put the unknown together, thus stimulating their power and causing the Crystal Tower incident. Among them, question mark and exclamation point are undoubtedly the most critical. One represents the unknown, and the other represents amplification. In other words, if one of these two forms is mixed in, the strength of the fake NEI may be greatly enhanced, and may even surpass the real NEI. Ash counted carefully and found that there were 45 unknown who were forced to stay. He kept one of each form and let the rest go. However, he didn't have enough Pokeballs, so he asked Sabrina, "Do you have any spare Pokeballs?" "Give me some." "Yes." Sabrina nodded and took out more than 20 Pokeballs from her space waste bag and handed them to Ash. After he took them, he collected the remaining unknown one by one. The unknown were very weak, and after the Sky Channel was closed, they became sick again and their eyelids drooped again. Therefore, Ash didn't spend much effort to catch them all. Even in the process of catching them, the Pokeball holder didn't shake. When the last unknown was captured, the surrounding environment began to change rapidly. The crystals on the wall decomposed at a very fast speed, turning into dots of white light and disappearing in the air. Outside the villa, the green fields frozen by the crystals began to melt slowly like ice and snow, just like spring returning to the earth, and the beautiful green scenery appeared before people's eyes again. It seems that the 410 is over. Sabrina looked around. You captured these unknown. Do you want to give them Professor Oak for research? Ash did not answer directly, but asked, Can these unknown be temporarily stored in your gym? That's no problem, but are you and Professor Oak having conflict? Sabrina asked hesitantly. No. Ash shook his head, but he is from the Alliance after all, and I hate the Alliance a little now. The power of the unknown is of great importance, and it may be of great use in the future, so Ash does not want others to know about this. And with Professor Oak's personality, he will definitely report the research results to the Alliance's top management. In addition, in this incident, the Alliance did nothing at all, so Ash's good impression of the Alliance has dropped to the freezing point. Maybe they have their own difficulties, which Ash can understand, but it does not mean that he can accept it, because the person who was kidnapped is Delia, so he can't look at this matter with a normal heart. This is also human nature. You mean, you trust me more than Professor Oak? Sabrina originally just asked casually, but unexpectedly. Ash nodded seriously. Yes, it is true. But I'm about to join the rocket team. Do you still trust me? Sabrina's mouth curled up a smile, and it can be seen that she is in a very good mood now. Ash asked back, Then will you tell my story? Of course not. Sabrina's answer was firm, and Ash smiled lightly. He was not surprised by this answer. He knew that Sabrina was trustworthy. Professor Oak is a decent person, but the network behind him is too complicated, and he puts the interests of Alliance first. On the contrary, Sabrina is undoubtedly much simpler. She has a bad relationship with her parents, and she has no other friends except Ash and Lena. So in a way, Ash trusts Sabrina more than Professor Oak, just because she is simple and easy to understand. After the two of them cleaned up the Pokeballs on the floor, they immediately walked out of the room and prepared to go to the third floor to look for Delia, but when they arrived at the villa lobby, they found that it was no longer necessary. As the crystal tower disappeared, Delia also returned to normal. She brought Lola downstairs and happened to meet Ash and Sabrina in the lobby. Mom, are you okay? Ash hurried over, followed by Sabrina, and Delia was stunned for a while and asked in surprise, Ash? Sabrina? Why are you here? Isn't it to save you? Ash was a little helpless. Why was his mother confused again? Save me? Nothing happened to me? I just remember. At this point, Delia suddenly couldn't say anything, frowned BC, and thought carefully, but she couldn't remember it. And Lola on the side also looked confused, but her little hand tightly grasped Delia's skirt, never letting go. It seems that because the operation of Unknown was forcibly interrupted, the two lost their memories of that period, but Ash felt that it didn't matter. As long as they were safe, it was better than anything else. After everyone walked out of the villa, they found that it was already dawn. Police cars were driving towards this side with honking sounds. There was also a helicopter flying quickly in the sky. It seemed to be from TV station. Before the car stopped, Professor Oak jumped out of the car first and rushed over. Seeing that Ash and Delia were safe, he finally felt relieved. After all, this incident was entirely caused by Professor Oak's students. If someone died because of it, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. After the incident came to an end, everyone dispersed in twos and threes. Delia did not choose to go home, but decided to stay and take care of Lola for a while. After all, she was a friend's child. Sabrina, what do you say? If you want to go to Goldenrod City to take the maglev train, go, and see Lena by the way. Ash suggested. However, Sabrina refused. No, I want to go to Chompan City on a detour. Why? Ash felt a little strange. Don't you want to see Lena? You haven't seen each other for several months. It's not that I don't want to go, but Sabrina hesitated for a while, as if she had something to hide. She said with embarrassment, Anyway, I can't see her now, and don't tell her that I want to join the rocket team. So that's why. Are you worried that she will have an opinion of you? Don't worry, she definitely won't. Ash persuaded. No. Sabrina shook her head, with some helplessness in her eyes. Even I can see that Lena is a kind and good Stephanie, so I don't want her no. DB. Hearing this, Ash's expression suddenly became a little strange. He always felt that Sabrina had something to say, but he didn't dare to ask after all, because after thinking about it carefully, he found that he was indeed not a good person. This can be regarded as a person who knows himself. After Sabrina left, Charizard was also preparing to return to Charizard Valley. After the previous communication, Ash finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the fire dragon accidentally caught a glimpse of Delia being kidnapped by Inti on a live broadcast of Jika's cabin, so he flew over in a hurry without thinking. For it coming to help, Ash buried his gratitude in his heart. Given his relationship with Charizard, some words didn't need to be said. Ash watched Charizard fly away and waited until he could no longer see it, then turned and headed towards the direction of Goldenrod City. He knew that Lena must be waiting anxiously. Goldenrod City is located in the center of Johto region. Its good geographical location makes Goldenrod City the most prosperous commercial center in the entire Johto region. The last time he came here, he was in a hurry and did not have time to experience the city carefully. This time, he walked on the street and found that the scale of Goldenrod City was even larger than Saffron City. The whole city is full of high-rise buildings, and there's a constant flow of traffic on the wide roads. Office workers in suits and carrying briefcases walk through various underground pedestrian passages. There are all kinds of facilities such as shops, restaurants, and amusement parks. There are even several Pokemon centers. However, Ash is not interested in such a big city. On the contrary, he prefers a quiet and beautiful country town, such as his hometown Pallet Town. Ash found Lena in one of the Pokemon centers. The little girl actually stood directly at the door of the center, looking anxiously at the pedestrians coming and going on the street, as if she hoped to find Ash among them. "Sir Lena, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Ash hurried forward to greet her. Hearing Ash's voice, Lena immediately perked up and said excitedly, "Ash, you're finally here. Do you know how worried I was?" Sorry. Ash smiled and rubbed her head. "It happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to call you." "I'm fine, but is Aunt Delia okay?" Lena asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Everything has been resolved. I'll tell you slowly." As they said that, the two walked into the Pokemon Center. Ash contacted Professor Oak's laboratory and began to exchange the Pokemon on his head to challenge the gym competition. While exchanging Pokemon, Ash also narrated the incident of the Crystal Tower. Although many parts were trimmed, Lena was still stunned. But this is understandable. After all, Inti is a legendary Pokemon. It is incredible that a little Stephanie imagined and materialized it. Just at this time, Ash learned a headache from Professor Oak's assistant. That is, Sylveon and Bagon fought. Oh, it's really troublesome. Ash sighed secretly. He had not considered it carefully before because of the urgency of the situation. In fact, he could imagine why the two of them would fight. Because Sylveon's dream is to be a dragon slayer. Although Bagon is just a newborn baby, Ash has never had any hope for Sylveon's integrity. With that guy's personality, he will definitely take action without hesitation. Ash teleported Aerodactyl and Metagross over and exchanged them for Lapras and Bagon. Bagon's description was exactly as he thought. Sylveon took advantage of Bagon's small size and the ineffectiveness of Dragon-type special moves to bully it severely, and even called it a loving education from the senior to the junior. However, what made Ash happy was that Bagon did not become timid because of this. Instead, he angrily swore that he would get back at him one day. Dragon-type Pokemon have much stronger self-esteem than other Pokemon. From his point of view, Sylveon did a good thing. At least Bagon's fighting spirit was aroused. It was probably hoping to evolve earlier so that he could beat up Sylveon. Ash silently made a cross for Sylveon in his heart, and then he and Lena set off for the Goldenrod Gym. Through the convenient underground pedestrian passage, the two quickly arrived at their destination. The Goldenrod City Gym is a standard square building. It looks ordinary, and there's nothing special about it. However, considering that the Goldenrod Gym is a normal-style gym, it is in line with the gym theme. However, after arriving there, the two found that they had come to nothing. A sign with the words "closed" was hung at the gate, and there was a line of small words below, which roughly meant that the gym owner was resting and the gym was closed today. Do gyms also have holidays? Ash was a little speechless. I have challenged many gyms, but this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Gym trainers are also people. They also need a rest. Lena smiled. Ah, yes. Ash shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he could only blame his bad luck for being on holiday. Okay, don't be depressed, Lena suggested with a smile. Since we are in such a big city, it would be a pity not to go shopping. Let's go to the underground street for a walk. Can we not go? Like most men, Ash hated shopping the most. He thought it was a waste of time. If he wanted to buy something, couldn't he just do some research in advance? No. Lena hooked his arm and dragged him away without saying anything, shouting with full momentum. Okay, target the underground street. We must return with a full load today. In desperation, Ash had to follow her. Following the instructions on the map, the two easily found the location of the underground street, and Ash's nightmare finally began. Lena bought a lot of things, so much that the space backpacks of the two could not fit them all, so Ash had to carry them in his hands, and even Pikachu had to hang a small bag around his neck. Most of these things are cheap goods, some of which you will never use for a lifetime, but Lena enjoys them and will argue with others for a few dollars to agree. Sure enough, Stephanie is the same. Pikachu. While Lena was bargaining with the clerk, Ash found a place to sit against the wall, and Pikachu also looked tired. Ash really didn't understand why Lena looked so fragile, but she had been shopping for several hours, but she didn't feel tired at all, and her voice was even louder than that of the female clerk. At this moment, a pink Pokemon jumped past Ash, and then suddenly stopped, looking at Pikachu with curiosity. Isn't this Clefairy? Pikachu. Pikachu also looked at each other with curiosity, and Ash felt a little strange. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be wild Clefairy in such a big city degree. Excuse me, that Clefairy is mine. Just when Ash was feeling strange, a voice suddenly came from the side. He turned around and found that the person coming was a beautiful girl with pink hair. Thank you for helping me find my Clefairy. This kid always likes to run around. The pink-haired Stephanie ran to Ash and patted Clefairy's head angrily, as if punishing it. But the force used was probably so small that it was not felt. Clefairy still looked heartless. Wow, what a cute Pikachu. Then, the pink-haired Stephanie picked up Pikachu and rubbed its cheek affectionately. Fortunately, Pikachu encountered this kind of thing many times, so it could barely hold the urge to release Thunder Shock, but it couldn't last long. 360, to prevent the other party from being Thunder Shocked, Ash took Pikachu back calmly and explained, "In fact, I didn't find it. I just encountered it by chance." Group, is that so? But I still have to thank you. Pink-haired Stephanie picked up Clefairy. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Whitney, and this is my Clefairy. Whitney, hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned at first, and then quickly asked, "If I remember correctly, you should be the trainer of the Goldenrod Gym?" "Oh, I didn't expect to be recognized." "You are right, it's me," Whitney admitted generously. "It's you." A gleam of light flashed in Ash's eyes. Since he was present, there was no reason for him to miss such a good opportunity. He immediately invited him to a fight. "Although it's a bit rude, I hope to have a gym challenge with you. Can you accept my challenge? Why are you in such a hurry? Today and tomorrow are my days off. You can come the day after tomorrow." Whitney was a little puzzled. Ash hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Because I don't like this city very much. I hope to leave early after getting the badge." "Oh." Whitney became interested. "Why do you hate this place? Can you tell me the reason?" "If I have to tell you the reason, it's too noisy here. It's not a place suitable for a trainer to practice." Ash decided to tell the truth. He thought that this would make the other party angry, but unexpectedly Whitney nodded in agreement. "You are right. I also think the city is too uproar. It's simply noise pollution. Staying here for a long time will shorten your life." Although today is a day off, but seeing that you and I have the same interests, I will make an exception once in a while. I accept your challenge. Although she is a Stephanie, Whitney is surprisingly loyal, but the reason for this exception is a bit strange, but Ash doesn't care about these as long as the challenge is accepted. Then, Ash called Lena back, and the two Stephanies got to know each other, and then the three of them returned to the Goldenrod gym, and Whitney opened the door and invited the two in. Since it was a holiday, there was only one female gym staff member on duty at the gym, so she was the temporary referee. So now, Ash from Palatown will fight against Whitney, the gym trainer of Goldenrod Gym. The Pokemon competition with gym badges, as the stakes will start now. The number of Pokemon used is 3. Is that okay? The referee turned his head and looked around, and Ash and Xiaoxi both said they had no objection. Ash, I don't know how to hold back. Whitney took out a Pokeball. First, Nidorina, go. Ash glanced at Whitney's Nidorina and felt speechless. The level of this Nidorina was pitifully low. I don't know if it was not trained much or it was just captured not long ago. In short, it was weak. As a gym trainer, he actually sent out such a weak Pokemon. Maybe the opponent has some strategy? Go ahead, Demon. To be on the safe side, Ash sent out Mismagius, who has the most flexible tactics. Even if he doesn't fall into the trap, Mismagius can still cause a lot of trouble to rival at the last minute. Wow, so cute. What kind of Pokemon is this? Whitney seemed to have seen Mismagius for the first time. Seeing its cute appearance, she couldn't imagine that the opponent was a ghost-type Pokemon at all. Seeing that the Pokemon of both sides were ready, the referee immediately announced. Then, the game officially begins. Nidorina, attack with Poison Barb. Whitney took the lead in launching the attack. Just as Ash thought, Whitney's Nidorina was pitifully weak, and the Poison Barb it emitted was not worth mentioning at all, so that Mismagius didn't even bother to dodge, and directly waved his sleeves to bounce it off. Mismagius. Ash sighed secretly. Use Shadow Ball. Remember to increase the power, Arnold. No. Mismagius smiled and responded, but this smile was more or less evil in the eyes of Nidorina on the opposite side. Then a black energy ball quickly condensed from the gem on Mismagius' chest. Nidorina, get out of the way. Whitney immediately ordered Nidorina to dodge. After receiving the trainer's order, Nidorina quickly jumped to the side, tried to avoid the opponent's attack. However, due to the Millennium Curse Amulet, the ghost-type tricks used by Mismagius were not only powerful, but also extremely fast. Mismagius aimed at Nidorina's figure, and the Shadow Ball flew over at a very fast speed and successfully hit the target. With Nidorina's speed, she couldn't even dodge. Nidorina, who was hit, screamed immediately. 5.8 under the huge level gap. It was directly solved by this attack, and mosquito coils swirled in its eyes and fainted on the ground. So strong. Whitney's face was a little serious. It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Then I have to be serious. Hearing this, Ash was immediately looking forward to it. But what surprised him was that the second Pokemon sent by Whitney was actually the Clefairy that liked to run around. Well, Whitney, you don't need to hold back. Why don't you send a more powerful Pokemon? Ash tried to make his tone more tactful. According to the system data, the Clefairy was also a weakling. He really didn't want to waste time on such a Pokemon. Hearing the contempt in Ash's words, Whitney, who was smiling all the time, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But it makes sense. No matter who is looked down upon, they won't be happy, right? Humph, Whitney snorted. My Clefairy is very powerful, and I will definitely surprise you later. Then I'll wait and see. Ash was naturally in disbelief, but Whitney was a gym trainer after all, so he couldn't say anything more. He could only hope that the other party could really give him some unexpected surprises. Clefairy, show your best trick to the other party. Naughty. After receiving Whitney's instructions, Clefairy shook his chubby body, raised 2 fingers, and began to swing them left and right in a very rhythmic manner, looking a little funny. This is Clefairy's best trick, Metronome, a wonderful trick that you don't know what will happen after using it. However, the disadvantage of this trick is also very obvious. In addition to being very unstable, The preparation time is too long. Ash can let Miss Smagius get rid of Clefairy before Clefairy uses his trick. And after hesitating for less than a second, he did so. Miss Smagius used Power Gem to solve it. Nah, like Ash, Miss Smagius had no thought of mercy. The red gemstone on its chest shone with white light, and then countless diamond-shaped gemstones appeared out of thin air around it, shooting towards Clefairy. Seeing that the gemstone attack was about to fall on Clefairy, at the critical moment, Clefairy's two little fingers finally stopped shaking and then pointed forward together, and a faint blue-white light lit up at the fingertips. Boom! The next second, Clefairy self-destructed. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field fell into a freezing point, especially Whitney, who wanted to dig a hole to get into. Fortunately, the referee quickly came to his senses and helped her out when announcing the result. Lena in the audience was also speechless and asked curiously, "Ms. Whitney, does your Clefairy only know the metronome move?" Whitney scratched her head awkwardly. "That's right, in fact, my luck has always been very good. This time it was just an accident." Hearing this, Ash shook his head secretly in his heart. How can a trainer rely on luck in a battle? You know, the goddess of luck is AB****. Maybe she follows you at the beginning, but she may leave with someone else in the blink of an eye. Ahem. Whitney took back the unconscious Clefairy, then coughed twice and said with a stiff face, "My Clefairy didn't lose to you, but lost to my own luck. Next, I will let you see my true strength." Although the other party's words sounded a bit like a face-saving, Ash didn't care. He just hoped that the other party's last Pokemon would have some strength. "Come out, my best friend. It's your turn." Whitney threw the last Pokeball, and a pink cow appeared on the playing field. This is a very famous Pokemon, Miltank. The reason why this Pokemon is famous is not because they are powerful, but because the milk they produce is the most nutritious drink in the world and is very popular among people in all regions. Yeah, Ash nodded slightly. Finally, a decent one has come. Your Miltank is pretty good. However, it's just good. Miss Smagius, thank you for your hard work. Come back first. Since Ghost-type special moves have no effect on Normal-type Pokemon, Ash decided to take back Miss Smagius and send Snorlax instead. Whitney was shocked when she saw Snorlax's huge size, but she quickly calmed down and said loudly, "Why? Are you going to use strength to decide the outcome?" "So what?" Ash asked back. "Do you think your Miltank still has a chance to win?" From the size, Miltank has no chance of winning, but obviously, Whitney doesn't think so. Her Miltank has a special trick. Don't think you can win. Miltank, use the defense roll, and then use the rollout trick. Miru. Miltank responded loudly, then rolled up like a truck tire normal and rolled out quickly on the field. However, it didn't crush Snorlax at the first time, but kept rolling around it, and the speed was getting faster and faster. As the rollout time increases, Miltank's power will become stronger and stronger. What should you do next? Seeing Whitney's smug expression, Ash almost laughed out loud. Does this silly girl think that her Miltank is the only one in the world who can do this move? Snorlax, use the same move. Kirby. After receiving Ash's order, Snorlax made a silly 360 roar, and then rolled up into a ball like Miltank and started rolling out on the field. Wait! Whitney was shocked when she saw this. This is too shameless. You actually stole my skills, and you haven't paid the tuition. Hearing this, Ash immediately said unhappily, "Who stole your skills?" My Snorlax already knows this move. Well, even if your Snorlax knows the same move, it won't be Miltank's rival. If you don't believe it, let's see. Whitney has absolute confidence in Miltank's rollout trick because she's been working hard to help Miltank practice this move, rolling up from the bottom of a long and steep slope and then rolling down at high speed. This move is her biggest reliance. However, Ash was not so stupid as to agree. Instead, he let Snorlax circle the field a few times, intending to increase its speed and power first, and then decide the winner. Miltank, catch up with it. Whitney also detected his intention and quickly ordered Miltank to chase. At this time, Snorlax's disadvantage of being huge in size was reflected. It could not compare with Miltank in terms of acceleration. After a while, it was caught up by the opponent. Seeing that the two sides were about to rear end, Ash frowned slightly and shouted, "Snorlax, use the million-ton punch." "Kirby!" Snorlax roared, then suddenly braked, turned around and punched Miltank head-on, knocking him out with one punch. However, Miltank was not seriously injured. It flew backwards and turned on the ground for several circles before rushing towards Snorlax again. After using the defense roll, Miltank's own defense was greatly improved, and the rollout trick increased its strength, so Snorlax's attack could not cause effective damage to it. Fortunately, all this was within Ash's expectations. After all, he knew this trick very well. Seeing Miltank about to rush to Snorlax, Ash made a quick decision. "Snorlax, use the yawn trick." "Kirby." After receiving Ash's order, Snorlax opened his mouth wide and began to hit long yawns one after another. As the yawns sounded, Miltank, who was originally rolling rapidly, began to slow down and finally stop completely, lying on the ground with his legs spread out and fell asleep. "What?" Whitney was dumbfounded. "Miltank, wake up. We are still in the game. You can't wake it up just by calling it." Miltank's rollout trick was stopped. Ash felt that he had already won the game. Then he waved his right hand and ordered, "Snorlax, use the billion shockwave to solve it." "Kirby!" Snorlax first roared. Then his muscles tensed up, veins popped out, and then he strode towards Miltank. Billion shockwaves, releasing all the power to attack, can cause serious damage to rival, but after using it, it will fall into a period of stiffness and temporarily unable to do other actions. From this point of view, this trick is very similar to the destruction of Death Beam, except that one is long range and the other is close range. One is special attack, and the other is physical attack. "Miltank, wake up! Get out of the way!" Whitney shouted anxiously, but Miltank was sleeping too soundly and was directly knocked out by Snorlax's shoulder, leaving a big hole in the wall. After the referee came forward to check, he announced loudly, "Miltank cannot fight, Snorlax wins, and the winner is Ash from Pallet Town." The rollout trick is indeed good, especially after the defense roll. Ash smiled at Whitney, but relatively speaking, it cannot resist the status condition imposed by rival. When using rollout, because it is spinning in circles, the mental resistance of Pokemon will become a little weak, especially when encountering special moves such as Yawn and Charm. It is almost 100% certain that they will use the move. So that's how it is. I never thought of this. Whitney showed a thoughtful expression on her face and then praised with a smile, "But you are really amazing." In the past, Rival often got flustered when facing Miltank's rollout. This is the first time I have met someone as calm as you. "Your Miltank is also very good," Ash said modestly, "especially that rollout. The acceleration is too fast, much better than my Snorlax." This is indeed true. Although Snorlax's rollout looks powerful, it is too slow. Unlike Whitney's Miltank, which guarantees power and speed at the same time, it can be said that this move has been brought to perfection. Of course, your Snorlax is so fat, so it must be slow to roll out. You should let it lose weight. Whitney's words made Ash a little bit amused. Snorlax loves to eat so much. Wouldn't it be killing him if you asked him to lose weight? Besides, Snorlax can only resist damage better if it is fat and plump. At this moment, Lena's exclamation suddenly came from the side. "Snorlax, what are you doing? Stop it." Ash turned his head and saw a scene that made him extremely embarrassed. It turned out that Miltank curled up and started to drink his own milk after waking up. Miltank's trick of drinking milk can quickly restore physical strength, which is a veritable self-production and self-sale. However, Snorlax, the glutton, rushed over with drooling after smelling the milk fragrance. It didn't care whether Miltank agreed or not, and buried its head and sucked it without saying a word. Whitney was also startled and shouted incoherently, "Ah, Ash, you are actually a hooligan. Give me Miltank, put it down. Please, I don't care." After she said that, Ash felt that he was wronged. It was Snorlax who did it, so why did he blame it on him? However, in a sense, the trainer must be responsible for the actions of his Pokemon. So Ash didn't feel like refuting it, but just took Snorlax back to the Pokeball with a dark face. He secretly made up his mind that he must starve Snorlax for a few days this time to let this guy learn a lesson. However, after such a commotion, the relationship between the two sides was somewhat eased. Whitney took out a square badge and gave it to Ash. This was the plain badge of the Goldenrod Gym. By the way, since you have Snorlax, do you want to meet my grandfather? Whitney suddenly invited. Seeing Ash's puzzled expression, she explained, "My grandfather was a trainer when he was young. He once had a very powerful Snorlax, and I inherited this gym from him. If you want to solve the problem of Snorlax rolling out too slowly, why not ask him for advice? Is it okay? Will it disturb the old man?" Although Ash was somewhat tempted, it was still a bit abrupt to make such a presumptuous visit. "It's okay. Grandpa welcomes guests." Whitney smiled and waved her hand, looking like she was in a good mood. Then she asked, "Actually, I find you to be quite polite, but your attitude just now is really not friendly." Thinking of Ash's contempt for her, Whitney still felt a little uncomfortable. "I'm just talking about the matter, not the person," Ash said bluntly. "You sent weak Pokemon like Nidorina and Clefairy to fight me. Don't you think this is rude to the challenger?" Hearing this, Whitney was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. "Well, you are right. I have always focused on Miltank and neglected the training of other Pokemon. As a gym trainer, it is indeed my dereliction of duty. But don't worry, I will definitely correct it in the future." Unfortunately, Whitney's solemn promise did not resonate with Ash. Anyway, she has already received the badge, so who cares if she changes it or not? After my grandfather quit his position as a gym trainer, he focused all his attention on the ranch. So the Miltank milk produced by our family is both nutritious and delicious, and is very popular among people. Whitney walked in front and led the way, while introducing her family's ranch to Ash and Lena. It can be seen that she's very proud of her grandfather's ranch. After all, the Miltank milk in the Johto region is world famous, and this is also due to the good ecological environment of the region. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get such high-quality milk. Here we are right here. After the three of them walked for more than 10 minutes, long fences began to appear on both sides of the road, and pink Miltanks were raised inside, most of them lazily lying on the ground basking in the sun. Ash took a look with the system and found that the level of these Miltanks was really pitifully low, and it was incomparable to Whitney's. They were just being treated as livestock. But it is also true that a high grade does not mean that high-quality milk can be produced. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Whether it is a bleeding sheep or a Miltank, only white and fat ones are good. Trained ones will reduce the quality of the product. The owner of Miltank Ranch is named Howard, an old man wearing jeans. He looks very strong and in good spirits. After hearing that Ash came to ask about Snorlax's trick, the kind old man immediately agreed. He first warmly welcomed everyone into the house, and then took out a large bucket of fresh milk. "Come on, drink something before doing business. Don't be polite, try to drink more." "Thank you." Ash hesitated to pick up the cup. He never drank milk because he didn't like sweet things. But now he had something to ask for help, and it seemed a bit embarrassing not to drink it. So he could only put it to his mouth and sip it gently. A strong, milky fragrance immediately filled his entire mouth. Fortunately, although he didn't like the taste, he wouldn't spit it out, so Ash finally forced himself to finish it. "It's so delicious. Can I have another cup?" "Pika Pika." On the other side, Lena and Pikachu drank happily, finishing the whole cup of milk in one breath, and Whitney smiled and took BDC, the milk jug, to fill them up. Of course, there's still a lot. Then, Whitney suddenly leaned close to Lena's ear and said mysteriously, "Do you know that Miltank's milk is not only delicious and nutritious, but also has a special effect?" "Special effect? What is it?" Lena asked curiously. Whitney said proudly, "That's to promote development." "Lena, don't be careless. You have to drink as much milk as me in the future." "Little Miss Whitney." Lena blushed immediately. Don't talk about this kind of thing here." "Why?" Whitney was a little puzzled at first, and then suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and looked at Ash with a smirk. So it's because your boyfriend is here that you feel embarrassed. Tut tut. It's nothing. Wait, Miss Whitney, don't talk nonsense. We are not that kind of relationship. Lena hurriedly explained, but Whitney caught the loophole in her words. You said it's not? That means it's right away? Are you waiting for him to confess? Or are you ready to take the initiative? These rapid-fire questions made Lena dizzy and incoherent, and she didn't know what to say, and Ash couldn't stand it anymore. Miss Whitney, I have to correct you. Oh, what is it? Whitney teased. Is it the one about men all like big breasts? I don't think I said anything wrong. No. Ash was very calm and began to help her with science. Milk is rich in protein, and breasts are mainly composed of fat. If you say that milk helps to increase height, it is reliable, but it has nothing to do with breast enhancement. As soon as this was said, the whole audience fell into silence. Whitney opened her mouth wide, looking like she had seen a ghost, and shouted exaggeratedly, Lena, your boyfriend is incredible. He actually talked about Stephanie's breasts openly. He will definitely be a pervert when he grows up. Nonsense. Ash disagreed. I'm discussing this with you from a scientific perspective. Please don't slander me casually. After a while, Ash and others, led by Howard, came to a small slope on the ranch and released Snorlax. Oh, your Snorlax is well-bred. It must have cost a lot of money to grow so strong. Hawad gently stroked Snorlax's belly while speaking, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. His Snorlax had left him, and it was inevitable that he would feel sad at this moment. But you have to pay attention to one thing. Howard warned Ash, Snorlax is fat, and it is easy to leave hidden injuries in its bones, so you have to take it for a comprehensive checkup frequently, instead of simply restoring its physical strength. Okay, I'll remember that. After hearing this, Ash also remembered that many strong people were like this, relying on their strong bodies to temporarily suppress injuries. And when they get old and their physical fitness declines, they're likely to burst out and die. Then, at Howard's request, Ash asked Snorlax to demonstrate the rollout trick, and after watching it, Howard shook his head in disappointment. Ash, your Snorlax is indeed very powerful, but you can't control it. Rollout only looks powerful. If you meet an expert, you can't even touch the opponent. Hawad's evaluation is very pertinent. If you really want to evaluate it, Whitney's Miltank is like a yo-yo with a string pulled by someone, rolling wherever you want. And Snorlax is at best just a bowling ball thrown out. It's difficult to turn a corner. Then, oh man, what do you think we should do? Ash asked sincerely. It's not that Ash didn't notice this, but he just couldn't think of a solution. He also asked the system, but got nothing. The reason is that there are very few powerful trainers who have Snorlax. This Pokemon has a very big appetite, so the number of wild ones is limited. Hawad stroked his beard with a thoughtful look on his face. After a long time, he said, Actually, I do have an idea, but it depends on whether your Snorlax has that talent. What is it? Ash asked hurriedly. That is to combine Mega Blast and Rollout. Howard's tone was a little excited. When using Mega Blast, Snorlax can control his muscles to the greatest extent so that the shortcomings of slow acceleration and inconvenient turning during rollout are solved. And the power can be even better. The essence of Mega Blast is to allow Pokemon to temporarily fully control their muscles so that they can burst out the strongest power in a short period of time. And the sequelae are also obvious, and they will be temporarily unable to move. However, like the destruction of the Death Ray, with the increase of strength and practice, the stiffness time will become shorter and shorter, and if it is combined with Rollout, it can completely use the inertia generated by Rollout to slowly recover without stopping. So, it's a combination skill. This is indeed a good idea, but I'm worried, can Snorlax master it? Ash expressed his concerns. To combine two special moves together, it is not as simple as 1+1. It requires extremely high talent and great practice. Just like Pikachu's Orbird Tail plus Electro Ball, with its abnormal talent, it took several weeks to master it. And Howard Snorlax has been unable to make up for this defect due to its lack of talent, which has become a regret in Howard's life. But on second thought, Ash's Snorlax can even learn Butterfly Stroke, and combination skills may not be difficult for it. However, if you want to improve this guy's enthusiasm, you have to give him some material rewards. Ash asked Howard, "Old man, can you give me a glass of Miltank milk? I want Snorlax to try it too." "Oh, of course." Howard agreed very readily, turned and walked into the house to get a large pot of milk and handed it to Ash. And Ash did not give it all to Snorlax, but just poured a little into its mouth. "Kirby, this is so delicious. Give me some more." As Ash thought, the milk produced by Miltank on the ranch was much more delicious than Whitney's. Snorlax only tasted a little and asked for more. However, Ash did not agree to it immediately, but made an agreement with it. If he wanted to have milk every day in the future, he must be obedient and do training. After hesitating for a while, Snorlax nodded in agreement. After all, this guy forced himself to learn to swim in order to eat grapefruit. It can be seen how much he's obsessed with food. Due to the Crystal Tower incident, Ash and Lena came to Goldenrod City early, and the time agreed with Dr. Akihabara was several days earlier, so they stayed at the ranch while waiting. During this period, Ash either discussed and improved Snorlax's combination skills with Howard or helped do some chores on the ranch, which was a fulfilling life. And he naturally abided by the agreement, feeding Snorlax with Miltank milk every day, but the price was really painful for him. Just a small bottle costs 100 yuan, and Snorlax can drink thousands of yuan a day. If it weren't for the 50 million that would be deposited soon, Ash really wouldn't dare to spend so much. However, the effect is also very significant. Under the captivation of delicious milk, Snorlax's practice is getting harder and harder, and he is also improving day by day. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the day agreed with Dr. Akihabara. On this day, Ash and Lena bid farewell to Howard and returned to Goldenrod City. The two first went to the Maglev train station to meet Dr. Akihabara. Coincidentally, a train arrived at the station not long after, and Dr. Akihabara was in it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ash, Lena, long time no see. Although he was wearing thick glasses, Dr. Akihabara had good eyesight and recognized the two at a glance, and greeted them loudly. After not seeing each other for nearly a year and a half, Dr. Akihabara seemed to be a little thinner, but his spirits were very good. He wore a suit and tie, with a high-spirited smile on his face, and looked like a successful person. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while, and then found a quiet cafe nearby and sat down to talk business. Dr. Akihabara took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Ash, and explained some key points in detail, most of which were about the dominance of the subsequent development of 3D Dragon. 0. To be honest, Ash didn't understand these things at all. What subsequent development, even the evolution of 3D Dragon 2, was completed by chance. Therefore, after listening to the contract in a daze, Ash directly signed his name on the contract, and then took out the Pokédex and transferred 3D Dragon 2 to Dr. Akihabara's laptop. This is... After checking the data of 3D Dragon 2, Dr. Akihabara's eyes almost popped out. He closed the computer and asked nervously in a low voice, "Ash, I have never asked you. How did you make Unit 01 successfully perfect its AI?" "What's wrong?" Ash was puzzled. "I copied an artificial intelligence system from a flying fortress." "Is there any problem?" "Flying fortress? Is it the thing developed by Gil Heavy Industries in issue?" Unexpectedly, Dr. Akihabara seemed to know this very well. He guessed it as soon as Ash said it, and expressed a very disdainful attitude. "If you ask me, that flying fortress is simply an unqualified toy. The design of the flying structure is so weird that it could be easily taken down. And that's not what I want to say." Dr. Akihabara said seriously, "Ash, tell me honestly, do you have any relationship with Team Rocket?" "No." Before Ash could speak, Serena on the side shouted, "How could Ash be related to Team Rocket? Don't talk nonsense there." Hearing this, Ash's heart tightened immediately. Sabrina was right. Serena was a decent Stephanie and would definitely have a bad opinion of Team Rocket. It seems that Sabrina's joining Team Rocket cannot be told to her. Dr. Akihabara smiled. "Don't be so excited. I just care about Ash like you, so that he won't be deceived. Lie to you. I'll tell you if you want to know. Then, Ash described what happened in Flying Fortress, and after Dr. Akihabara finished listening, his face immediately showed a solemn look. 890 asked in a deep voice, "Do you still have a machine of Team Rocket?" Ash shook it gently. "I threw it into the sea a long time ago. Alas, that's really a pity." Dr. Akihabara said with regret, "If we have that machine, maybe we can use it to break through the Rockets' firewall." "What? Do you have a grudge against the Rockets? Want to be a hacker and mess with them?" "I don't have a big grudge, I just don't like them. They want to be a saint after they have cheated on 8B*****H. Dr. Akihabara's answer is also quite willful, but it's not quite right to say that he has no grudge. After all, the teleporter he worked so hard to make was destroyed by the trio. Speaking of the Rockets, I remembered one thing. Giovanni must be feeling depressed now." Dr. Akihabara suddenly said triumphantly, which made Ash wonder. What's there to be depressed about Giovanni? Ash was a little puzzled. This time against the Alliance, he could be said to have won a great victory. This time in the Indigo Plateau battle, Team Rocket achieved great results. Not only did they recapture Mutwo, but they also humiliated Kanto and Johto Region Alliance, and even forced the Kanto Elite Four to disband. Because of Mutwo. Dr. Akihabara's laughter was really mean. That Master Ball is specially made with a fingerprint authentication system. Other people can't open it at all. After being reminded of this, Ash remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, and it was operated by his hands at the beginning. Wait, in this case, won't the guys from Team Rocket target him? Ash hurriedly asked, "Professor, do you know who are the people who are certified by the Master Ball?" "It's Siliph and Yolongdu. Why are you asking this?" Dr. Akihabara said, rather strangely. "Nothing, just wanted to ask." Seeing that Dr. Akihabara didn't know, Ash finally felt relieved. It seemed that no one told anyone about that incident, so Team Rocket shouldn't know about it. "Why? Are you worried that Team Rocket will release Mutwo?" Dr. Akihabara seemed to have misunderstood something. "Don't worry about that. Although Team Rocket does have a few computer experts, the Master Ball system is not so easy to crack. I heard from the seniors in the group that if the cracking is not done properly, the Master Ball will be automatically destroyed, and the Pokémon imprisoned in it will be dissolved immediately, without leaving any hair. Team Rocket dare not take such a big risk. The Master Ball was originally designed to imprison Pokémon that threatened humans but were inconvenient to execute. Naturally, the preventive measures were extremely rigorous. However, Team Rocket does have a set." Dr. Akihabara quickly typed on the keyboard, looking at the lines of data codes on the screen, and couldn't help but admire. Their artificial intelligence has many wonderful ideas. In this way, the second evolution of 3D Dragon is just around the corner. "Yes, then you can make a fortune by selling upgrade software," Ash said lightly. Dr. Akihabara was not annoyed. Not only upgrading the software, the group plans to split the 3D Dragon system, and each function will be charged extra. Of course, some functions cannot be bought with money, and you must become a distinguished customer of the group to use them. K, so shameless. Ash cursed in his heart, but it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he had Unit 01, and through long-term self-learning, it was much more powerful than those newly manufactured 3D Dragons. Next, after completely copying the data of 3D Dragon 2, Dr. Akihabara used a computer to transfer the cash to Ash's account on the spot. At the same time, the portable transmission device was also handed over to him. It was very easy to use. The size of the whole machine was equivalent to a briefcase. As long as the ID card was inserted into it, Pokémon could be exchanged with a designated location. Looking at the extra 50 million in the account, Ash suddenly felt like he was dreaming. He could easily get the money that ordinary people might not be able to earn in their lifetime. But soon, Ash came back to his senses from the great joy. He made money to become the strongest trainer, so he couldn't put the cart before the horse. After all, in this world, the strength of Pokémon is the foundation of survival. By the way, Professor, I want to get a private villa. Do you have any good recommendations? Private villa. Dr. Akihabara touched his chin and asked, I can't think of it for a while. Do you have any specific requirements? I'll go back and ask for you. Actually, I don't have any requirements. Ash pointed his finger. It just needs to be a little remote, with a bigger yard and a cheaper price. I mainly use it to house my Pokemon. 1. Aren't you fostering all the Pokemon with Professor Oak? Dr. Akihabara asked curiously. Well, he's old after all, and I don't want to bother him all the time. Ash lied. He just wanted to have his own territory. After all, if those excellent Pokemon were kept in Professor Oak's laboratory, they might be targeted by a high-ranking member of the Alliance one day, causing unnecessary trouble. If these are the requirements, then I can provide a good place. What do you think of MT Silver? MT Silver? Ash frowned slightly. That seems to be where the Silver Conference is held. I don't like places with too many people. You are wrong. Dr. Akihabara corrected. The Silver Conference is held in Silver Town at the foot of MT. Silver. The whole MT. Silver is very large, and the weather there is freezing cold. Usually no one goes there. Ash thought it was a good idea when he heard it. He just wanted to find a deserted place as a secret base, and the cold weather could also train the will of Pokemon. Finally, Ash and Dr. Akihabara agreed to build their new home halfway up MT Silver. Dr. Akihabara would help choose the specific location. Ash's requirements were not high anyway, as long as there was no one nearby. However, since it was placed in the ice and snow, many artificial facilities needed to be built, such as artificial lakes and greenhouses, to meet the living needs of various elves. Although the land was cheaper, the construction cost increased. Dr. Akihabara helped estimate that the entire project would cost at least 10 million yuan. 13. This money really came and went quickly. 50 million was reduced by 1/5 before it was warmed up. However, Ash didn't care. After all, there is only income after expenditure. But Lena was very puzzled by this and asked, Ash, why do you want to build your new home in such a place? It will be very inconvenient to go out in the future. Actually, she felt that it was not cost-effective to spend 10 million to build a house in a remote place. Even in the center of Saffron City, this money can buy a good house. It doesn't matter, Ash said nonchalantly. At worst, I can buy a helicopter later. Anyway, that small one costs a lot of money. Alas, Lena sighed secretly. Although she was very happy that Ash had the ability to make so much money, it was a bit extravagant to spend money. However, in the final analysis, these were Ash's own affairs, and Lena could not interfere too much, so she could only talk about it briefly. After the two sides chatted for a while again, they said goodbye to each other and left. Ash and Lena continued their journey and prepared to go to the next city. After the two walked out of Goldenrod City, they had not walked for long in the forest when Lena suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Ash, look, there seems to be some kind of event going on there. There are so many people. Let's go take a look. Yes. They walked closer and saw that it was a national park. At the entrance of the park, an uncle wearing a Venomoth costume shouted enthusiastically to the pedestrians around. The national park's regular insect catching conference is about to begin. Let's catch bug-type Pokemon together. Go to the championship. So, if it's an insect catching conference, it sounds interesting. Let's go too. Lena suggested enthusiastically. I don't care. Ash looked at her strangely. But aren't you afraid? Stephanie and Normal are afraid of insects and things. I'm not afraid, and I think some of them are quite cute. Ash was not very interested in bug-type Pokemon because bug-type was not a type that produced powerful Pokemon, and it was difficult to find one that was suitable for him. But since Lena was so interested, Ash didn't mind accompanying her to play. The two asked the staff for a leaflet, and then they quickly learned about the content and rules of the bug-catching conference. The entire national park was used as the competition venue. Participants had to capture bug-type Pokemon in the park and then bring the captured bug-type Pokemon back to the venue within the specified time. Finally, the review committee decided the champion. Each participant could only bring one Pokemon as a partner, and when capturing bug-type Pokemon, they could only use the special Pokemon 2 Park Ball limited to 10 per night provided by the organizer. It is worth mentioning that the registration fee is really not cheap, and each person has to pay 500 yuan in alliance coins. However, this could not stop people's enthusiasm, and there was still an endless stream of participants who signed up for the event. The reason was that in this event, National Park specially brought various bug-type Pokemon from various regions around the world. Pokemon released in the park. In addition to the extra prizes for the champion, the other non-champion players can still get a bug-type Pokemon as a reward, which is the one they caught. Of course, if you don't catch even a bug-type Pokemon, you can only blame yourself for not being good enough. That's... At this moment, a blue-haired Stephanie in yellow clothes suddenly rushed out from the queue and shouted excitedly, "Ash, you are all here. Casey, you are here too." Ash recognized her at a glance. The blue-haired 497 Stephanie in front of him was Casey, who had met him once before, and Chikorita, with a yellow ribbon on her head, was following her. "Ash, look, I have already got 2 badges." Casey showed the badge box, looking like "Come and praise me." Casey got 2 badges, the Zephyr badge and the Hive badge, which is pretty good for a rookie trainer. "Yeah, that's great." Ash nodded gently. He decided to meet the other party's small request. After all, rookie trainers need proper encouragement. Unfortunately, after being praised by Ash, Casey felt a little embarrassed. She scratched her head and blushed. "Hee, that's all thanks to you. The Chinchou you helped me catch performed very well. The key is to see how you train it, but I think you should catch more other Pokemon. Don't just focus on the yellow ones." The two chatted excitedly for a while, but left Lena aside. Seeing that Ash and Casey were chatting so happily, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous, pouting and being alone in the 10th. Lena waited patiently for a while and found that the two were still talking nonstop. Finally, she couldn't help it and forced herself into their conversation. "Well, let's go sign up first. The event is about to start." After being reminded by her, Ash and Casey remembered the business and hurriedly lined up behind the team. Casey said confidently, "Ash, the champion this time must be me. You just play my supporting role." Hearing this, Ash did not refute, but just smiled without saying anything. In fact, what she said was right. For a bug-catching conference like this, strength is only secondary. The key is luck. Ash's partner for the competition is naturally Pikachu. Lena chose Flame Fox, and Casey chose Chikorita. Coincidentally, the 3 chose their Earl Dervish Pokemon. But this is no wonder. After all, no matter how many Pokemon you have and how strong they are, Earl Dervish Pokemon always contains a special feeling in it. It's probably similar to first love. Of course, this is just the same meaning. Well, let me explain the rules of the game. Please use this park ball when catching bug-type Pokemon. After the registration was completed, the contestants gathered at the central venue of National Park. A bearded uncle stood on the podium to explain the rules of the game to everyone. He also held a special Pokeball in his hand, which was probably the so-called park ball. Several staff members in the audience handed park balls to the contestants one by one. Ash took it and looked at it. He found that except for the color and pattern on the surface of the ball, the rest was no different from Pokeball. BB. After a while, the bearded uncle had finished explaining the rules. Then he raised his arm and shouted loudly, "The bug-catching conference is now officially started." Duh. As the whistle of the game sounded, the contestants gathered at the venue immediately scattered and rushed into the dense woods around with their Pokemon. After all, bug-type Pokemon naturally need to be found in places with lush vegetation. It is not easy to find the Pokemon you like in a limited time. If you can be me first, you may find a high-value target before others, so no one wants to be slow. Except Ash. "Ash, hurry up," Lena urged anxiously. Others had already run away, including Casey, but Ash was still walking slowly, as if he was not in a hurry at all. "Why are you in a hurry?" Ash said calmly. "There are so many bug-type Pokemon in this park, and they won't run away. Just look for them slowly. In fact, the most important thing is that there is no clear standard for this selection, which means that whether you can win the championship depends entirely on the personal taste of the judges." Lena had no choice but to follow him helplessly. Fortunately, the two of them were lucky. Not long after entering the woods, a dense bush next to them made a rustling sound. Then, a very strange Pokemon jumped out. It was a red oval and looked a bit like rock. There were 7 or 8 round holes on its shell. Its limbs and head looked similar, like pale yellow tentacles. Oh, there's Shuckle here. Ash recognized it at a glance and was surprised. You know, Pokemon like Shuckle are very rare, but now they appear in this national park. It seems that the 500 yuan registration fee is really not paid in vain. However, Ash is not very interested in this Shuckle, because the double defense of Pokemon like Shuckle is terribly high, but correspondingly, its double attack and speed are pitifully low. Maybe in some cases, Shuckle may work wonders, but this does not match Ash's combat style, so he decisively gave up. Wow, this little guy is so cute. However, Lena was very happy when she saw it. She didn't understand the value of Shuckle. She just liked its appearance. However, Ash looked at it repeatedly, but he couldn't see where it was cute. Sure enough, do boys and girls have different aesthetics? Since you like it, then conquer it. Ash suggested. Yes. Lena nodded heavily, and then threw the park ball directly over, so fast that Ash didn't even have time to stop it. Now, what are you doing? Why don't you send the flame-eared fox to fight first? Ash was very puzzled, and Lena explained with a look of reluctance. Look at that Shuckle. It's so thin. What if the flame-eared fox hurts it? Hearing this, Ash and Pikachu rolled their eyes. Lena was just worrying about nothing. With the level of the flame-eared fox, it would be difficult to hurt rival. Kinku, the flame-eared fox, seemed to sense their contempt and immediately called out in dissatisfaction, then angrily looked at the park ball on the ground, intending to wait for the Shuckle inside to break free and prove its strength. Unfortunately, it was destined to be disappointed. Shuckle was unable to break free from the Pokeball and was directly captured by Lena. Ha, great! Lena happily rushed forward to pick up the park ball, while Ash and others were dumbfounded. Wang Zhao's. Although they had known that this Shuckle was weak, they did not expect it to be so weak that they could save themselves from fighting. Tripling. Just then, a sound of wings flapping rapidly suddenly sounded. They turned their heads and saw that a large group of giant wasps appeared from nowhere, staring at them with a bad face. Hey, Lena. Ash frowned. Are you sure what we just saw was a Shuckle? Could it be that we saw it wrong? It was actually a Weedle. How is it possible? Shuckle and Weedle look completely different. Lena was also a little confused. Ash knew this, but the scene in front of him was really incredible. Why did catching a Shuckle attract a group of Beedrills? Could it be that this Shuckle was the illegitimate child of Beedrill? Buzz. Shuckle is our important food source. You are not allowed to tame it. The leader, a particularly large Beedrill, protested to Ash and Lena. Although there was no expression on his face, Ash could hear that his tone was full of rage. Ash, what is it saying? Lena asked curiously. For what they said, it seems they want to eat Shuckle. Actually, Ash was a little unsure about this, because Shuckle looked like a Pokemon with no meat. Was it necessary for Beedrills to go to the trouble of catching it and eating its meat? Before he could figure out, Lena quickly shouted, Eat everything. Pokemon will eat Pokemon. Of course. Ash looked at her strangely. Don't you know? Many Pokemon will prey on other Pokemon, even some humans, such as Farfetch'd. I heard that their meat tastes delicious. Lena's expression became a little dull after hearing this, and she muttered for a long time, I never knew these. I thought Pokemon only ate tree fruits, and the teacher in school said so. Ash couldn't help feeling a little helpless. It was a coincidence that Lena 013 had been traveling with him for more than a year, and he really had never encountered Pokemon preying on other Pokemon. Pokemon scene. However, not encountering it does not mean that such a thing will not happen. In order to promote the positive image of Pokemon, Alliance will choose to conceal many things. Because of this, there are many people like Lena who are unaware in those cities. Anyway, I'll drive them away. Ash has no control over the Beedrills. They can eat whoever they want, but Shuckle has been subdued by Lena now, so it is naturally impossible to let these guys do whatever they want. No, I'll do it myself. Lena volunteered. Since Shuckle is my Pokemon, I should protect it. Well, then you be careful. Ash nodded and took a few steps back with Pikachu. In his opinion, this is a good thing. Lena is rarely willing to stand up and fight, instead of relying on others for everything. I think it can be regarded as growth. The Beedrills on the opposite side had already become impatient when they saw the two humans talking nonstop. So under the leadership of their leader, they launched a wave of poison bar volley attacks. Flame-eared fox, flamethrower, Kinku. Fortunately, Serlina reacted quickly and immediately ordered Flamethrower to fire the flames, and the poison barbs in the sky were immediately cleared and burned to ashes in midair. Seeing this, the Beedrills looked at each other and began to hesitate. They seemed to be very afraid of Flamethrower. After all, insect Pokemon are naturally afraid of fire. Song has strong strength or can overcome it through acquired training. However, facing the attack of more than 10 Beedrills, it is still very difficult for Serlina to rely on a single flamethrower to wipe them out. If Chansey is also on the stage, it is still possible. After all, Chansey can add blood and resist, and Flamethrower is behind to output. Then the perfect iron triangle will be formed. However, this method does not work in this bug-catching conference where only one Pokemon can be used. The entire park is full of cameras recording the performance of the players for the audience outside the venue. In other words, the fact that Ash and Lena were targeted by a large group of Beedrills had already been captured by the camera and shown on the big screen outside the venue. Seeing the performance of the two, the audience immediately talked about it, and most of them criticized Ash. After all, how could 10 men let Stephanie stand in front of them? Fortunately, Ash couldn't hear what they said, otherwise who knows what he would think. In the field, more than 10 Beedrills spread out in a line, vaguely surrounding the Flame Fox, and it seemed that they were planning to use a dispersed attack to leave the opponent nowhere to hide. "Wait!" Lena shouted dissatisfiedly. "You are obviously outnumbered. You are still using such tactics. This is too despicable." Ash shook his head after hearing this. Talking to wild Pokemon, especially to Beedrill, a forest bully, is like talking to a cow. Seeing that Lena was a little at a loss, Ash had to remind her, since the opponent wants you to be unable to focus on one target, you could try to use the same method to deal with them. The same method? Hearing this, Lena immediately fell into thinking. Fortunately, she was not stupid and quickly thought of it. Then she hurriedly shouted, "Flame Fox, use Double Team." Flame Fox flicked its tail, and its figure swayed for a while. Then 7 or 8 identical shadow clones appeared on the field and dispersed in different directions without hesitation. The Beedrills didn't seem to expect the other side to use this trick, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. The leader buzzed twice and commanded his men to disperse and chase. It seems that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Hee, now it's a one-on-one. Lena smiled triumphantly and shouted to the only Beedrill leader who didn't leave, "I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Such a simple trick tricked your men away." Ash was speechless and complained in his heart. Otherwise, how high do you expect these Beedrills to have? According to the current situation, as long as the flame-eared fox can kill the Beedrill leader before the group of Beedrills come back, it will be fine, but this is a little difficult. The strength of the Beedrill leader is not weak, and although the flame-eared fox is well-trained, it lacks combat experience after all, and it has not evolved, so it is inherently weaker. Just when the flame-eared fox and the Beedrill were on the verge of a showdown, a terrible growl suddenly came from nearby. From the sound, it seems to be those Beedrills from before. The Beedrill leader was anxious now. Without saying anything, he left the flame-eared fox behind and flew over there. After a moment of hesitation, Lena said quickly, "Ash, let's go over there and take a look." "Do we have to go?" Ash was not really interested, but seeing Lena's determined eyes, he had to accompany her to see the excitement. When they got there, the scene in front of them made them dumbfounded. They saw a huge blue scorpion that was more than 1 meter long, frantically attacking 2 Beedrills, and it was holding another on its tail claw. This big scorpion was so strong that it could fight 3 at once. "Is this Pokemon?" "Purple Gligger." Ash's tone was a little uncertain, mainly because the purple Gligger in front of him was really too big, roughly estimated to be close to 1.5 meters. You should know that ordinary purple Gligger is only between 0.8 to 1 meters, and the one in front of him is really well developed as a wild one. Why did that big scorpion fight with Beedrill? Lena asked Ash with a puzzled look, hoping to get an answer from him. No reason. Probably they don't like each other, or they are hungry. This answer sounds unreliable at first, but it is often the case. Purple Gligger often feeds on other insect Pokemon. Although Beedrill is not small, it is not too difficult to hunt with its size. The two of them just said a word, and another Beedrill on the field was swept over by the Purple Gligger's tail, and the Beedrill leader could no longer hold back and joined the battle waving 2 long spears. Unexpectedly, the powerful Beedrill leader was unable to change the situation. The two sides fought evenly, and it was hard to tell who would win. Ash, let's stop them quickly. They will all get hurt if they continue like this. Lena said anxiously. It's useless. Ash shook his head. This Purple Gligger looks very bad-tempered. It's impossible to stop it without getting hurt. Bad-tempered? Why would it get angry for no reason? Lena was puzzled. Ash looked around and explained, it may be an environmental problem. The environment of this national park is very good, with dense forests everywhere, but the Purple Gligger normal lives in deserts or wetlands, and it is probably not used to this place. The environment of the Johto region is indeed several blocks ahead of other regions, but this does not mean that it is suitable for all Pokemon to survive. On the contrary, some Pokemon just like places with harsh environments. From this point of view, the national park's approach is inappropriate. Without doing a good investigation in advance, in order to attract many contestants, it has introduced non-local Pokemon in one go. Ash even thought about whether to call to report it, but then he thought about it and thought that it had nothing to do with him, so he finally gave up. Then, Lena hesitated for a while and suggested, Ash, why don't you capture it? Anyway, you have to capture a bug-type Pokemon. Okay, Ash readily agreed. Although this Purple Gligger has a bad temper, it is still talented and worth training. He immediately ordered, Pikachu, use the Orbird tail to make them stop. Pikachu. Pikachu responded, ran forward and jumped suddenly, and, at the same time, the lightning-shaped tail emitted a bright light and was wrapped in a layer of metallic color. Then, the Orbird tail fell from the sky and hit the ground between the Purple Gligger and the Beedrill leader fiercely. With a bang, the sky, full of gravel, flew everywhere, forcing the two Pokemon to take a few steps back. Seeing that someone dared to obstruct their fight, the two Pokemon turned their heads and stared at Pikachu with a bad face, and Pikachu was not timid and shouted at them, meaning that they should stop. Unfortunately, not only did the two sides not agree to stop, but they also attacked Pikachu at the same time, and the tricks they used were pin missile. Tiny needles were fired from the front limbs of Beedrill and the tail of Purple Gligger. There were so many that, even if you didn't aim, there would be a few that could hit. Fortunately, Pikachu reacted quickly, or was secretly on guard against these two guys, so when the other party just attacked, it almost immediately retreated quickly and avoided all attacks. Pika! Pikachu yelled at them. This time it was really angry. All the pin missiles fired by these two guys were aimed at its vital points, such as throat, eyes, etc. If it was hit, even if it didn't die, it would probably not feel good. Coincidentally, the Beedrill ability in this park is Snipe Shot. The literal description of this ability is that when the attack hits the vital point, the damage is 1.5 times the normal damage of hitting the vital point. Of course, this is just a rough data summarized by researchers through countless cases. In fact, this ability can be understood as Pokemon with the Snipe Shot ability will focus on the target's vital points to attack, so it will cause extra damage. In that case, even if it is just a special move with very low damage, the lethality will become considerable when it hits the vital points and adds the Snipe Shot ability. Lena, you deal with Beedrill, and I will take care of the Purple Gligger. It is not too difficult for the Fire-type Flame Fox to deal with Beedrill, and Lena herself does not want to just watch, so she readily agreed and accepted it. To be honest, letting Pikachu and the Purple Gligger fight is completely bullying rival. Although the Purple Gligger is much larger than Pikachu, in fact, the combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Pikachu just used a thunderbolt to hit it and directly electrocuted the purple Gligger to the ground, and his whole body twitched constantly. Looking at the purple Gligger's stubborn and unyielding eyes, Ash shook his head secretly, knowing that it was useless to reason with it, so he could only throw the park ball over. Bang! The purple Gligger's body turned into a red light and was collected into the ball. The park ball stopped moving after shaking violently for a few times, indicating that it was successfully captured. But Ash couldn't be happy. Although this purple Gligger was forcibly captured by him, its temper seemed to be still very bad, and it took a long time to calm down. He could feel waves of irritable wave feedback coming from the park ball. If the purple Gligger was released from the ball now, this guy would definitely make a big fuss, right? We thought of this. Ash couldn't help but feel a headache. It seems that before training this purple Gligger, he still has to give it psychological counseling. If it really doesn't work, he can only release it into the mountains. On the other side, Seralina's Flame Fox fought against Beedrill Leader, and the fight was quite lively. Both sides fought back and forth and refused to give in. From the perspective of the audience outside the field, the battle here was more interesting. Pikachu was completely killed by the purple Gligger in 1 second, which was not interesting at all. Analyzing from the 2 spears on Beedrill's forelimbs, Seralina judged that this Pokemon should be good at physical attack, so she thought of the method she used when dealing with the Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus last time. Flame Fox, use Will-O-Wisp. Tenku, I saw a purple flame spit up from Flame Fox's mouth, and in a blink of an eye, it wrapped Beedrill and then sank into its body. Then Beedrill, who was attacked by the flame, groaned, and traces of burns appeared faintly on his body, and it seemed that he was in a state of burns. Well done. Lena immediately decided to pursue the victory. Flame-eared Fox, use Flamethrower. Buzz. Beedrill flapped his wings quickly, first used agility, and dodged the attacking flames in a flash. At the same time, his tail tilted forward and shot out a small needle with a faint purple light on the tip, which was obviously Poison Barb's special move. Lena was about to tell Flame-eared Fox to avoid it, but at this moment, a figure jumped out of the bush next to him, pointing at the bee and shouting, "Chikorita! Use Vine Whip to catch Beedrill." Jigu. The person who came was Casey and her Chikorita. After receiving the order, Chikorita immediately stretched out 2 long vine whips from her neck and wrapped them around Beedrill's waist. Poor Beedrill was burned by Flame-eared Fox, and his strength at this time was not as good as that of the little Chikorita, and he couldn't break free at all. "Wait," Lena asked dissatisfiedly. "What are you doing?" "I found this Beedrill first." "Oomph. Whoever sees it gets it. Whoever wins, it gets it." Casey snorted, obviously not intending to let go. She likes Beedrill very much, mainly because this Pokemon is yellow in appearance. Although this reason sounds a bit idiotic, it is the fact. In fact, if Casey had made a direct request, Lena would definitely agree with her personality. Unfortunately, for some reason, she didn't want the other party to give in, but wanted to take it by strength. Lena was also slightly angry. She always felt that Casey was taunting her, and the reason seemed to be not just Beedrill. She glanced at Ash, who was looking down and thinking about something, and made up her mind that she must not give in here. Flame Fox, use Flamethrower to burn the vines. After hearing Lena's words, Flame Fox immediately spit up a flame at Vine Whip, which scared Chikorita so much that she quickly took back Vine Whip. "Hey, why are you attacking my Chikorita?" Casey asked loudly in dissatisfaction. Lena pretended to be innocent and waved her hand. "Didn't you say that? Whoever wins Beedrill will get it. I just need to defeat your Chikorita, right? Okay, it seems that you want to have a Pokemon battle with me." Casey took a deep breath, picked up the horn on his neck, and shouted, "Come on. Who is afraid of who? The Electabuzz team is never afraid of any challenge. Chikorita and I are invincible, just like the Electabuzz team." Haha. Casey, bragging is not a good habit. I clearly remember that the rival team lost again not long ago. Originally, Lena was not very interested in baseball. She just watched a few games with Ash. Now, In order to fight against the competition, she ruthlessly exposed the other party's lies. Casey's face turned red, and he tried to defend himself. Nonsense. That time we lost because of that stupid pitcher's unstable performance. It was an accident. An accident. So what? Losing is losing. No matter what you say, they still lost. Lena's infuriating tone made Casey furious. She held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Number 1 pitcher Chikorita is ready to fight. Use sweet breath." Jigu. Chikorita immediately waved the big leaf on his head, emitting bursts of pink gas, which looked very good. Fuku. After smelling it, the flame-eared fox actually showed an intoxicated expression on his face, as if he was addicted to it, and his body was swaying, as if he was drunk. Flame-eared fox. Cheer up. Lena shouted its name anxiously, but it didn't work. The flame-eared fox still looked decadent, and the opposite side, Nina, would naturally not miss this great opportunity. Okay, the little fox has been immersed in the fragrance and can't extricate himself. Chikorita. Next is a straight ball. Use tackle. Chikorita moved her 4 short legs and rushed forward, then bumped into the flame-eared fox, knocking it out. Flame-eared fox. Lena quickly caught it. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Lena rarely let the flame-eared fox fight, and she only practiced with Ash a few times and never hurt at all. Haha, it's so funny. What does it hurt? You're just like your little fox. It's just a vase that looks good but is useless. Casey laughed at her. You damn baseball girl. Lena was about to flail, and her pink fists were unconsciously clenched tightly. After the flame-eared fox felt the emotions of its master, a surge of excitement suddenly surged in its heart, and then its body actually emitted a dazzling white light. What is this? Evolve. Lena was slightly stunned, and then quickly put the flame fox on the ground. In the dazzling white light, the figure of the flame fox gradually changed, and its size slowly grew taller and bigger. It originally stood on all 4s and now stood on 2 legs. Lena quickly took out the Pokédex and aimed it at it. After a few seconds, the Pokédex made a mechanical sound. Wow. Firetail Fox, a fox Pokémon. The evolution of Flame Fox with a wooden stick stuck in its tail, and uses its tail to ignite the wooden stick to fight. Great! Looking at this new Pokémon in front of her, Lena was full of joy. Compared with the cute Flame Fox, the Firetail Fox, standing upright, gave people a heroic feeling. And the light of wisdom flashed in its eyes from time to time. It seemed that its mind should be very smart. This is probably because its final evolution has a psychic type. Evolved at this critical moment. Faced with this situation, Casey felt a little tricky, but soon she shouted with full energy, "Evolved, so what? Chikorita, don't lose to it." Jigu. Chikorita has the same temper as its owner, and is also a master who refuses to admit defeat, especially after coming into contact with the arrogant and disdainful eyes of the flame-eared fox. An inexplicable emotion immediately surged into its heart. Then it actually emitted white light and began to evolve. Why is this happening? This time it was Lena's turn to be dumbfounded. It was rare for her to show off in front of her competitor rival, but she didn't expect to be defeated all of a sudden. How's it? Casey was stunned for a moment, then immediately became complacent. My Chikorita evolved into Bayleaf. It looks much more powerful than your fox. Win. What did you say? Hearing Casey dare to say that, Lena immediately became unhappy and retorted, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Obviously my Firewood Tail Fox is more powerful. Your eyes are the problem. That fox looks weak, and my Bayleaf can knock it away with a single hit." The two Stephanies started arguing on the spot, and this finally brought Ash back to his senses. He had been thinking about what to do with the purple Gligger just now, and didn't pay attention to the situation here. "What's wrong with you?" As soon as Ash asked, Casey rushed up and answered first. "Ash, your friend bullied me. She let her bad fox attack my Bayleaf." Bayleaf? Hearing this, Ash was slightly stunned. He looked around and found that there were 2 Pokemon he had never seen before on the field. I didn't expect that both sides would evolve at the same time, which is a kind of fate. But Lena didn't think so. Seeing Casey dare to complain first, she was so angry that she almost exploded. Ash, don't listen to this baseball girl. It's obviously her who wants to steal my bee-drill. Bee-drill? Ash frowned. Aren't you going to stop bee-drill? Since Casey wants to conquer him, why don't you give him to her? Because you already have Shuckle. Oh no? Lena was speechless. Thinking carefully, she originally wanted to stop Bee-drill and Gligger from fighting, so she asked the flame-eared fox to fight. What was the reason for her to fight with Casey? Hee, did you hear that? Casey said smugly, which made Lena angry. In fact, she herself couldn't figure out why she behaved so badly in front of this baseball girl. Her temper was obviously very good at ordinary times. Okay, stop showing off. Ash also scolded Casey to prevent her from getting too proud of herself. And what about the bee-drill? Did it fly away while you were arguing? It was only then that Lena and Casey realized that bee-drill, one of the parties involved, had sneaked away without knowing when. After a moment of silence, the two began to complain to each other again. Humph, it was because of your mess that bee-drill ran away. What do you mean I messed up? It was obviously you who got it first. You attacked my Bailey first. You were the first to snatch bee-drill from me. It's you. Okay, shut up. Ash endured for a while, but he couldn't stand it anymore. He felt like his head was going to explode. He had read in a book that a philosopher said that a woman was equal to 500 ducks. He didn't believe it at first. Now, think about it. He was too young and naive at that time. It's more than 500 ducks. If it's two women quarreling, then it should be calculated according to 500 squares. Stop quarreling. Casey, we'll help you find another bee-drill. It doesn't take much effort to find a bee-drill. There are bee-drills everywhere in this national park, but bee-drills live in groups, so it's difficult for a single trainer to subdue them. Seeing that Ash seemed a little angry, the two didn't dare to talk anymore. They all nodded obediently to agree with this plan. The three of them wandered around the park and finally found a bee-drill's nest. After Pikachu electrocuted them all, they helped Casey choose the strongest one. After doing all this, it was almost noon, and the time limit stipulated by the conference was approaching. The three of them immediately returned to the center of the venue and handed the park ball to the staff. Hey Ash, who do you think will be the champion this time? Will be my bee-drill, Casey asked with a smile. How is that possible? Lena snorted in dissatisfaction. The big scorpion that Ash caught can deal with 3 bee-drills at once, and yours has no chance at all. Unexpectedly, Lena thought Casey would refute, but the other party nodded in agreement. If it is Ash, then I can accept losing to him. After all, he is Ash. What do you mean he is Ash after all? Lena really wanted to complain about this, but at this moment, a sudden noise came from the crowd on the other side. Hurry up. Stop it. The three turned around and saw that the source of the commotion was the purple Gligger that Ash caught. At this time, it was waving its 2 large claws at the surrounding crowd, scaring people to scream, especially the judges who were closest to them. Their faces turned pale with fear. Ash, Lena looked at them worriedly. What happened to that big scorpion? Do you want to stop it? Nothing. Let make a fuss for a while, and it will be fine. Probably. Ash didn't care at all, and he didn't bother to care. To put it bluntly, the reason why this purple Gligger was like this was entirely due to the organizers. If someone died, it was their fault. The only trouble was how to tame this guy after he got it in his hands. Logically, it would be the most appropriate to beat him directly, but in this way, I'm afraid the intimacy would be terribly low. Maybe the purple Gligger should learn a move called frustration? The damage would definitely be off the charts. 150. After more than 10 minutes, with the efforts of many staff members, the purple Gligger was finally forcibly subdued, put into the pokeball, and then handed to Ash impatiently. It seems that this group of people were scared of this little evil star. After the evaluation and appraisal by the conference judges, the champion of this year's bug-catching conference will be announced now. After collecting all the contestants' park balls, the bearded uncle took the mat wind and announced loudly, in addition to getting the bug type you caught, in addition to Pokemon, the champion will also receive a mysterious prize provided by the organizer. Hearing this, All the contestants showed their expectations and excitement. Everyone fantasized that they could become the champion, except Ash. After all, the purple gligger had just made a big fuss. The judges must have been vice-gripped to choose the purple gligger as the champion. So, the champion of this insect catching conference is underscore. The bearded uncle deliberately kept it a secret for a few seconds before shouting loudly. The prize chosen by Ash, who caught the purple snail, is the right one of awakening. Huh, did you really get caught by the door? Although he was slapped in the face by the judges, Ash still felt very good to get the prize. I heard that the judge's opinion was that Ash was a well-deserved insect catcher for being able to catch such a brave purple gligger. Well, if possible, Ash would rather not have Dawnstone than this pitfall title. Except for Bugsy, no one would want to be an insect catcher. I'm Xiao Dang from Cherry Grove City. Let's fight. After saying goodbye to Casey and leaving National Park, Ash and Lena continued their journey. When they were heading to Ikrutik City along the mountain road, they suddenly heard a shout of trainer invitation not far away. Ash, it seems that someone is fighting Pokemon. Let's go and see, Lena suggested enthusiastically. No, Ash refused. What's so good about this kind of roadside battle? Most of them are just small characters. Maybe it's just two little brats playing. Yes, I know you were good, okay. Lena smiled helplessly, but didn't insist on going. And Ash ignored her teasing and said while touching his stomach, Anyway, I'm hungry. Let's have lunch here. Okay, I'll prepare it, and you go to feed the Pokemon. The two immediately divided the work and cooperated. Lena was responsible for the food for humans, while Ash was responsible for preparing the food for the Pokemon. In comparison, Ash's job was undoubtedly much simpler. He just had to pour the Pokemon food from the bag into the bowls, and then release the Pokemon from the Pokeball. But there was one thing that made Ash worry. The purple gligger was as uncooperative as ever. He didn't even smell the Pokemon food, no matter what he said. This made Ash feel a little impatient. Relying on the power of Waveguide, he could communicate with any Pokemon. Because of this, he was very successful in capturing Pokemon normal. At least after capturing, Earl Dervish's intimacy was much higher than others. But this time, the intimacy between the purple gligger and him was probably negative. Not to mention commanding the battle. He didn't even eat the Pokemon food he fed it, but went underground to find food for himself. The only thing that made Ash feel relieved was that this guy knew to run back. But thinking carefully, maybe Purple Gligger was just unfamiliar with the place, so after weighing the pros and cons, he thought it would be better to stay with him. Thinking this way, Ash's relief disappeared immediately. Ash, isn't it because Scorpion can't let go? One Lena asked worriedly. For some reason, she just couldn't get used to calling Purple Gligger by his full name, but felt that the nickname Big Scorpion was very appropriate. Ash let her go, and Purple Gligger ignored her directly. Yeah, Ash sighed slightly. I heard others say that Gliggers seem to hold grudges, and it seems to be true. Although Gligger and Purple Gligger have nothing to do with each other, for some reason, Ash just connected the two together. At least this Purple Gligger has a clear distinction between love and hates humans. But it makes sense. If someone dares to drive him away from his hometown for no reason, Ash will skin that guy. While the two were enjoying lunch with the Pokemon battle on the other side seemed to be in full swing. Song heard 10 of them shouting, Alakazam, use the illusion group. Then not long after, another proud voice sounded, you shouldn't use psychic-type tricks on Moon Pokemon. You are too naive. This is not naive, this is stupid. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help it. How stupid was the trainer who sent Alakazam? He actually let the psychic Pokemon deal with the Dark Moon Pokemon? If it was a tactic, it would be fine, but he used the illusion technique that was completely ineffective against the Dark Pokemon. He was just stupid. Sure enough, Ash bit the sandwich in his hand, speechlessly. It seemed that I was right. Only some low-end battles will happen in such a wilderness. The trainer who can't even figure out the attribute counteraction is not even qualified to challenge the gym. But then again, that smug voice always sounded a little familiar, as if it was some arrogant guy. But Ash couldn't remember who it was for a while. I say, Ash, you don't have to say that. Lena smiled bitterly. Perhaps because of the purple Gligger's disobedience, Ash seemed to have a bad temper recently, and his words became more harsh. Next time you pass by the city, buy him some cuting tea to cool down. Just as Lena was thinking this, the battle over there was coming to an end, and it seemed that the winner had been decided. Judging from the words, the trainer who used Pokemon should have won. Well done, Moon Pokemon. You performed so well. The trainer praised his Pokemon loudly. Fisk, what's there to be proud of? Ash looked unhappy. It's just a Moon Pokemon. My Lucario can teach it to be a Pokemon in a minute, right? As he said that, Ash turned his head to look at Lucario, who was eating food silently. After Lucario felt his gaze, he was stunned for a moment and then nodded expressionlessly. It's a good thing that he asked Lucario. With its personality, it's really difficult for it to praise itself. At most, it can only nod to show that it has confidence. If you ask Sylveon, it's estimated that this guy will brag about himself to the sky, and even the opponent's Moon Pokemon will surrender without a fight. Just seeing its figure will tremble with fear and run away to the Pokeball. However, perhaps because Ash's voice was a little louder, or because the battle was over, the surrounding environment suddenly became quiet. In short, his words were heard by the other party without missing a word, which immediately caused the other party's dissatisfaction. Hey, you are a power trip. Come and fight with my Moon Pokemon if you have the guts. Pokemon fight. The trainer walked towards Ash with the Moon Pokemon, and when they met, their faces became strange. Because the person who came was Gary. Gary, Ash looked at him with sympathy. Because you lost in the Indigo Plateau Conference, you deliberately ran to this kind of hell to bully the weak? But this is not bad. At least you can feel more balanced. What bully? That guy's Alakazam is also very strong. Gary was naturally extremely dissatisfied with Ash's statement. Yes, he is really strong. Trainer who doesn't even know that Psychic-type moves are ineffective against Dark-type moves is really strong. Only a master like you, Gary, can defeat him. Ash's mocking and sarcastic words made Gary's face turn pale and blue. Not only him, but also the man named Xiao Dang behind him was also very angry. He originally just came here to watch the fun, but he didn't expect to be mocked for no reason, which made him feel very depressed. I haven't seen you for a few months, but you're still so power trip. Gary covered his forehead helplessly. He really wanted to teach Ash a lesson, but there was a very realistic problem in front of him. He was not Ash's rival. No, that's not called power trip. I'm just stating the facts. Ash glanced at Xiao Dang and said lightly, You have cultivated a powerful Pokemon like Alakazam. Why is your basic knowledge still so poor? Don't you let it learn Miracle Eyes before dealing with the evil type. Miracle Eyes? Xiao Dang was stunned for a moment. What is that trick? I've never heard of it. Go home and check it on the internet. Ash was speechless about this guy, so he simply ignored him and turned to Gary and said, Since we rarely meet, why not have a battle? And by the way, it's just right to digest after lunch. You've eaten, but I'm still hungry. Gary rolled his eyes at him. Don't say anything. I know you feel you have no chance of winning, but you don't need to make such a 447 excuse. These words immediately made Gary very angry, but Ash's next words made him brighten up again. I won't send Pikachu either, lest you say I'm bullying you. Except for the Firetail Fox, Piku, and Chansey, the rest are my Pokemon. You can choose anyone to be the rival. Hearing this, Gary's eyes swept over the Pokemon, and he found that most of them were unfamiliar faces that he had never seen before, which meant that they were newly captured by Ash. If this is the case, then his chances of winning are still very high. However, Gary hesitated for a moment and refused righteously. Humph, don't look down on me. I, Gary Oak, will not pick the weak as my rival. Oh, Ash smiled. So you want to challenge Pikachu? Or Lucario? Neither. I know I'm not your rival yet, but one day me and the Moon Pokemon will definitely defeat you and your Pikachu. Black 8BD. The expression on Gary's face seemed full of confidence, and the Moon Pokemon next to him also responded confidently. It seems that the compatibility between the two is still very good. Then you do your best. Seeing that the other party refused to fight, Ash suddenly felt a little bored. At this time, the purple Gligger who went out to find food came back. It didn't do anything else. Song was staring at Ash silently. This Pokemon, Gary frowned. Look at its eyes. It seems to be very hostile to humans. Ash, did you bully it? Only a ghost would bully it. Ash took out the Pokeball and took the purple Gligger back in a bad mood, then waved his hand and said, "Anyway, don't mention it. I'm almost annoyed by it. If it's a matter of intimacy, I can give you a good idea." Gary smiled, with a mysterious look on his face. 1+4. That Soothe Bell, it's sold in Pokemon stores. I didn't expect you didn't even know this. Gary waved his hand helplessly, with a look of, "You are really ignorant," which made Ash really want to beat him up. But to be honest, Ash didn't really know much about the so-called Soothe Bell, mainly because he had never encountered a difficult Pokemon like Purple Gligger, which was even more troublesome than Metagross. After taking the opportunity to despise Ash, Gary became obviously in a good mood and opened up. "Ash, don't think you can easily win the Silver Conference this time. Do you know which powerful trainer will come to participate this time? Are you talking about yourself?" Ash said indifferently. "Of course not referring to me." Gary glared at him fiercely. "I heard from my grandfather that Mr. Lance's cousin will also come to participate in the Silver Conference this time. That's a real strong enemy." Yolondu's younger brother? Ash was slightly stunned, and then said indifferently, "I admit that Duelite is very powerful, but this does not mean that his brother is also powerful. I don't understand what's so nervous." Although Yolondu is no longer an elite, Ash is still used to calling him Duelite, not because of respect or something like that, but simply because he is too lazy to change his words. "What do you know?" Gary retorted helplessly. "How can the members of the Yulon clan not be powerful? I heard that Yulon Can is the most dazzling new star of the younger generation of the clan. He stayed in a Hoenn Search Bureau for exchange and study before, and once caused a serious blow to the Magma team and the Water Fleet there. Then why did he come back?" Ash Solation asked. "It's because of Team Rocket." Gary sighed and explained, "My grandfather told me that the Yulon clan was seriously injured in the battle with Mutwo, so they decided to recall all the clan members from each region. As the founder of the Alliance Search Bureau, the Yulon clan has sent elite clan members to assist or coach each branch and expand their influence, by the way." And Gary continued, "That Yulonkin is one of them. I heard that he is ready to challenge the position of elite, and for this, the Silver Conference Championship must be won. To become an Alliance elite, you must first win the conference champion of the same year, and then you will be eligible to challenge. Then you will have to compete with an existing elite. The competition process is open and fair, and will be broadcast live around the world simultaneously to eliminate any possibility of cheating. Of course, it does not mean that you must win, as long as the challenger's strength is comparable to that of rival and is recognized by other members." "Really? Thank you for telling me this." Ash smiled slightly and secretly remembered the name Yolonkin in his heart. The stronger the rival, the more interesting it is. It seems that this Silver Conference will not be boring. Alas, you guy. Gary saw Ash's expression and knew that he did not take his advice to heart. "In short, you should be careful. The Yulon clan has been active in the Johto region recently. Don't mess with them for no reason." Ash scoffed at Gary's advice. How could he provoke the Dragon clan for no reason? Gary was thinking too much. After chatting for a while, the two sides said goodbye and left. Gary continued to practice in the nearby mountains, while Ash and Lena entered Ikrutik City. Ikrutik City is a famous ancient capital in the Johto region. It is two extremes from the Goldenrod City that Ash visited before. One is completely modern, and the other is full of antiques. In this historical and cultural city, traditional wooden Japanese buildings can be seen everywhere, and the most famous ones are the two tallest buildings in the city, Bell Tower and Bell Art. These two towers are the symbols of Ikrutik City. It is said that they were built to enhance the friendship between humans and Pokemon, and the scenery on the top of the tower is even more magnificent. The Bell Tower on the east side is used to wake up Pokemon, while the Bell Tower on the west side makes Pokemon sleep. According to legend, the Phoenix Master lives on the top of the Bell Tower. Lugia lived in the Bell Tower, but 150 years ago, a lightning bolt hit the bell tower, turning it into a sea of fire. The fire continued to burn for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally a heavy rain put out the flames. In this fire, Asuakun, Nti, and Reiku were burned to death in the tower. Ho-Oh descended from the sky and gave them new life, and made them stronger than other Pokemon. They also became the spokespersons of Ho-Oh in the world. So far, the Bell Tower exists in name only, and people change their name to Burn Tower. By the way, the Lugia here is not the Lugia of the Orange Islands. One is the god of the sea, and the other is an ordinary Pokemon. The two are completely incomparable. The legend of Ikrutik City and Ho-Oh has been passed down to this day, but there are many difficult-to-explain starting points. The simplest example is that Suicune, Nti, and Reiku are legendary Pokemon. How could they be burned to death by a mere fire? Even if they can't put out the fire with their power, can't they even rush out of the tower? Moreover, Lugia is a Pokemon that can control the weather. It is easy for her to make a heavy rain in a local area to put out the fire. How could it burn for 3 days and 3 nights? Based on these doubts, many scholars came to investigate, but surprisingly, all of these people died. Over time, people began to think that this behavior was a blasphemy against Ho-Oh, which would lead to the punishment of heaven, so no one dared to investigate. It was shelved. However, for Ash, he didn't care about these legends at all. No matter what great conspiracy was behind it, it had nothing to do with him. The first thing to do when entering Ikrutik City is to challenge the gym. The two went to the Pokemon Center first to let the Pokemon recover their strength, and then followed the map instructions on the Pokédex to easily find the Ikrutik Gym. The Ikrutik Gym is a large complex house. From the outside, it doesn't look like a gym at all, but more like the mansion of a wealthy family. Hello, what can I do for you? Before Ash knocked on the wooden door, the gym door automatically moved to the sides, and behind the door stood a brown-haired young man with a green headscarf on his forehead, and his eyes looked lazy. Seeing Ash and Lena standing at the door, the young man smiled friendly and said, "This is the Ikrutik Gym. I'm the gym trainer Morty. What can you two do for me?" Ash stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am the trainer Ash from Pallet Town, and I am here to challenge the gym." "Oh, you are here to challenge the trainer." Morty looked at Ash calmly for a while, then nodded. "I see. Since you're the challenger, then please follow me." The two followed Morty to a closed house. In the bright and spacious hall, there were several children about 7 or 8 years old kneeling by the wall, looking at them curiously. "Let me introduce you." Morty pointed to the row of children. "These are the children who want to become trainers. Sometimes I will explain to them. This is also the job of the gym trainer." Then, Morty looked at Ash again and said, "Ash, I want them to see the gym competition, okay? Please." Without anyone's hint or command, the group of children took the initiative to bow slightly to Ash and ask for consent in unison. Being stared at by so many eyes, Ash was embarrassed to refuse them, not to mention that they were all a group of children, which made it even more difficult to refuse. "Thank you so much." Seeing Ash agreed, Morty seemed very happy and quickly arranged for people to prepare the battlefield. Although the architectural style of the Ikrutik Gym is very retro, the battle facilities inside are full of modern atmosphere, and there are even electronic screens. 0. Ash and Morty's avatars appeared on the electronic screen. Green represents the gym owner, and red represents the challenger. There are 3 black horizontal bars under each person's avatar, representing the 3 Pokemon that will be competing on both sides. This scene is almost exactly the same as the game at the Alliance Conference. Then, let's start the gym competition now. At the referee's signal, Ash and Morty stood on both sides of the battlefield, and then he loudly announced the rules of the game. Each team uses 3 Pokemon. When all the Pokemon on one side lose their combat ability, the game is over. The challenger will attack first in the battle. Only the challenger can replace Pokemon in the game, and the gym trainer cannot replace it. After the referee finished speaking, Morty immediately smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Ash responded casually and took out the Pokeball. Then the game begins. The referee announced with his right hand raised high. Go see. Morty threw a pokeball first, and with a light bang, the pokeball bounced open, and suddenly a smoke-like Pokemon appeared in the middle of the field. On the other side, the Pokemon sent by Ash was, Go Mismagius. A dark purple humanoid Pokemon floated on the battlefield, dressed like a magician, with a pair of crystal-clear eyes flashing with cunning light. Oh, isn't this Mismagius? Seeing the Pokemon sent by Ash, Morty, who is good at Ghost type, seemed very happy and said excitedly, even its predecessor Misdreavus is a rare Pokemon in the Johto region. It is said that it only appears at night. Ikrutik Gym is the main Ghost-type gym. Ghost-type Pokemon is recognized as the most difficult type. There are endless strange tricks, but relatively speaking, their physical strength is generally insufficient. Therefore, Ash sent Mismagius, who is also an 830 Ghost-type, as a pioneer, intending to let it go to test the bottom first. According to convention, the gym trainer need to send out first Pokemon, and the challenger must launch the attack first, which can be regarded as a disguised benefit for the challenger. And Ash is naturally not polite in this matter, and ordered, Mismagius, use the strange light. Nah, Mismagius responded loudly, and then the red gem embedded in his chest lit up with colorful light, shining towards Ghastly on the opposite side. Ghastly, avoid it! Morty waved his right hand and ordered loudly, Zhiye. Facing the strange light shot by Mismagius, Ghastly just disappeared directly into the air. After avoiding the first round of strange light, he appeared quietly behind Mismagius on the left. Nah, Mismagius was startled and hurriedly changed the direction of the strange light, but it didn't work. Ghastly used the same trick again, constantly changing his position, making it impossible for Mismagius to aim at it. Ghastly, good job. Morty's mouth corners are slightly raised. It's our turn to fight back. Use the tongue licking. I saw Ghastly's body in midair quickly sink down, pulling away from Misdreavus, and then spit out a long scarlet tongue from its mouth, like a whip. This Ghastly is so fast. Ash was slightly startled, but his face was still calm, and he said slowly, Mismagius, Ghost Dive. Yeah, I saw Mismagius' body flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. But Morty, who had been watching the situation on the field, vaguely discovered that a small hole seemed to have opened next to Mismagius just now. This is a tunnel that can lead to another dimension. Pokemon in the other dimension cannot be attacked by any special moves unless the opponent also chases after it. However, the different dimensional space is very unstable. Unless they enter the same tunnel, the positions of the two parties may be tens of thousands of miles apart. What? Seeing rival suddenly disappear, and even his breath and soul could not be felt, Ghastly suddenly became a little nervous, looking around anxiously. Ghastly, calm down. Seeing this, Morty hurriedly comforted Ghastly and warned him, the opponent will suddenly appear somewhere and attack next. So be alert. Ghost Dive is not a very famous trick. Even ghost Pokemon rarely learn this trick, and Mismagius happens to be one of them. However, Morty is also a trainer who is good at Ghost. He knows more or less about various Ghost tricks, so he can warn Bice in advance. Unfortunately, Ghost Dive is not a trick that can be avoided by vigilance alone. This trick cannot be defended even by using Protect. The reason is that it is silent and extremely strange. At some point, Mismagius appeared behind Ghastly, and even Morty, who had been staring at Ghastly, didn't notice how it appeared. Before Ghastly could react, he felt a strong force coming from behind him and was knocked away in 10 hits. Your Mismagius is of a high level. Morty looked at Ghastly, who was grinning from the collision, with a slightly solemn expression. It seems that I have to change my tactics. Ghastly, use the black eyes. After receiving the order from the trainer, Ghastly's eyes condensed, and a black light was emitted from them to shine on Mismagius, using this trick to eliminate the possibility of Ash wanting to replace Pokemon. Ash was slightly confused when he saw this. Mismagius was now fighting with the opponent, and he didn't need to plan to replace Pokemon at all. What exactly did Morty mean by this move? Then he was suddenly shocked in his heart because he suddenly thought of Li Lin. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, Li Lin used the black eyes to trick him, and then thinking of Ghastly's identity as a ghost Pokemon, Ash suddenly had a bad premonition, and he made a prompt decision and ordered, "Miss Magius, use the strange light." Since Ghastly was busy firing at Miss Magius' black rays, so there was no way to dodge, and he was hit directly by the strange rays, falling into a chaotic contest condition. 24. Looking at the dizzy Ghastly, Morty felt that things were getting a little troublesome, but he did not give up, but shouted at the top of his voice, "Ghastly, calm down, use contest." It seems that I was right. It was Destiny Bond, and ghosts are all a bunch of people who like to play tricks on people. Ash complained in his heart. Fortunately, he was lucky this time, or the other party's luck was a little worse. The confused Ghastly did not successfully use Destiny Bond as Morty hoped, but accidentally hurt himself. Now, Ash finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he said with a relaxed face, "Miss Magius, solve it. Use Will-O-Wisp, and then doom is coming." Nah. Miss Magius immediately spit up a strange purple flame that hit Ghastly. Although this flame could not cause direct damage, it could burn rival. After Will-O-Wisp successfully hit Ghastly, Miss Magius once again sent out a series of black shock waves to attack Ghastly. The power of this trick itself was not too great, but if the opponent was in status condition, the power could be doubled. Ghastly, who was in chaos, could not dodge at all and was directly hit by the black shock wave. He flew backwards in an instant, and there was no doubt that mosquito coils were in his eyes. The referee stepped forward to check for a while, then raised his hand and signaled, "Ghastly can't do it. Miss Magius wins." "Thank you for your hard work, Ghastly." Morty took out the Pokeball and put Ghastly, whose eyes were full of mosquito coils, back into the ball. He sighed in his heart. This game was a bit anxious. He had seen Miss Magius know the advanced trick Ghost Dive, so he judged that Ghastly was not as good as him in terms of level, and was ready to die together, so that he would not be at a disadvantage. But he never expected that his plan was successfully foresighted by Ash. The opponent did not choose to attack the first time, but insisted on using strange light to cause chaos. It seems that this kid knows the characteristics of ghost Pokemon very well. He is an excellent trainer. Morty evaluated Ash in his heart, how to make ghost Pokemon play the greatest role with limited physical strength. This is something that every 10 trainers who use ghosts should consider carefully. However, Morty is an experienced gym trainer after all. He quickly adjusted his mentality and took out another Pokeball from his pocket and threw it out. Then Haunter is next. The second Pokemon he sent out was naturally a ghost type. Haunter had a triangular face, a pair of ghost claws separated from the body, and was the evolved form of Ghastly. The most troublesome thing was that Haunter could attack far beyond the control of these ghost claws. For this reason, some trainers would choose not to let Haunter evolve. Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar, although the 3 Pokemon belonged to the same evolutionary chain, they all had their own strengths and characteristics, which was the charm of ghost-type Pokemon. After Ghastly, Haunter, was it just a simple intention to gradually increase the difficulty for the challengers? Or was there any tactical consideration in it? Ash thought to himself that the most famous thing about Ghastly-type Pokemon was the means they used to dodge special moves. With their smoke-shaped bodies, they could dodge attacks at will. Previously, it was Miss Magius's unexpected ghost dive that made Morty panic and exposed his flaws, which led to Ghastly being hit by the strange light. But this time Miss Magius's trick has been exposed, and Morty will definitely be prepared in advance. Therefore, after thinking again and again, Ash decided to take back Miss Magius and send Lucario instead. Haunter is the same as Ghastly in the previous round. They are both fragile types that sacrifice physical strength and defense for attack and speed. The difficulty lies in how to hit the opponent. Oh, this Pokemon should not be from the Johto region. Morty looked at the upright Lucario with curiosity and smiled. I remember it should be called Lucario, and it is very good at fighting-type tricks. Am I right? Yeah. Ash nodded gently. Morty smiled, This is my first time to fight with such a Pokemon. It's really exciting, but you should know that fighting-type moves have no effect on Ghost-type Pokemon. Unfortunately, Ash did not appreciate Morty's kind reminder. He said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and start quickly." "Okay, then here it comes, Haunter, Poison Bomb." Morty was not angry, but directly ordered the attack. "Zhiye." Haunter responded, and then spit out a purple energy ball from his mouth, and then he reached out and threw it towards Lucario. However, Ash on the opposite side did not react. He just looked at Morty with an idiot look and let the poison bomb hit Lucario. Suddenly, the purple liquid was scattered all over the ground, which looked disgusting. "It seems that you haven't done enough homework." Tang Ran used a poison-type move on Lucario. Ash taunted lightly. "What? Is there something wrong?" Morty still didn't quite understand. Riolu and Lucario, Dag, are both very rare Pokemon, so rare that no one even knows where they live, so it's reasonable that Morty doesn't know much about them. Go check it online yourself. Ash was too lazy to explain. Lucario, use foresight. Lucario's eyes suddenly lit up with a red light like a searchlight, covering the unprepared Haunter. Although Haunter hid his body at the first time, after being swept by the red light, it immediately revealed its true form, with an unstoppable surprise on its face. "So that's it. You specially prepared a special trick to identify ghost Pokemon? You're really good," Morty praised, but he was a little anxious in his heart. In this way, Haunter's powerful evasion method could not be used. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this situation and immediately ordered, "Haunter, spread out and disrupt it." Haunter's claws began to fly all over the sky, constantly attacking Lucario from all directions. But it was just a tentative attack, and he immediately retreated when he got a little closer just to distract the opponent's attention. "Don't worry about those two hands," Ash shouted in a deep voice, aim directly at its body, and use extreme speed. Not good. Hearing this, Morty immediately felt that something was wrong. But before he could say anything, Lucario on the opposite side had already started to act. After using the extreme speed trick, Lucario's running speed suddenly doubled, and in the blink of an eye he rushed to Haunter, and without saying a word, he raised his fist and hit him hard. And Haunter didn't even see what happened, and flew out directly and fell heavily to the ground. This series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. Before Morty could close his mouth, which was slightly open due to surprise, Haunter was knocked down by Lucario. Few Pokemon can learn extreme speed, and only those with extraordinary talent are qualified. Lucario also took dozens of months of study to master it. Although Haunter's physical strength was originally pitiful, it was somewhat beyond Ash's expectation that he could knock him down with one blow. It seems that Lucario's mastery of extreme speed is not bad, which makes him very happy. "Great," Lena said happily. "This is the second consecutive victory. It turns out that sending Luca to the field is much more reliable than that little monster." Some Pokemon names are a bit long to read, so Lena always likes to call them by nicknames, such as Sylveon is called Sylveon, and Lucario is simply called Luca. As for why Mismagius is called a little monster, this can only be said to be a personal grudge. After Haunter fell, Morty was stunned for a moment, then took out the Pokeball and took it back, smiling. "Ash, your Lucario is really strong, which makes me feel a little pressured." The praised Lucario did not show any pride or joy, and his eyes were still so calm, and this attitude made Morty secretly praise him. As a Pokemon, it is not easy to have such a mentality. You rely too much on their evasion ability, Ash said calmly. Ghastly and Haunter evade attacks in exactly the same way. Once they are locked on, they will become extremely vulnerable. Morty nodded and agreed. "Indeed, I neglected this, but I won't make the same mistake again next time." As he said, he took out the third Pokeball. "If you want to get the Fog Badge, please do your best to defeat it. Go to the battle, Jengar." Zhiye. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a dark Jengar appeared in the air with a strange laugh. Looking at this round of rival, Lucario's face showed a trace of solemnity. It can feel that the opponent's body exudes a faint cold breath, which means that this Jengar is very strong, at least much stronger than the previous Ghastly and Haunter. In fact, this is indeed the case. Morty's Jengar is his trump card. Normal will not easily take action. He will only send it out when encountering a difficult challenger. Jengar used Shadow Ball. Lucario, Dragon Wave. As soon as the game started, Morty and Ash both issued attack orders at the same time, and both were long-range attacks, just to test each other first. After receiving the order, Jengar immediately raised his arm and fired a black energy ball, while Lucario took a deep breath and spit up a powerful shock wave from his mouth. Boom! The special moves of both sides collided in the center of the field, causing a violent explosion. From the perspective of the bystander, it seemed that they were evenly matched, and Ash carefully observed all this and made a quick comparison in his mind. He found that Lucario's special move was faster, but in terms of power, Jengar's Shadow Ball was more powerful and almost overwhelmed the Dragon Wave. But it didn't matter much. Lucario was not good at special attack special moves. Lucario used Foresight. This Jengar has the same characteristics as the previous two. It has strong attack power, but is fragile, especially in terms of physical defense. It is basically a glass bottle and will break at the slightest touch. Therefore, Ash continued the previous tactics and planned to use Foresight Lock onto lock Jengar's figure first, and then use the powerful fighting-type special move to determine the outcome. However, this time Morty obviously would not make the same mistake again. He immediately ordered, Jengar, dodge and use Night Curse. Zhiye. Jengar immediately disappeared on the spot, avoiding Lucario's red light, and then two dark twisted rays shot out directly from midair. Ash was slightly startled by this and hurriedly shouted, Lucario, dodge. Lucario was also stunned by this sudden attack. After hearing Ash's voice, it subconsciously rolled to the side and narrowly avoided the twisted rays that shot out of thin air. But before it could catch its breath, two more dark, twisted beams of light shot from the other side of the field, and Jengar never showed up. Fortunately, Lucario hid away without Ash's reminder this time, but he was full of anxiety. After all, he couldn't see Rival at all and was completely passive. Troublesome Jengar. Ash frowned. It seemed that Morty's Jengar had the ability to launch a special move even in the invisible contest condition. This was a bit difficult. Okay, what are you going to do? Morty looked at him with a smile. Foresight requires concentration, but Lucario cannot use Foresight when he is under attack. As he said, whenever Lucario wants to concentrate, the invisible Jengar will immediately interfere and constantly consume the opponent's physical strength. But Ash is not in a hurry, because he has come up with a countermeasure, which is to replace Lucario, send Mismagius to the field, and then let him use Destiny Bond. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. In this way, Xiaoli is completely invincible. However, although this is a tactic, he does not want to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. He still prefers to defeat Rival in an upright manner. Since Foresight cannot be used, Ash simply starts to use his own wave guide and immediately finds Jengar's position and silently gives Lucario an order. Jengar, use the alloy claw at your 3 o'clock direction. Hearing this, Lucario immediately moved, running to the direction Ash pointed, and then swung his right claw with a white glow. 0. Bang! As the alloy claw swept past, a Jengar suddenly appeared in the empty place, obviously forced to show up after being attacked by Lucario. How is it possible? Morty was shocked. He couldn't figure out how Jengar was discovered, not to mention that the opponent's trainer didn't issue any orders at all, so how could Lucario suddenly launch an attack? Now, Ash naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Lucario used Foresight. A red light instantly radiated from Lucario's eyes, which successfully shone on Jengar's body, leaving it no place to hide. Jengar used Shadow Ball. Although the situation on the field had been reversed, Morty did not want to give up and planned to defeat Lucario with me first. However, the launch of Shadow Ball is far less fast than physical tricks, not to mention that the two sides are still at such a close distance. Lucario, close combat. After receiving the order, Lucario immediately launched an attack, and his powerful fists pounded on Jengar's body like raindrops, making it scream. After hitting more than a dozen punches in a row, Jengar let out a last strange cry and fell directly to the ground, with mosquito coils in his eyes. After the referee came forward to check, he raised his right hand and announced, "Jengar cannot fight. Lucario won. So the final winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Come back, Jengar. You've done a good job." Morty took out the Pokeball and took back Jengar. Although he lost the game, he was not frustrated. There was just one thing he couldn't figure out. "Can you tell me how you found Jengar's invisible location?" Morty hesitated for a long time, but still asked shamelessly. Although Jengar is invisible, its wave guide still exists, and Lucario detected it through this. Ash thought about it and decided to put the blame on Lucario. In fact, when Lucario used the waveguide to detect rival, he also needed to concentrate and close his five senses, that is, at least close his eyes. This will inevitably make the other party notice something is wrong. However, as a human, Ash's 483 talent and waveguide is far superior to Lucario. Through the training during the journey, he can already deploy the waveguide at will. But his physical strength is far behind. After all, he is a human body, and he can't compare with the abnormal physique of Pokemon. "I see." Morty showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "I've heard people say that Lucario seems to be very sensitive to waveguides, but I never understood what it means. Today I've learned something new." At this moment, a student watching the game nearby suddenly shouted, "Ah, I remember. You are the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash. I remember that you do have a Lucario." "Yes, it's me." After traveling in the Johto region for several months, it was the first time someone recognized him, which made Ash a little happy and a little proud. "Is that so? So you are the conference champion. No wonder you are so powerful." As he said, Morty showed a bitter smile on his face and shook his head and said, "It's a pity that when the Indigo Plateau Conference was broadcast live, I happened to be outside with my friends looking for Ho-Oh, so I missed all the games." If Morty had some knowledge of Ash's Pokemon, he probably wouldn't have lost so easily, but that's how gym challenges are. In terms of intelligence, gym trainers will definitely suffer. "Ho-Oh is Trace?" Lena asked curiously. "Mr. Morty, have you found anything? Have you seen Ho-Oh?" "No, let alone Ho-Oh. We haven't even seen the 3 sacred beasts. It seems that Ho-Oh still hasn't forgiven us humans." Morty shook his head slightly, his face full of regret. Hearing this, Ash felt uncomfortable. Ho-Oh had destroyed several human civilizations, including the most famous Pokelantis Empire, and it seemed that its relationship with Dark Lugia was not very good, so Ash hated it a little. "It's just a mixed-haired bird. Humans need it to forgive it. It's just a show." Ash cursed Morty in his heart, and then said unhappily, "We've talked enough. Give me the badge quickly." "Hey Ash, what's going on?" Lena was startled and quickly tugged at his clothes. Weren't they talking well before? Why did it suddenly become like this? $78. Morty also couldn't figure out why Ash's attitude suddenly became so bad, but he didn't say anything, just took out a purple badge from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is the Fog Badge, a token that proves that you defeated the Akrutique Gym. Please accept it." "Thank you." Ash took it and threw it into his waist bag without even looking at it, then turned around and left without looking back. Lena, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him. Morty was puzzled. How did he offend him? After leaving the Akrutique Gym, Ash and Lena first went to the Pokemon Center to restore the Pokemon's strength, and then stayed overnight in the center. The next day, the two discussed the next arrangements while having breakfast. "Ash, since the gym challenge is over, why don't we go visit the bell tower?" Lena suggested enthusiastically. "I'm not going." Ash refused. "If you want to go, go alone. I'm going to the store to buy Soothe Bell. We'll meet at the center in the evening." "Then I won't go either." Lena shook her head. Since Ash didn't want to go, it was meaningless for her to go alone. Besides, she always felt that there was something strange about Ash. Ash, are you worried about something?" Lena asked carefully. 032510213, Philo 101482310. What do you mean? It was the same yesterday. Mr. Morty mentioned the Phoenix. Speaking of this, Lena suddenly realized that when Ash's mood suddenly turned bad yesterday, it happened that Morty mentioned Ho-Oh and Bell Tower seemed to be related to Ho-Oh. Could it be that Ash hated Ho-Oh? Lena thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Ash and Ho-Oh were not related at all. Even if he wanted to celebrate, there must be a reason, right? However, although she was full of doubts, Lena resisted asking. She knew that if Ash wanted to tell her, he would definitely tell her on his own initiative. If he doesn't want to, I'm afraid no one can force him to say it. After breakfast, the two came to the Pokemon store and planned to buy Soothe Bell, and the price immediately made Ash frown. It's 100,000. Although Ash is now worth a lot of money, he is not the kind of person who will squander money. It is necessary to spend money, but it must be used in a clever way. Soothe Bell looks like an ordinary Lin bell, and there is nothing special about it. However, according to the clerk, this bell can emit a unique radio wave. This radio wave has no effect on humans, but it can soothe the emotions of Pokemon and make them more obedient to the trainer. To be honest, Ash never thought that he would use this thing one day. Relying on the power of Waveguide, he felt that he would definitely be able to communicate with any Pokemon in a friendly manner. However, thinking carefully, this idea is really naive. Can we understand each other if we speak the same language? If so, how could there be a war in the world? Whether it is between people and Pokemon, or between Pokemon and Pokemon, irreconcilable conflicts may occur, at least not just by talking. In the end, Ash still bought the Soothe Bell. After thinking about it, he decided to wear it at the base of the purple Gligger's tail, which should not affect its movement. However, it would not work for a while. He could only hope that this thing was as good value as the clerk said, so that he would not have to return it again. Since the matter was done and Ash did not want to go to the bell tower, the two simply prepared to rush to the next destination. They bought some local specialty meatballs and ate them while walking. Soon they walked out of a Crutique city and came to a fork in the road. Ash, where are we going next? Lena took out the Pokédex, looked at the map on it, and said, "Let me see. Going to the left is Zhiye City, and going to the right is Mahogany Town. Zhiye City first. I just want to go to Whirl Islands." Ash thought about it and decided to complete the task that Dark Lugia asked him to do first. However, this task is a bit difficult. The Whirl Islands are so vast, and Lugia has always been secluded and never appeared in front of the 13 people. Who knows where they will stay? But since he has already agreed, Ash will naturally do his best. As for whether he can complete it, that is another matter. After deciding the destination, the two immediately headed towards Zhiye City. They walked for several days and came to a quaint town, Luxtown. The two were walking on the street. When they passed a gym, there was a loud bang next to them. They could even feel the ground vibrating slightly. What is that? Lena turned her head subconsciously and saw that there were two burly Pokemon fighting in the yard, competing for strength. The two Pokemon were Feraligatr and Nidoking. The size of the two Pokemon was not much different, but Feraligatr seemed very relaxed, while Nidoking was gritting his teeth, looking like he was trying his best. The next moment, Feraligatr suddenly exerted force. The muscles on his arms bulged violently, and he actually threw Nidoking out directly. Okay, next. After defeating Nidoking, the referee on the side announced the exchange of rival, and then Heracross, Granbull, and other strong Pokemon appeared one after another, but they were all defeated by Feraligatr. It's amazing, Lena said in surprise. This Feraligatr actually fought with so many Pokemon, and won all of them. Indeed, Ash nodded slightly in agreement. Feraligatr went through so many battles, but didn't breathe at all, giving people the feeling that he was still at ease. And he also found that in addition to Feraligatr's own sufficient physical strength, the force-generating techniques he used were also particular and should have been taught by humans. Ouch! Well done, Feraligatr. After defeating all the rivals, Feraligatr roared to the sky, looking very domineering, and a strong man next to him patted his back with satisfaction. It seemed that he should be his trainer. Well, the fight was quite exciting. There was also a strong old man watching the fight. He crossed his arms and praised Alligator in a tepid manner, but from his eyes, it could be seen that he was also very satisfied with Alligator's performance. I will definitely win this year's Pokemon Sumo tournament. The man raised his thumb with confidence and made a statement. Just then, the man found that there were suddenly two strangers in the yard. So he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm very sorry." Lena apologized quickly. "I entered your yard without permission. We saw a Pokemon duel here, so we came in to see it out of curiosity." "Oh, so that's the case. It's okay. If you want to watch it, just watch it," the man said very generously and invited the two to go in and sit down. "I'm the trainer of this Alligator and the owner of the sumo training gym, Raiden." After introducing himself, Raiden began to introduce the old man. This old man here is the chairman of the Pokemon Sumo Association, Shojiro. "Mr. Chairman?" Lena was shocked. She didn't expect that this ordinary old man in front of her was so big. "Don't mind, it's just a title," Shojiro said cheerfully, looking very humble and easygoing. "Sorry, it seems that we seem to have disturbed your training. My name is Ash, and I'm currently challenging gyms around the world for the Silver Conference." Ash also apologized. After all, they came uninvited. No problem. Alligator, go practice slapping." Raiden generously said that it was not a problem and asked Alligator to go to the side to train on his own while he prepared to entertain the guests. "Ouch!" Alligator responded, walked to a huge wooden stake and slapped it hard, making a series of loud bang 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 sounds. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell how amazing the power is. "You two are lucky to come here on this special day," Zhiye suddenly said to Ash and the others. "Today is the day of the Pokemon Sumo tournament. Alligator is practicing for the competition." "Excuse me, what is Pokemon Sumo?" Lena asked curiously. "There is no such sport as sumo in the Kalos region. It is a competition where no special moves are allowed and only barehanded fighting is allowed," Shonosuke explained. "These restrictions allow the trainer and Pokemon to cooperate and interact, creating a very interesting new way of fighting." Raiden followed closely and made some additional explanations. It can be seen that he loves this sport very much, otherwise he would not have opened a sumo training hall. Raiden and Alligator are considered to be the most likely group of players to win the championship this year. The old man is also optimistic about Raiden and Alligator. "Excuse me, are there any restrictions on participating in the competition?" After listening, Ash also found it very interesting. He could not use special moves and could only fight purely by strength. This was the first time he encountered this type of competition. "I want to go to Bing Bing to watch the fun." More importantly, Snorlax eats and sleeps all day long. It's time to let this lazy guy stretch his muscles. There are no special restrictions. It only needs to be over 80 kilograms. Shoji answered Ash's question first, then asked curiously, "Why, boy, do you want to participate?" "Yes." Ash nodded. "I have a Snorlax and want to send it out." Although Ash didn't know how much Snorlax weighed, 80 kilograms was definitely there, and even 680 kilograms would meet the standard. After all, it's hard not to be heavy with that body. "Oh, Snorlax? That's a Pokemon that is very suitable for sumo wrestling. I look forward to your performance at that time," Shoji encouraged. "Welcome to join," Raiden said generously. "In fact, I also encountered the competition here during the Johto Region Alliance Challenge and was deeply fascinated." After chatting for a while, the two sides came to the competition venue together. First of all, they had to weigh themselves. Ash released Snorlax, but did not put it directly on the electronic scale. "Nurse Joy, I'm worried that Snorlax will break your scale, so let's just register it." Ash had good intentions, but Joy, who was in charge of weighing, didn't appreciate it, or to be more precise, Stephanie seemed to be a bit stupid. "That won't work." Joy shook her finger with dissatisfaction. "You must weigh yourself and then record it before you are allowed to participate. Let Snorlax get on it quickly." Looking at the electronic scale that was only as big as Snorlax's foot, Ash was silent for a while, but still asked Snorlax to stand on it. As for whether it would break, It had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he had already reminded him, so he had done his best. And the development of things was as expected. As soon as Snorlax stepped on it, the poor electronic scale immediately disintegrated and turned into a pile of scrap metal under its feet. "Ah!" Joy exclaimed. She stared at Snorlax blankly and said in disbelief, "It shouldn't be. This electronic scale is specially customized and can withstand a weight of 500 kilograms. How powerful is this Snorlax?" Kirby. Snorlax scratched his head in confusion, unable to understand why did Joy look at it like this. It only cared about one thing now, that is, winning the championship, then having a good meal, and finally going to rest. Although the electronic scale is broken, it must be able to pass the test. "I will register for you now." As she said, Joy began to write in the notebook, recording the names of Ash and Snorlax. In the column of Snorlax's weight, she hesitated for a while and finally wrote 500 plus. This Nurse Joy is really serious. Lena, who witnessed the whole process, said softly to Ash, "Although she is a bit stubborn, her work attitude is worth learning from." Lena still admires her. After a short wait, the game finally started. All the players and their Pokemon gathered in the arena, and the audience seats were full. Accompanied by the battle music of sumo wrestling, Zhiye began his opening speech. "Everyone, this year's Pokemon Sumo Tournament is here again. Which Pokemon will win this year? I look forward to your fierce battle. The winner of the competition can get this good prop, the Crown of the King. There's also a secondary prize of 1 year's Pokemon food." Xiaonosuk raised a small crown as he spoke, causing the contestants' eyes to light up. They were all eager to win the championship. Ash was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect the prizes of this competition to be so generous. It was much more generous than the Indigo Plateau Conference held by Alliance. It seemed that the Sumo Association was really rich. Kirby. Ash had set his sights on the Crown of the King, and Snorlax naturally had his eyes on the delicious Pokemon food. He wanted to rush up and swallow it all in one gulp. Although Ash had never been hungry, the stomach of a Pokemon like Snorlax was like a bottomless pit. It could eat as much as it could, and the more the better. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. You have to work hard later. A year's worth of Pokemon food is waiting for you." Ash also understood its thoughts, so he took the opportunity to encourage it. "Kirby." Snorlax nodded, and for the first time, a fighting expression appeared on his face. He jumped a few times, as if he was warming up. This made Ash speechless. This guy was usually lazy, but when he saw food, he became more active than anyone else. He was really a man who would not get up early without profit. Not only Snorlax, but the Pokemon of other players were also drooling over the Pokemon food. The Pokemon who were eligible to participate in the competition were all big and had big appetites, so they naturally had a strong demand for food. Therefore, before the game started, the atmosphere on the field became extremely solemn. The Pokemons kept looking at the other rivals. If it weren't for the trainers who were restraining them, they might have fought. However, in the eyes of the audience, the most likely to win were Feraligatr of Thunder and Snorlax of Ash. The former was because of his popularity, and the latter was because Snorlax's exaggerated body. The competition adopts an elimination system. After defeating many Pokemon, which Pokemon will be able to stand at the top of this year? Please work hard with the goal of Yokozuna level. After listening to what Zhiye said, Lena asked curiously, "Ash, do you know what Yokozuna level is?" "It is the highest level of sumo wrestlers. You can think of it as the champion among trainers." Ash explained. Then, the first sumo match officially begins. As Zhiye announced, a referee wearing a kimono and a hood came forward and said in a strange tone, "The player on the east side, Wang Diheo, is Snorlax, and the player on the west side is Frog. Everyone, take your positions." The first match happened to be Ash's appearance. Although it was his first time to participate in this kind of competition, he did not mean to be timid, and his face was still calm. He had enough confidence in Snorlax. "Go on, Frog." As soon as the referee announced the start of the game, Rival immediately let the fast-swimming frog launch an attack. The fast-swimming frog rushed over quickly and punched Snorlax in the stomach. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The fast-swimming frog was trapped in Snorlax's stomach and then directly ejected out of the field. The push was successful. Snorlax won. Seeing this, even the referee was stunned for a moment, and then the fan in his hand quickly pointed at Snorlax and announced the result, and Ash was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't do anything yet. How did he win? Snorlax's belly is so powerful. Lena, who was sitting in the audience watching the game, was also surprised. She didn't expect that this big belly could be used in this way. It was too easy to win. The next game was also smooth for Tailwind. All of Snorlax's rivals were bounced out by its belly, and it easily entered the finals, but Ash was a little depressed. Because the game has been going on until now, he has not given a single order. And Feraligatr of Thunder also defeated rival all the way and successfully advanced to the finals, which means that the final game will be decided by Feraligatr and Snorlax. Ash, you have a talent for Pokemon Sumo, but the game is about winning and losing. I won't hold back just because you are a rookie. During the intermission, Thunder found Ash, and while issuing a challenge, he also encouraged him to prevent him from being too nervous and performing abnormally. Well, let's all cheer. Although he said so, Ash was speechless about what Raiden said. How could he tell that he had the talent for Pokemon Sumo? He hadn't done anything well from the beginning to the end. Soon, the break was over, and the Pokemon Sumo tournament finally reached its finals. The referee still spoke in that weird tone, announcing, the contestant on the east side is Snorlax, and the contestant on the west side is Feraligatr. Get ready, go. The sound of bronze drums also rang out. The game finally started, but neither side let their Pokemon rush up at the first time, but walked slowly around the field, carefully observing each other. It can be seen that Raiden is indeed an experienced player, unlike the previous few people who rushed up stupidly and were bounced out by Snorlax's big belly. And Ash was also a little afraid of Feraligatr's great strength, although Snorlax weighed more than 500 kilograms, but he didn't want to launch an attack rashly. For a moment, the situation on the field fell into a stalemate, and the cheers around gradually became smaller. The audience stared with wide eyes, fearing that they would miss any action of both sides. Daff, Feraligatr, come on, push it out. In the end, it was Raiden who couldn't help at first, mainly because he felt that it was meaningless to continue the stalemate, and he couldn't observe anything. Ouch! Feraligatr roared, strode towards Snorlax, and hit the opponent's belly with both palms, and then was undoubtedly bounced out. However, Feraligatr was not bounced far away and did not fall out of the field, and Snorlax was also pushed back a few steps, which was enough to show how exaggerated Feraligatr's strength was. Well, it seems that you can't win by relying on your belly alone. Ash immediately had a plan in his mind and ordered Snorlax slowly approach rival and force it out of the field little by little. Hearing this, Ledian secretly cried out in dismay. He knew that if the opponent adopted this steady and cautious tactic, then Feraligatr would definitely have no chance of winning. After all, the weight difference between the two sides was there. Feraligatr encore. Ledian knew that if he did not take measures against Snorlax, Feraligatr would definitely be pushed out by it. Bang! Feraligatr held Snorlax tightly with both hands, gritted his teeth, and pushed forward desperately, almost using all his strength, but Snorlax did not move at all. Ledian did not give up and shouted loudly to the field, Feraligatr, don't lose to it. Lift it up. Snorlax, don't panic, focus on your legs, and keep your body steady. Ash's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Ouch! Kirby! The two giants roared at each other. Feraligatr hugged Snorlax's waist tightly, and Snorlax also stared at Feraligatr's shoulders. Both sides refused to give in and competed with each other for the most primal strength. At this time, the atmosphere on the field was completely boiling, and everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, cheering for their favorite players. The situation on the field suddenly changed. Feraligatr's body suddenly lowered, and Snorlax lost his target and lost his balance and began to fall forward. At this time, Feraligatr's divine power finally began to show its power. It raised its hands and firmly framed Snorlax's right arm. At the same time, the muscles on its arms bulged suddenly, and the blue veins on its forehead burst out, which was daunting. Ouch! Accompanied by a roar, Feraligatr took advantage of the situation to Snorlax, used a shoulder throw, and threw him directly out. How is this possible? The audience could hardly believe their eyes. Snorlax weighed more than 500 kilograms. Feraligatr's strength was too amazing. The damage caused by the shoulder throw was linked to rival's weight. The higher the weight, the higher the damage. For this reason, this move was completely Snorlax's nemesis. However, just when everyone thought Snorlax was about to be eliminated, an unforgettable scene happened. The thrown Snorlax actually turned in the air and successfully maintained his balance. Finally, his feet landed heavily on the ground. Bang! For a moment, the entire competition venue shook, and some spectators who were not sitting firmly even fell to the ground. Even Raiden and Feraligatr almost couldn't stand. Now, Snorlax pushed the opponent out. Ash would naturally not miss this great opportunity. While before Feraligatr could stand firm, he immediately ordered Snorlax to rush forward and directly pushed Feraligatr out of the white line with 10 palms. The push was successful. Snorlax won. The referee immediately announced the final result of the game. Thank you, Feraligatr. You performed very well. Although he lost the game, Raiden did not show frustration. He felt that he did not lose unfairly. Snorlax's last move was really amazing. In fact, not only him, Ash himself did not expect Snorlax to be able to do such a thing. It seems at the time when he practiced the rollout trick at Miltank Ranch also greatly strengthened his sense of balance. This was a pleasant surprise for Ash. A Snorlax that could invalidate the shoulder throw, which meant that its biggest weakness disappeared. That was simply against the will of heaven. After winning the Sumo Championship, Ash and Snorlax got what they wanted: King's Rock and a year's supply of Pokemon food. Snorlax was not polite and swallowed the year's supply of food on the spot, which amazed the audience around him. I've seen people who can eat, but I've never seen people who can eat so much. They are born to be sumo wrestlers. After leaving Luxtown, Ash and his party continued to head to the city where the next gym was located. They walked for several days and finally passed through the vast desert hilly area and arrived at their destination, Zhiye City. As a harbor city, Zhiye City has a very developed cargo terminal. In this city, the most eye-catching buildings are the 2 lighthouses standing on the edge of the terminal, one of which is the Glitter Lighthouse with a long history. Although there was enough water, food, and other necessities along the way, Lena still felt exhausted after a long desert journey. Therefore, after entering the city of Zhiye, she immediately sighed. Finally, I'm in a place with people. Are you tired? Ash glanced at her. If you are tired, let's go to the hotel to book a room first, rest for a night, and make other plans. Since he made a fortune, Ash no longer considered saving money. Whenever he came to a city with a hotel, he would book a room and take good care of himself. Although the environment of the Pokemon Center is not bad, it can't be compared with the hotel. After all, the price difference between the two is there. Don't worry about me. Let me accompany you to challenge the gym first. Lena waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. Seeing this, Ash no longer forced himself, took out the Pokédex, and walked towards the Zhiye gym according to the map on it. After a while, the two came to the door of a huge building. The lower half of the shallow green gym was a trapezoidal structure, and the upper half was an office building. It looked a bit strange. Excuse me, is anyone there? Ash went forward to push the door open, but found that it was locked. He had to try to shout, I am here to challenge the gym. Trainer, is there anyone inside? Welcome. With a slightly childish voice, the Orberg door slowly opened, and Stephanie's voice sounded again. Please come in. The interior of the shallow green gym is made of Orberg, which looks extremely magnificent, but it also gives people a sense of oppression, just like entering the Orberg fortress. Of course, this architectural style is very suitable for the theme of the shallow green gym style. Okay, please come in. The two walked until they came to the second metal door. With the voice of the Stephanie girl, The metal door began to slide to both sides automatically, and then the spotlights lit up one by one, illuminating the entire hall. Who wants to fight Pokemon? The mysterious female voice sounded again. Ash stepped forward and responded loudly. It's me. Then, the metal door on the other side of the battlefield began to slowly open, and a cute girl wearing a yellow dress and carrying a small shoulder bag walked out. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Little Stephanie posed in a chic pose. I am Jasmine, the trainer of the light green gym, a beautiful and beautiful warrior. Huh? Is it true? The trainer of the light green gym is such a young child. Lena looked at the child in front of her, who should be only 6 or 7 years old, with a surprised face. It was hard to imagine that she had become a gym trainer. Of course it's fake. I heard that Jasmine is about 18 years old. How could she shrink so much all of a sudden? Ash complained speechlessly. What? Little Stephanie's face suddenly flushed. You are right. I am not Jasmine. My name is Kusia, but I am really a gym trainer. Then why do you pretend to be Jasmine? Lena asked curiously. Actually, Jasmine is my master, but everyone comes to challenge the master instead of me. So I thought of pretending to be the master to have a Pokemon battle with the challenger. Kuyuan explained. So that's how it is. Please give me flowers. Unfortunately, these words can fool Lena, but not Ash, because in this Pokemon world, the Alliance law stipulates that one must be at least 10 years old to hold a position. In other words, Kusia can't be a gym trainer at all, unless the Asagi gym dares to risk breaking the law to hire child labor. But this possibility is really slim. Just when Ash was about to persuade Kusia to call Jasmine out, the door on the other side of the hall suddenly opened, and a pure-looking brown-haired girl walked out. A Magnemite was parked on her shoulder. The girl put her left hand on her waist, looked at Kusia angrily, and scolded. Kusia, are you in the same old trouble again? I have told you many times that you are not allowed to use my name to fight challengers. From the words, it could be heard that this girl is Jasmine. Kusia obviously looked at Jasmine, who suddenly appeared, and her face suddenly showed a panic expression. She tiptoed and wanted to sneak away, but was stopped by Jasmine. Kusia, please don't move there first, and come with me later. Yes. Hearing Jasmine calling her name, Kusia subconsciously shuddered, and then quickly stood up straight, not daring to move, obviously in awe of Jasmine. You too, I'm very sorry. Jasmine bowed slightly to Ash and Lena. I am Jasmine, the trainee of the Asagi gym. This girl is called Kusia, and she is an apprentice trainer here. If you fight her, you will not get the badge. It doesn't matter. Since you have shown up, please have a gym match with me. Ash naturally would not bother with a little Stephanie. Well, I'm really sorry. Unexpectedly, Jasmine bowed again and said with an embarrassed look, I should have accepted your challenge immediately, but now I can't do the gym damage either physically or mentally. DB. Hearing this, the first thought that popped into Ash's mind was, could it be that this gym trainer was heartbroken? This is a sign of heartbreak. If it's convenient, can you tell us what happened? Lena asked with concern. Like Ash, she also felt that Jasmine must have been heartbroken. It's like this. Jasmine sighed softly. Guanger has been in poor health recently, and I can't leave him. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Lena couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that Jasmine's boyfriend is called Guango? It's two, for a man to be called this name. Just then, Jasmine's cell phone rang suddenly. She answered the phone while saying that she would go there immediately. I'm sorry, I have to rush to Guanga now. Jasmine said to Ash with an apologetic look. I'm sorry to make you run in vain, but the medicine for Guanger has been prepared, and 093 will be delivered soon. The gym battle can only be postponed to the next time. Seeing that the other party's attitude was so good, Ash naturally would not pursue it anymore, and nodded and said, Well, if you have something to do, go and do it first. Although it was a bit disappointing, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, curing diseases and saving lives is important. Kusia, stay in the gym first. I'll tell you something when I come back. After Jasmine said that, she left in a hurry. Kusia didn't dare to breathe until she left, with a look of relief on her face. I was scared to death. Kusia smiled at Ash. I thought I would be scolded to death by the master this time. Thank you, Big brother, thank you for forgiving me. Ash patted her head and asked, It's nothing, but what's the matter with you, master? In fact, Guang is an ampharos. It has a very good relationship with the master, but it has been sick recently, and the master is busy taking care of it, so he has no time to participate in the gym competition. Kasha explained, and then showed a very regretful look. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to receive the challengers on behalf of my master, but my master is a stubborn person and refused to agree. No, your master must be afraid that you will destroy the reputation of the gym. Ash thought so in his heart, but he didn't say it. Instead, he asked, That means we have to wait until the ampharos is fully recovered before your master is willing to fight? That should be right. Kuxia tilted his head, thought for a while, and said, But Guang is old, and the medicine seems to be Huxiao medicine. It will probably take some time to fully recover. The so-called Huxiao medicine is similar to the Huxiao medicine in Ash's previous life. The medicine is mild, but the effect is slow. Is that so? Thank you for telling me this. Then we will leave first. Ash felt helpless. It seemed that he had to wait here for a few days. Then he and Lena waved goodbye to Kixia and left the Asaraka gym. Where are we going now? Lena asked. At this time, the two were walking aimlessly on the streets of Asaraka City. They couldn't find anything to do for a while. It was too early to go back to the hotel to rest. The sun hadn't set yet, but if they went shopping, there were no special products or commercial streets here. At least it was far worse than Goldenrod City. How about, Ash thought for a while, while we are free now, let's go replenish our supplies. When they crossed the desert before, they consumed a lot of travel necessities. In addition, Ash's was a space waste bag, and he couldn't carry too many things. So they had to go in and replenish supplies almost every time they passed a town. Well, okay. Selena agreed immediately. The two looked around and found a department store, so they walked towards it. However, just as they walked to the door, they were stopped by two guards. Please wait a moment. If you want to evolve, please show your badge first. Badge? Selena felt a little puzzled. Do you need a badge to buy things here? Buy things? Hi, you misunderstood. One of the guards smiled and explained. It seems that this is your first time here. This is actually the battle tower. So this isn't a department store. Lena realized that they had made a mistake, but she secretly complained in her heart. If it wasn't a department store, why did it have to be decorated exactly like a department store? Isn't this deliberately misleading people? Ash, however, was interested in the term the guard said. Battle tower? Is it a trainer battle facility? Yes. The guard nodded. This was recently introduced from the Johto region. It gathers excellent trainers from all over the world. The winner will also receive generous rewards. What rewards are there? Ash asked quickly. Hee, then I won't reveal it. The guard chuckled and even kept the secret, but he finally said, I'll give you a hint. The owner of this battle tower is Yuda Technology. Yuda Technology? Ash was stunned at first, then showed an unbelievable expression and quickly asked, Could it be that those prizes are skill learning devices? The guard did not answer, but just smiled without saying anything, but Ash could see from his expression that he might have guessed right. What is Yuda Technology? Lena next to him interrupted and asked. It was the first time she heard it. That's it. Ash took a deep breath and began to popularize science for Lena. The so-called Yuan Technology is a large-scale technology company in the Hoenn region. Its most famous 3.1 product is the Skill Learner. As the name suggests, the Skill Learner is a machine that allows Pokemon to learn special moves. This thing looks like a watch and is very simple to use. As long as you put on the Pokemon, it will not take long for the Pokemon to learn the special moves stored in it, and there will be no side effects. Of course, ordinary people can't buy such a heaven-defying prop. Yuan Technology will only sell it to the most distinguished guests. Therefore, the news of the Skill Learner is only circulated on a small scale on the internet, and most people have never even heard of it. Even Ash himself, thanks to Professor Oak, was fortunate enough to see the real thing, so he could understand this aspect. Just as this little brother said, the guard had a hint of pride on his face, so only strong trainers are eligible to enter the battle tower, and they have to show us their gym badges. Ash asked hurriedly, can only be from the Johto region? So far, he has only challenged 4 gyms in the Johto region, and he is worried that it may not be enough. No, as long as it is a gym badge officially recognized by the Alliance, it will be fine. The guard replied. Hearing him say this, Ash immediately felt relieved and took out the badge box from his bag to show them. And one of the guards took out a scanner and scanned the badge a few times. Confirmed. The guard nodded at Ash. Welcome to the Battle Tower. You can get good results in it. Wait a minute. Ash suddenly remembered something, and he pointed at Lena. My friend doesn't have a badge. Can I take her in? I'm sorry. So far, spectators are prohibited from entering. The guard apologized. It's okay for me. Lena said quickly, Ash, you go in. I can just go somewhere by myself. We'll meet at the Pokemon Center in the evening. That won't work, we're not. Ash shook his head and refused. Although he felt a little sorry, he couldn't leave his friend and go in alone. He could just find another chance next time. Just as the two were about to leave, the door of the Battle Tower suddenly opened, and there was a hurried sound of footsteps. Please stay, both of you. The two looked back and saw a short and fat middle-aged man wearing a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses. When the two guards saw him, they stood at attention and saluted. Hello, Mr. Chairman. Well, hello to you too. The short and fat man seemed very easygoing. He greeted the guards with a smile on his face and then looked at Ash. Excuse me, you should be the champion of the last Indigo Plateau Conference, Mr. Inanly, right? Well, Ash nodded gently, and the short and fat man immediately showed an expression of as expected on his face and smiled. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yoda Akita. You can just call me Akita. Hello, Mr. Akita. You can just call me Ash. What can I do for you? Ash said calmly. He was not particularly interested in this man. At first sight, Ash realized that the other party was a profit-seeking businessman. This had nothing to do with his vision or guess, but the result of his perception with waveguide. Language can deceive people, expressions can deceive people, even eyes can deceive people, but only waveguide reactions cannot be faked, because it is a reflection of the soul. No one can deceive his own heart. It's like this. Akita smiled. Ash, you want to come to participate in the Battle Tower, right? Well, but my friends can't get in. But we can understand. After all, this is the rule. As soon as the voice fell, Yashido waved to Ash and said, Hey, rules are dead. People are alive. Since your friend wants to come in, I will make an exception and allow her to come in. Huh? Really? Lena said with a surprised look on her face. Of course it's true. Please follow me in. Ashida smiled heartily and then made a gesture to invite him in. Ash hesitated for a moment, but finally followed him into the door with Lena. Ash always felt that something was wrong. As the saying goes, if you're too kind to others, you're either a traitor or a thief. This fat guy was so enthusiastic about him and deliberately broke the rules he set. He probably had some purpose. The first floor of the Battle Tower was the entire reception hall. At this time, many trainers gathered in the hall, talking to each other in groups of 3 or 2, probably exchanging their experiences. However, what surprised Ash was that after Yashida called a receptionist to receive them, he apologized and left without making any requests. Could it be that this fat guy just wanted to make friends? Ash was suspicious, but he was too lazy to think about it, and the big sister with a very friendly smile began to explain the rules of this battle tower to the two of them in detail. If you want to participate in the Battle of the Battle Tower, you need at least a gym badge recognized by the Alliance. And then after registering your personal information, you can fight Pokemon with other trainers in this building. This Battle Tower, the tower has more than a dozen types of battle venues, and players can choose any of them, and even set the rules of the game by themselves, as long as they can be recognized by both parties. There is no charge for fighting in the Battle Tower, and the winning party can also get points. In addition to using them to improve their rankings, they can also exchange for various prizes in the store. After listening to the introduction of the receptionist, Ash's heart suddenly became a little eager, especially after seeing the prizes in the exchange store. He had to participate immediately. There are all kinds of potions with various functions, props to enhance the combat power of small 760 Pokemon, props to carry evolution, and these strange props are all available. and the most eye-catching is undoubtedly a single display cabinet with dozens of skill learning devices. This skill learning device is really too tempting. As long as the Pokemon remembers the tricks and then a little practice, it can be mastered. If the trainer is asked to teach himself, how much time it takes is secondary, and whether it can be taught is a big problem. Please help me register. Ash immediately expressed his intention to sign up for the competition, and the procedure was not complicated. He could complete it using Pokédex and then just sign an agreement. The content of the agreement was also very simple. It mainly stated that the battles between the players would be recorded in full and used for various commercial purposes, such as TV and internet live broadcast or rebroadcast, and even open to on-site spectators. While Ash was registering, in the office on the top floor of the battle tower, Yashida was talking to a red-haired young man, but the atmosphere between the two sides was not harmonious. And the red-haired young man was the famous Yulong clan, Yolongdu's cousin, Yulongkin. I'm talking to Yashida. Yulongkin looked at him unkindly. Is this how you receive guests? You made me wait for so long. Ha! Master Can. I'm sorry, I just happened to run into an old friend, so I was delayed for a while. Please forgive me. Yashida was lying with his eyes open, but he didn't reveal his true colors at all. Yulongkin wanted to take advantage of the situation, but the other party apologized proactively, so he had to snort coldly and stop pursuing the matter. Okay, let's forget about this matter. Let's talk about business. Yulongkin's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Yashida, you can do whatever you want to do, Battle Frontier, but don't come to my Johto region and Kanto. Hey, Master Can, don't say that. Yashida still had a smile on his face. I want to build Battle Frontier just to improve the level of trainers, which is also a good thing for Liandong and Johto Region Alliance. Humph. Unfortunately, Yulongkin didn't buy it. He sneered. In that case, why don't you build it in Hoenn? That's where your company's headquarters is located. If it really works, then my Johto region will naturally agree to introduce it. Haha, Masterkin is joking. In LaRousse City, in Hoenn, our battle tower is very famous. Almost every game is full. If you don't believe me, go and ask. Hearing this, Yulongdu almost laughed out of anger. He replied bluntly, I'm joking? You're joking. The battle tower you imagine, Frontier, and that battle tower are two completely different things. I warn you, you'd better not treat me as a fool. Haha, how could it be? Who has the guts to treat Master Can as a fool? It's just a waste of time. Yashida smiled and flattered him, but Yulongkin couldn't be happy no matter how he listened. He always had a feeling that the other party looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this was just Yulongkin's wishful thinking and could not be counted, so he had to endure it. But the more he looked at Yashida's smiling fat face, the more he wanted to punch him. Fortunately, he still held back in the end, but the expression on his face became more impatient. Don't look at Yulongkin's appearance. He is the second young master of the Yulong clan, but he lives more depressed than anyone else. The reason is nothing else. It is from his cousin, Yulongdu. In his heart, Yulongkin is really excellent. He has won the Alliance Conference champion many times. After joining the Alliance Search Bureau, he has also made many outstanding achievements, especially in Hoenn region. Heavy dealt a heavy blow to the Water Fleet and the Fire Rock team. However, while people were praising him, they would always unconsciously add a sentence. Look, that's the brother of the elite Do. No wonder he is so outstanding. Whenever he heard this, Yulongkin couldn't help but fiery wrath. He really wanted to yell at these people. I can achieve today's achievements entirely because of my own efforts. It has nothing to do with Yulongdu. The relationship between Yulongdu and Yulongkin is not good. In fact, it will never be good. As members of the Yulong clan, everyone is arrogant. As a male, Yulongkin is naturally dissatisfied with Yulongdu, who has always been suppressing him. Unfortunately, no matter how many merits he has made, it is useless because Yulongdu is a dignified elite, and this alone cannot cover up his brilliance in any way. Because of this, Yulongkin is getting more and more irritable, and he gets angry at people at every turn, and because of his identity, no one dares to say anything, so he can only endure it silently. However, recently, Yulongkin's temper has improved a lot, and the reason's obvious. Yulongdu is no longer an elite. When he first heard the news, Yulongkin was so excited that he couldn't sleep well for several days. He felt that this was a great opportunity, and he must seize it firmly to take the position of the next clan leader. So he took the initiative to come and stop Yashida's plan to establish Battle Frontier. If successful, his status in the clan will definitely improve. Don't think that the two have nothing to do with each other. If Battle Frontier is really established, it will greatly affect the interests of Alliance. Battle Frontier plans to build 7 battle facilities in each region, and each facility has its own pioneering brain, which is the so-called leader. In fact, this is completely copying the Alliance's gyms and gym leaders, but just changing the title. Originally, the trainers traveled to challenge gyms, which was completely monopolized by the Alliance. But now Yashida wants to get a piece of the pie, and no one except a fool would agree. Facts have proved that Yashida's Battle Frontier plan cannot be carried out smoothly. Hoenn Alliance has obstructed it in every possible way and spared no effort to exert pressure on it. So far, he has only built battle towers in Laru's city and Asajai city, and they are of the nature of stadiums, without a special pioneering brain. This time, Yashida aimed at the opportunity of the disbandment of the Kanto Elite Four and the unstable political situation, and wanted to try Kanto and Jado region to see if he could establish a battle frontier in these two regions. However, how could the Yulong clan watch him start construction on their own territory? So they sent Yulongkin to strangle his plan in the cradle. I know what you are thinking. I can tell you very clearly that you can't even think about it. Yulongkin warned unceremoniously. Ha! Yashida smiled. Master Kan, don't speak too early. Success depends on people, but success depends on God. Whether you can succeed or not is not decided by you alone. Yashida is the chairman of a Grand Duke company. Although he is easygoing and has a good temper does not mean that he has no temper. Yulongkin always speaks in this way, and even he can't help but gradually get angry in his heart. For a while, the two stared at each other without saying a word. The situation on the field suddenly fell into an awkward situation. It seemed that they were about to part unhappily. But in the end, it was Yulongkin who spoke first. Master Kan, I remember you should be a trainer. Nonsense, Yulongkin said unhappily. Haha, in this case, let's use the trainer method to resolve the conflict. Yashida laughed, and a gleam of light flashed in his small eyes under the sunglasses. I will send my best trainer to fight you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? In this world, when two major forces encounter a conflict of interest, in addition to fighting openly and secretly, if both parties do not want to tear each other apart, they will choose another way to solve it. The profession of Pokemon trainer was born from this, and each force is working hard to cultivate or recruit excellent trainers to gain more benefits for themselves. Why not? Facing Yashida's invitation to fight, Yulongkin agreed at once. Just send someone. My Yulong clan is never afraid of any challenge. Haha, then it's a deal. If we win by chance, please don't interfere with the Battle Frontiers plan. Yashida had expected that with Yulongkin's arrogant character, how could he refuse? And this happened to be what he wanted. Yulongkin is indeed very powerful, but Yuanda technology is not without excellent trainers. Yashida has been running around outside, with the purpose of collecting information about well-known trainers, so as to please them and recruit them. And his years of hard work have not been in vain. He has many powerful trainers working for him. Otherwise, he would not have the courage to establish Battle Frontier. Okay, time, place. Yulongkin has been in Hoenn region for many years, and he knows how much power Yuanda technology has. Therefore, he has absolute confidence in himself. 6 months later, I will notify you separately when the time comes. Yada said with a smile. Yulongkin sneered. Half a year? You are really unconfident enough. Well, then I promise you, let's see what tricks you can come up with. Okay, it's a deal. Of course. Yulongkin is eager for the other party to drag it down, and it would be best if Battle Frontier is dragged directly to abortion, and Yashida also knows this in his heart, but he needs time to obtain enough information. This gambling fight must be foolproof. If it fails, his wish may not be realized. After Yulonkin left, Yashida sat at his desk for a while, then picked up his mobile phone and made a call. "Hello, is this Mr. Brandon? I have something to ask of you this time." At the same time, Ash, who was staying on the first floor of the battle tower, had completed the formalities and officially started to participate in the competition. The battle tower competition is a ranking point system. Rivals can be automatically matched by the system or named. Of course, if named, the other party's consent is required. First-time players have 100 Earl Dervish points and can only be matched with players with similar points. This is set up to prevent bullying. Ash didn't have many acquaintances here, so he decisively chose the matching mode, and the receptionist quickly arranged it for him. The appropriate rival has been matched, the battle mode is 1v1, and the battle venue is the rock venue. Please go directly to elevator number 2. As for this lady, please follow me. There you can see your friend's game. Since it was personally instructed by Yashida, the receptionist did not dare to neglect it and directly arranged a VIP room for Lena to watch the game. The two said goodbye and left. Ash looked around and found that there were more than 10 elevators in the hall. He quickly found the elevator with the code 2 and walked in. Please select the Pokemon to be sent. As soon as Ash entered the elevator, daff, an electronic synthesized sound rang out, and a camera on the top was staring at him. Well, this Pikachu. He thought about it and decided to be safe in the first battle. The Pokemon that will be in the battle is Pikachu. Are you sure? Confirmed. After receiving Ash's reply, a red light shone from the camera, aiming at Pikachu and scanning it several times. The Pokemon that will be in the battle has been confirmed. Please wait patiently. After a while, the elevator that was originally in motion suddenly stopped. Ash didn't know which floor it was, but it felt that the floor should be quite high. Hey, why is it you? As soon as Ash and Pikachu walked out of the elevator, there was a burst of exclamations from the opposite side, and it seemed that they had heard it somewhere before. Looking up and taking a closer look, it turned out to be someone they had met before. It was from Richie. Ah, it turned out to be you. Ash felt a little helpless. Richie was his first rival in the official competition of the Indigo Plateau Conference, and also the weakest rival. If possible, Ash really didn't want to abuse him again. Fortunately, since it was his first time participating in the competition and his points were still very low, Ash didn't have high expectations for the first round of rival, so he was just a little disappointed. What? Your tone is really annoying, Richie said with dissatisfaction. Haven't you heard a saying, don't look at others with old eyes? Since the Indigo Plateau Conference, I have traveled to many places and my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Is it true? Ash was very skeptical about this, especially after seeing Charmeleon beside Richie. His suspicion deepened. It has been so long, but the original Charmander has not been trained in a Charizard, and looking at the eyes of this Charmeleon, it has completely lost its wildness. I guess this has something to do with Richie's education. Of course it's true. I will prove it to you right away. Richie shouted angrily, but there was a little bit of unconfidence in his tone, probably because he saw that rival was Pikachu. After all, he also saw Pikachu's amazing performance in the Indigo Plateau Conference. This time, Ash did not respond to it again, but just stood silently in the player's position, and soon, the electronic synthesized sound announced the start of the game. Go! Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. Richie attacked first as soon as the match started. Facing the blazing fire from Charmeleon, Ash simply gave a command. Pikachu defeated Thunderbolt. Charmeleon. Due to the huge level gap between the two sides, Charmeleon was electrocuted by Pikachu as soon as they met, and fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of his mouth, while Richie immediately let out a miserable growl full of disbelief. Why is this happening? Richie simply couldn't believe it. He also had Pikachu, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to improve the hard power of this Pokemon. If it was a loss in tactical command, it would be acceptable, but it was that it couldn't even withstand the opponent's simple Thunder Shock. The gap between the two sides could no longer be made up by command. Ding! The electronic screen above the hall lit up the words battle end, and at the same time, The number on the point wristband that was received at the front desk changed from 100 to 12 to 0. Only 20 points. Ash muttered a little dissatisfiedly in his heart. The cheapest skill learning devices required 200 points, and the rare ones cost thousands. Fortunately, the Ampharos and Glitter Lighthouse will probably take some time to recover, so there's still plenty of time. In addition, the receptionist also said that if you win 3 games in a row, you will get extra points. The more consecutive wins you have, the more points you will get. Ignoring Richie's request to play another game, Ash turned around with Pikachu and walked towards the elevator that had already opened the door, ready to look for the next rival. If you want to find rival, the players don't have to run back to the front desk. In fact, you can complete the operation on the computer setup in the elevator. Considering that some players may not have a high level of computer skills, the organizer has tried to simplify the operation steps as much as possible. At least for Ash, it is completely no problem. $1*G at *caret. Of course, players who really don't know how to use computers can also go back to the front desk every time to bother the big sisters. Anyway, those kind big sisters will never mind on the surface. Soon, Ash was matched with the second player, and the elevator immediately took him to the battle venue on a certain floor. This time his rival sent out a Cyndaquil. Facing this beginner Pokemon, Ash's mouth twitched secretly, and then he ordered Lucario to quickly deal with it. Then, in 10 matches in a row, each time, the rival was dealt with in less than a minute on average, and there was no difficulty at all. Some of them were matched more than once. Ash felt that it was not good to continue like this, mainly because it was meaningless to bully novices, so he changed to the designated battle mode. Wanted to find a few players with higher scores to fight, and then match after his own points went up. However, if a player with a higher score beats a player with a lower score, the added points are not many, but if he loses, he will lose more. Therefore, Ash found several players with more than 10,000 points, but was rejected. Most of the trainers in this score range are elite level. Some even have Pokemon of Tentu-Song Quasilord. This type of trainer is more or less arrogant, and naturally does not want to waste time on Ash, a rookie with less than 500 points. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Just when Ash was about to give up, someone suddenly accepted his request for a fight, but the rules were set by the other party. The match was 1v1, and a regular battlefield was used. He immediately agreed, and the elevator started running immediately, quickly heading to the designated location. "Are you my rival in this match? Please give me your advice." As soon as he walked out of the elevator, the other party greeted him politely. Ash looked carefully and found that it was a girl wearing contest clothes and beautiful purple hair. The reason why he was not sure was that the other party looked a bit like a boy, or more accurately, the overall beauty was neutral. Luckily, Ash had the power of wave guidance, so he didn't make such embarrassing mistakes as mistaking a man for a woman. "My name is Annabelle. Nice to meet you. I hope we can have a wonderful battle." After Rival introduced himself, Ash also remembered that the Stephanie named Annabelle in front of him was the Battle Lord. Why was she here? But on second thought, there was no Battle Frontier in Kanto at that time. So where did the Battle Lord come from? Otherwise, Ash would definitely challenge the Battle Frontier first. After all, the strength of those pioneering brains is much stronger than some gym trainers. "Hello, just call me Ash." Ash vaguely remembered that Annabelle should be a very strong trainer and a rare psychic who can merge with Pokemon. That is, read their voices. "Okay, Ash, are you ready?" Annabelle asked with a smile. "Well, let's get started. Then let's go, my friend." As she spoke, Annabelle threw a Pokeball, and out came a brightly colored sun Pokemon, while Ash sent out Lucario. "Lucario," Annabelle looked at it with interest. "It's a rare Pokemon, but it seems that your luck is not very good. Attribute is a little unfavorable." The Pokemon battles in the Battle Tower are all selected before the game, which well implements the meaning of the saying luck is also part of strength. So what? I am a trainer known as unbeatable against attributes. Ash said casually. "Haha, then I'll wait and see. Please launch the attack first." Hearing this, Ash was not polite and gave the order directly. "Lucario, use Aura Sphere." Lucario immediately condensed a blue energy ball from his hands and quickly launched it towards the sun Pokemon. Annabelle on the opposite side did not react, but she always had a faint smile on her face, and the sun Pokemon disappeared from the spot in an instant, avoiding the attack of Aura Sphere. Seeing this, Ash was not panicked, but a flash of excitement flashed through his heart. Just as he thought, Annabelle did have the ability of telepathy. Otherwise, the sun Pokemon would not use teleport by itself if she did not give instructions. It seems that there will finally be a decent rival. Seeing the sun Pokemon disappear, Ash did not panic, but instantly deployed his own wave guide and ordered, "Right, Aura Sphere." Hearing this, Lucario turned around and fired an Aura Sphere to the right without thinking, and the sun Pokemon just happened to appear there. Before it could stand firm, it was directly hit by the Aura Sphere and flew out. However, this move was obviously not very painful. The sun Pokemon stood up at once, still expressionless, just shaking its body slightly to shake off the dust on it. Is it a coincidence? Seeing this, Annabelle's heart flashed with doubts. The reaction of the other trainer was a little too fast, but when using teleport, there will be some slight distortion in the space. If you look closely, it is indeed something that 200 can find. Seeing that this attack did not cause considerable damage, Ash immediately ordered again. Lucario, extreme speed. As soon as the voice fell, Lucario's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in the sun in the blink of an eye. In front of the Pokemon, the speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Just as Lucario's fist was about to fall on the sun Pokemon, the opponent also disappeared from the spot, and then a colorful light shot from behind and successfully hit Lucario's back. Fortunately, it was not serious. Lucario only lost some balance after being hit, staggered forward a few steps, and then stood firm again. "It's really troublesome," Ash complained softly. Annabelle's telepathy combined with teleport could be said to have no delay at all. If you want to defeat her, you can only wait for the opponent to make a mistake. The level of the sun Pokemon and Lucario is similar. Both are between the quasi-elite primary and intermediate levels. When the strength is equal, extreme speed cannot catch up a teleport. After all, teleport can be regarded as the most shameless move among the psychic tricks. However, no matter how powerful the trick is, it has weaknesses. If teleport is used continuously in a short period of time, the release pre-swing will become longer and longer, and there is even a possibility of failure. Therefore, Ash has only one thing to do, that is, to keep attacking and make the opponent reveal his flaws. Lucario used Quick Attack to catch up. If the opponent dodges with teleport, immediately start preparing Dragon Wave. He changed his strategy. While giving verbal orders, he secretly used wave guides to give instructions for the next step. Extreme speed consumes too much physical strength, so he dare not let Lucario use it too much. After receiving the order, Lucario immediately rushed forward, and when he got close to the sun Pokemon, the other party disappeared from the spot again, just like before. However, Lucario was not idle. It quickly followed Ash's instructions and began to gather energy in its chest. Then Ash shouted, 9 o'clock direction, Dragon Wave. The next moment, a blue shock wave gushed out of Lucario's mouth, but the sun Pokemon that had just appeared actually instantly propped up a transparent shield around its body. The power of the Dragon Wave offset most of it. The situation on the field was still in a stalemate. This rival is so strange. In the VIP room, Lena muttered to herself. She was paying close attention to Ash's game situation. The more she watched, the weirder it felt. So far, the two sides on the battlefield have been attacking each other for several rounds, and Annabelle has never issued a single order from beginning to end, and even didn't say a word. Could it be that she and Ash have the same ability? Lena immediately thought of this possibility. After all, her friends are people with special abilities like Ash and Sabrina, and they accept this kind of thing very quickly. Looking at the expressionless face of Ash on the screen, Lena always has a feeling. He seems very happy. Ash, you are really good. On the field, Annabelle said the first sentence since the battle began. But my son Pokemon is already protesting to me, saying that it has been delayed too long. Some Pokemon like aggressive fighting styles, while some Pokemon prefer to play it safe. However, Normal's fighting style is completely determined by trainer himself, and Pokemon can only cooperate. However, Annabelle is different from everyone else. Her ability is not just to give silent commands. To be precise, she can achieve spiritual unity with Pokemon, that is, to perceive their inner thoughts. Because of this, Annabelle always gives orders according to the wishes of Pokemon during battle, which makes the cooperation between the two sides extremely tacit. Really? Then how do you plan to defeat Lucario? Ash asked calmly. Indeed, Lucario cannot cause effective damage to Sun Pokemon, but conversely, Sun Pokemon can't do anything to Lucario. Because Lucario is faster than the opponent, coupled with Ash's Waveguide induction, the Sun Pokemon sneak attacks using Teleport have failed several times. There is a way. Annabelle smiled slightly. Sun Pokemon, use foul play space. This was the first time Annabelle gave an order, and it was also the most difficult order for Ash. Looking at the entire venue covered by the illusory wall, a trace of worry flashed through his heart. However, what surprised Ash was that Annabelle took the initiative to explain, this is a psychic trick. The effect is that within a certain period of time, the originally slow Pokemon will become faster, and the fast Pokemon will become slower. Why did you remind me? In fact, Ash already knew about this. When he visited the exchange store, he saw the most expensive skill learning device at a glance, which stored the magical trick foul play space. The price is as high as 8,000 points. Why do you ask why? Annabelle shook her head and smiled. This trick is rare. Even I only knew it after joining this battle tower. So I just want you to know it. Oh, Ash raised his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid that I will crack this trick after I know it? You should know that trainer's lack of knowledge is his own problem. You have no obligation to help rival with knowledge. If you can crack the foul play space, wouldn't that be great? Then I can learn a trick. Annabelle smiled. You are really open-minded. Ash looked at her with a strange face. Annabelle covered her mouth and smiled softly, but the premise is that you can really do it, and you should have noticed it. As soon as the words fell, the Sun Pokemon on the opposite side suddenly started to attack, and in the blink of an eye, it shot out a colorful light. Fortunately, Lucario had been on guard for a long time and rolled to the side, and then he dodged it. But the situation was not optimistic. Lucario tried his best to barely dodge it, and almost brushed against the phantom light and almost got hit. Of course I noticed it. Can't you give instructions to Pokemon through telepathy? Ash continued her words. Hey, that's right. Annabelle always felt that Ash's attitude was not right. It was good enough for normal people to guess it, but the other party was completely accustomed to it. This is definitely not normal. Well, judging from your tone, have you met someone like me before? 13. Annabelle hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Ash did not answer directly, but asked back. You haven't noticed yet? Annabelle was stunned by his words. Just as she was about to speak, Lucario on the opposite side suddenly launched an attack, and a blue aura sphere shot at the Sun Pokemon, and the unprepared Sun Pokemon was hit on the spot. Although the effect was not very good, the Sun Pokemon was also embarrassed by this sudden attack. And now, Annabelle finally understood. Could it be that, Ash, you and I have the same ability? Annabelle's voice was full of surprise. Almost, but why do you seem so happy? Ash asked, puzzled. Of course I'm happy. Annabelle looked excited. This is the first time I've met someone of my kind since I was a child. Let's have a good chat after the battle. Asterisk, Ash could understand why Annabelle called him a kind of person when they first met. It was simply because they were all different species among humans, so they naturally felt a sense of familiarity. This was similar to Sabrina at the beginning. Sometimes Ash thought that maybe Sabrina at that time didn't follow Song on the trip with the idea of defeating him, but simply wanted to stay with her kind. But why didn't you use it at the beginning like me? Annabelle asked again. It's very simple. Ash smiled softly. In that case, I wouldn't be able to trick you, right? Lucario, extreme speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucario rushed out immediately, and Annabelle immediately showed a look of realization and smiled. So that's it, but it's too late. Sun Pokemon, use illusion before the opponent. At the same time, Annabelle's telepathy was transmitted to the mind of the Sun Pokemon. She believed that in the foul play space, Sun Spirit Slave would definitely be able to attack before Lucario. However, the development of the matter was obviously beyond Annabelle's expectations. Lucario actually rushed to hit the Sun Pokemon before it launched an attack and directly punched it out. Sun Pokemon. Annabelle couldn't help but exclaimed, and Ash did not hesitate at all. He immediately used the Wave Guide to instruct Lucario to seize the victory and use extreme speed again. Although she didn't understand what was going on, Annabelle was not a fool. Naturally, she would not pin her hopes on the effect of the foul play space. She quickly let the Sun Pokemon use Teleport to dodge. Teleport again. Seeing that the opponent used Teleport again to dodge Lucario's attack, Ash's heart flashed with a trace of helplessness. But there was also good news. The successful hit of extreme speed just now greatly consumed the Sun Pokemon's energy. Pokemon stamina is so low that Teleport's activation is getting slower and slower. If there are only 1 or 2 more rounds, extreme speed will be able to catch up with it. However, at this moment, Annabelle suddenly raised her hand to signal, "Sorry, I give up." Ding! The battle tower system is very decisive. After hearing Annabelle surrender, the electronic screen above the hall immediately lit up the words "Battle End." The players will be given extra points or deducted points every week. Ash was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why did you suddenly give up? If you insist on fighting, you are not without a chance." Because the child was hit by an unexpected attack, his heart is already in chaos. So I decided to give up. As Annabelle said, she gently stroked the Sun Pokemon, comforting its emotions, and the Sun Pokemon squinted his eyes, obviously looking very enjoyable. That's not a reason. Ash shook his head. During a Pokemon battle, it's the trainer's responsibility to keep the Pokemon calm. You shouldn't just give up like that. Because I'm also worried. Annabelle seemed to feel that this was a bit ambiguous, so she regretted it as soon as she said it. She blushed and explained, I'm so happy to meet my kind. Please don't misunderstand me." "What can I misunderstand?" Ash looked at her strangely, which immediately embarrassed Annabelle. "Really, why is this person like this? Does he really not understand, or is he teasing me?" Just when Annabelle was secretly complaining in her heart, Ash had taken back Lucario and turned to walk towards the elevator. Seeing this, La hurriedly shouted, "Ash, we'll meet on the ground floor later." Ash waved his hand and left the battlefield without looking back. He had played more than 10 games today. It was almost time for dinner. It was almost time to end. Through this battle, his points reached 600, which increased by more than 100 points. As expected, it is fun to challenge higher-level players. When Ash returned to the lobby on the first floor, Lena was already waiting there. She came forward and said with a smile, "Ash, not bad. You have made a new friend again." "Who said that I am friends with that person?" Ash was speechless. "You don't say that." Lena gently pointed at him with her finger. "It's a good thing to make more friends. That person named Annabelle is very easygoing, much better than Gary at the beginning. He will definitely become your good friend." Hearing this, Ash was immediately confused. Why did Lena use Gary as an example? Is Gary his only friend? As for temper, Sabrina at the beginning was even worse than Gary. So, you should be nicer to others later. Don't scare away the friends you made with great difficulty. Lena warned seriously. After all, she knew how bad Ash's attitude was when he treated his childhood sweetheart Gary, and the two of them would mock each other endlessly. "Got it," Ash said casually, and he couldn't help but feel a little headache. Lena's words were almost exactly the same as Delia's. Could it be that the two of them had discussed it? While the two were talking, Annabelle also walked out of the elevator and saw Ash at a glance and hurriedly greeted him. "Ash, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "Who is this?" "Hello, my name is Lena, and I'm Ash's travel partner." Lena took the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Annabelle. Nice to meet you." After introducing themselves, Lena immediately started talking excitedly. "Annabelle, I saw your fight just now. You should be a psychic, right?" "Yes, I can hear the voice of Pokemon." Annabelle smiled and nodded. "Great. Then you will definitely be able to chat with Ash, and we have a friend who is also a psychic. I will introduce you to each other someday." Hearing Lena's words, Annabelle's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt like she had found an organization. "Great. Please be sure to introduce it to me." "Yes. You will definitely become good friends," Lena vowed. "Really? I don't think so," Ash suddenly interrupted. "With Sabrina's temper, I guess she will directly challenge Annabelle to see who is the most powerful psychic." What? Don't talk nonsense. Sister Sabrina will never do that." Even so, Lena's tone was not very firm, and she was obviously a little shaken, but Annabelle was getting more and more interested in it. She was a person who was keen on Pokemon battles, and it was a blessing to be able to fight against the powerful rival. But after chatting for a while, Lena began to gradually doubt whether the Annabelle in front of her was a man or a woman. Before in the VIP room, due to the angle, Lena thought Annabelle should be a boy, but when the other party got close to her, she felt something was wrong. Why did Annabelle look more and more like a girl? And this name didn't seem to belong to a boy. But Lena was embarrassed to ask, which would make everyone embarrassed, so she had to keep it to herself. Fortunately, at this time, Annabelle suddenly suggested, "By the way, it's almost dinner time now. I know there's a good restaurant here. Do you want to try it?" Ash and Lena are both in a Sage-Eye City for the first time. They are unfamiliar with the place. Since someone recommends it, it is naturally the best. While Annabelle was leading the way, Lena quickly pulled Ash and asked quietly, "Ash, is this Annabelle a man or a woman?" "Female." Ash glanced at her. "Why? Did you think she was a man?" "Yeah." Lena nodded gently, with a little bitterness on her lips. After hearing Ash's answer, she felt very depressed. If she had known that Annabelle was a woman, she would never have bothered to let the two become friends. She just hoped that Ash could make some like-minded friends. But if the other party was a woman, wouldn't that be a potential danger for herself? Because of doing stupid things, Lena was absent-minded during the meal, but Ash and Annabelle were very chatty. Of course, it was mainly about Pokemon battles. "Ash, can you tell me why your Lucario was able to launch an attack first when you were in the foul play space before?" Annabelle asked sincerely. "I asked Lucario to use extreme speed." Ash replied. "Extreme speed?" Annabelle looked puzzled. "I know this trick, it's very fast, but in foul play space, the faster it is, the slower it should be. It seems that you don't know much about the foul play space. Extreme speed has a very high priority and will not be affected by the foul play space." After hearing Ash's explanation, Annabelle was not only not confused, but even more confused. "Priority? What is that? I've never heard of it." "You? Oh, I understand." Ash suddenly understood. The reason why Annabelle had never heard of priority was not because she was ignorant, but because there was no such thing in this world. The so-called priority is one of the factors that determine which Pokemon will attack first in a battle. When determining which Pokemon will attack first in a battle, the priority must be determined first. When a special move used by one Pokemon has a higher priority, this Pokemon will ignore the speed and use the special move faster than the other Pokemon. However, all this only applies to that turn-based game. In the real world, it is difficult for people to find priority, just like Annabelle used Teleport to deal with Lucario's extreme speed before. Even if the priority of extreme speed was higher, it could not even touch the opponent. After all, there is a big gap between reality and games. But well, you can understand it this way. When Lucario uses extreme speed, the foul play space will temporarily be unable to restrict it, because at that moment, its speed has exceeded the tolerance range of the foul play space. After thinking for a long time, Ash could only come up with such an explanation, and there was no evidence to prove it, but Annabelle was very impressed. "Is that so? This is the first time I have heard such a statement." Ash knows a lot. After being praised by Annabelle, Ash felt a little embarrassed. "No, don't take it seriously. This is just the result of my own thinking, and it has not been certified by the authority." "Why do we need certification?" Annabelle asked with a smile. "As Pokemon trainers, aren't we the best authorities?" And indeed, Ash laughed dumbly. It was not until this moment that he deeply realized how complicated the matter of Pokemon was, and it was far from being understood by playing games. After dinner, The two sides said goodbye to each other and left. Ash and Annabelle agreed to form a double battle to participate in the battle tower early tomorrow morning. Because Ash wanted to exchange for the skill learning device worth 8,000 points that stored the foul play space. If it was a double battle, the points would be added more, and Annabelle's score was very high, which could lead him to match a powerful rival. In this way, you can quickly accumulate points and give Pokemon enough practical experience, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Almost a week has passed since Ash joined the Battle Tower. Thanks to teaming up with Annabelle, Ash's points have been rising rapidly. In just 1 week, his ranking has risen to the top of the Battle Tower, and he has also obtained the skill learning device in the foul play space as he wished. There are not many masters in the Battle Tower, and they are not particularly strong. The strongest ones are only at the quasi-elite level. At least so far, Ash has not seen any rival with an elite-level Pokemon. Of course, this is only from Ash's point of view. In fact, quasi-elite is already very good, and there is a chance to win the Alliance Conference Championship. However, this is indeed a very good battle facility. Trainers can easily find suitable rivals here, and all kinds of commonly used facilities are also available. Taking this opportunity, Ash let all the Pokemon in the team practice well, which greatly increased their practical experience, and it was worth the trip. On this day, after the usual double battle, Ash and Annabelle came to the lounge of 597 in the tower to take a short break. The two chatted while drinking tea. "Ash, when are you going to leave?" Annabelle asked. Ash had revealed the news of leaving before. After all, he still had to challenge the Silver Conference, but the Ampharos in the Lucas Tower had not recovered yet, which delayed him. Soon, Ash thought for a while. "I asked someone yesterday. Ampharos has gradually started to get better, and it is estimated that the Zhiye gym will be reopened in the next 2 days. I will leave this city after the challenge." Annabelle's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. After a week of getting along, the two had established a good friendship, but they didn't expect to be separated so soon. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang in the ears of the two. "Huh, you too. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Hearing the sound, he turned around and saw that it was Yashida, still wearing that funny casual clothes. He looked like a fat tourist, not the style of a chairman at all. "Hello, mister." "Yashida, day." Annabelle greeted him politely, and Ash just nodded slightly at him, but Yashida didn't care. He directly pulled a chair and sat down next to the two. Ash was a little speechless when he saw this. This Yashida is really a very familiar person. "You two, I heard that you have made a lot of name in the Battle Tower recently. People call you the Silent Duo. There are many people who surrender when they meet you in doubles matches. It's really admirable." Yashida praised Annabelle as soon as he sat down, and even Ash felt a little uncomfortable, mainly because of that title. What a silent duo! Who gave such a Chunabunny title? In fact, since Annabelle is used to only using telepathy to issue commands in battle, in order to keep up with her rhythm, Ash can only open the wave guide to command. Although this is a bit tiring, the advantage of silent command is also obvious. In almost every double battle, the two of them suppressed rival from beginning to end. After praising for a while, Yashida's face suddenly changed and said seriously, "Actually, I came to you this time to discuss something important. What do you think of the current level of gyms in various places?" 10. Hearing this, Ash and Annabelle looked at each other, and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. "Why did you suddenly talk about this?" "I don't know much about this," Annabelle replied. "I haven't been traveling for a long time, and I rarely challenge gyms, so I dare not make a conclusion." "I see." Ashida smiled, then turned to look at another person. "Ash, what about you? You were the last Quartz Conference champion. You should have a lot of travel experience, right?" "Not particularly rich, but in my opinion, the level of Alliance gyms can be summarized in 4 words, good and bad." Ash gave a more pertinent evaluation. "The strong ones are very strong, and the weak ones are very weak. For example, the level of the Tokiwa gym and the Cerulean gym is completely different." "Oh," Annabelle became interested. "Ash, can you tell me more specifically?" "The Cerulean gym specializes in water ballet, and it is completely perfunctory when facing challengers. The badge is equivalent to being given away for free, while the Tokiwa gym is so strong that ordinary trainers can't win at all. Ash didn't want to frame anyone. He was just stating the facts, but Annabelle always felt incredible when listening to it. The gap between gyms could be so big. Indeed, just as Ash said. Ashida nodded and agreed with Ash. The lack of supervision in this area by the Alliance has led to the current situation, so I have an idea. What is the idea? Annabelle asked cooperatively. That is to build a battle frontier. Yashida's voice seemed a little excited. It is a mimic gym, but a facility that exceeds the gym, equivalent to a combination of a gym and a battle tower. In my imagination, the trainer who can serve as the leader must at least have the strength of a quasi-elite or even an elite. The previous words were nothing, but Annabelle was shocked when she heard the last sentence. She actually wanted to recruit elite-level trainers, which was a bit of a pipe dream. After all, for trainers, the Alliance's Elite Four group is their greatest yearning and the greatest honor. Although Yashida is rich, money is not omnipotent. At least for an elite-level trainer, honor is far more important than money. Because once you have a reputation, money will naturally come easily. Ash, Annabelle, you two are not only outstanding, but also have amazing special abilities. You are exactly the candidates I have in mind. How about you come to serve as the pioneer brain? Yashida formally invited. To be honest, Ash was not surprised by this. He had thought before that Yashida was so enthusiastic about him, and it was probably for this purpose. But Ash did not intend to agree, at least not yet. He did not like to stay in the same place all the time, and wanted to go out more while he was young. I'm sorry, I don't have the idea of being the leader yet. Ash declined Yashida's invitation without hesitation. Don't jump to conclusions. Yashida was unwilling to give up. The treatment of the pioneer brain is excellent, and the battle facilities are also under your full control, and there are huge subsidies every month. Ash was not surprised by this. Yuanda technology is famous for its wealth. Otherwise, it would not have the courage to take out the precious skill learning device as an exchange item. But there is one thing he can't figure out. Although you invited us to be the pioneer brain, there is no shadow of the battle frontier now, right? Ash looked at Yashida with some doubts. In his impression, the battle frontier is scattered throughout Kanto. Logically speaking, such a large project cannot be without any movement in advance, and the media should report it. Well, that's what happened. The battle frontier has been established, but the procedures are very complicated, so it hasn't officially started yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Yashida quickly added, "But don't worry, it will be completed within a year at the latest. I can guarantee that." In this world, due to the existence of Pokemon and the high level of technology, the speed of construction is very fast. It is not uncommon to build a skyscraper in half a year, so Yashida's words don't sound flawed at first. However, Ash has the power of waveguide, and he immediately sensed that Yashida was lying. At least what he said was only half true and half false. And Ash can only detect this step at most, and he can't know what the other party is hiding, unless he spins the fate fragments to ask the system. But he doesn't think it's necessary. Anyway, let's talk after the work is done. I should be leaving tomorrow. Okay, it's a deal then. Ashida had known that Ash would leave, so he was not in a hurry to give an answer on the spot. He just needed the other party to have this thought in mind. Then he turned to look at Annabelle. Ash thought Annabelle would agree. After all, in the original book, she was the Battle Lord, and she had mentioned that her dream was to open a gym, and the battle facilities were similar to the gym, just with a different name. However, unexpectedly, Annabelle also refused. "I'm very sorry, I haven't thought about it yet." Before you think about it, you can hone your strength in this battle tower. Ashida said straightforwardly. "No, actually, I'm going to leave." Annabelle squeaked. "Through the battle with Ash this week, I realized that I am a frog in the well and don't understand many things at all. I thought that staying in one place and waiting for others to challenge me would improve my strength. But now it seems that this is wrong, so I decided to go out and travel." Annabelle's words made Yashida completely stunned. In fact, she felt very sorry. After all, Yashida usually took good care of her. However, The two parties did not sign any contract or agreement, so Annabelle could leave at any time if she wanted to. Is that so? Yashida forced a smile. Haha, that's good. Young people should go out more often. In fact, Annabelle's decision had a great impact. She was a high-ranking player in Battle Tower. Her live broadcast of the battle once exceeded 100,000 viewers on the internet, not to mention other channels. And this time, not only Ash, but also Annabelle was going to leave. With the departure of two masters, the influence of Battle Tower would undoubtedly decline significantly. However, Yashida also understood that a forced melon is not sweet, so he did not say anything more, but wished them a happy journey. Then, Annabelle took the initiative to ask Ash, I don't have much experience in traveling. How about you and Lena take me with you? I don't care, but I have to ask Lena's opinion before going. Ash replied, it's not interesting to watch the battle all the time, so Ash and Lena acted alone during the Battle Tower. Fortunately, as Zhiye City is a big city, so people won't be bored. Well, let me talk to her, Annabelle said with a smile, and I don't know where she got such confidence. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. After all, Lena's attitude towards her can't be said to be bad, but can't be said to be friendly. It's almost the kind of feeling that is neither cold nor hot. However, when the three of them met in the evening, Annabelle just pulled Lena to whisper a few words, and the little girl immediately changed her attitude and became very enthusiastic. Okay, it's great that Annabelle can join. It's more lively when there are more people. What the hell? Ash couldn't figure it out, but he was too lazy to think about it, because he found that Glitter Lighthouse had started working again, which meant that Ampharos must have recovered. Lena, Annabelle, I'm going to challenge the gym tomorrow, and then leave the city for Whirl Islands. Is that okay? Ash asked his two companions for their opinions. 0. The two immediately said they had no objection, and then early the next morning, after breakfast, the three of them walked towards the Glitter Gym. When they got there, they found that the gym was indeed operating again. Kaxia in the gym office recognized the two at a glance and quickly reported to Jasmine. Master, it's Ash and Lena. It seems that Ash is here to challenge the gym. Well, please let them in. As she said that, Jasmine stood up and prepared to go to the battle site to wait. Since Ampharos's body had recovered, her worries were gone. Therefore, her current contest condition can score full marks. She can accept any challenge completely. After a while, the two met at the battle site. Jasmine took the initiative to say, Sorry, Ash. I kept you waiting for so long. It's nothing. Ash waved his hand nonchalantly. He had gained a lot during his stay in a Zhiye City. Not only did he participate in the Battle Tower in exchange for a lot of useful skill-learning devices, but he also made a new friend, Annabelle. Okay, Jasmine smiled slightly. To repay you, I will definitely go all out later. As soon as the words fell, Jasmine's momentum suddenly changed. Her eyes were filled with incomparable determination, and the original flat-chested soft girl disappeared in an instant, and her style became as tough as Orberg. I heard that Miss Jasmine has the title of Stephanie protected by an iron wall. It seems that this rumor is true. Lena began to gossip. Really? Annabelle was also a little interested. This Miss Jasmine looks so weak. I didn't expect that she would have such a domineering title, but she really looks like a different person standing on the court, full of momentum. Maybe it's because she is good at steel. Although both Stephanies try to lower their voices, Jasmine still heard them. She said with a smile, Can you please stop mentioning my nickname? It's just someone else's nickname. Jasmine didn't like the word iron wall very much. As for the reason, you can understand it by looking at the flatness on her chest. After all, she is a Stephanie girl, and she will more or less care about things like 5, 4, 3. Lena and Annabelle quickly shut up and stopped talking, watching the game quietly, and the referee cousin began to announce the rules of the game. Now begins the shallow green gym battle. From the gym trainer Jasmine to the challenger Palatown small, and the number of Pokemon that can be used is limited to 2, until both sides fall down. Seeing that both sides had no objection, Kaxia waved the flag. Then, the game begins. Get ready, Magnemite. According to the rules, Jasmine, as a gym trainer, sent out Pokemon first, and This Magnemite should be the one that stopped at the one on Jasmine's shoulder. Ash thought for a moment, then took out a Pokeball. Go, baby! Although Jasmine's strength is not bad, Magnemite is not a very strong Pokemon. It's just right for Bagon to practice with it and see how much it has improved during the Battle Tower. Oh, it's Hoenn's Quasi-God. Seeing Bagon's figure, Jasmine was slightly surprised at first, and then a raging fire of war ignited in her chest. It seems that the strength of the challenger this time will not be too bad. The challenger has the right to launch the attack first, so Ash first ordered, Bagon, Flamethrower. Woo! After receiving Ash's order, Bagon roared with full spirit, and then spit up a hot flame from his mouth, aiming directly at Magnemite. Magnemite, get out of the way! As soon as the words fell, Magnemite's figure disappeared from the spot, and Bagon's flamethrower was undoubtedly in vain. It's our turn now, Magnemite. Use Thunder Wave. Jasmine shouted loudly. Magnemite immediately emitted a light blue electric light and hit Bagon directly, and Bagon was hit on the spot before he could dodge. This is not a good situation now. Annabelle frowned slightly. The opponent's Magnemite is already incredibly fast, and Bagon is in the paralysis contest condition, so it's even harder to keep up. Magnemite can be so fast that it is almost impossible to see with the naked eye just by dodging. This speed can almost catch up with Pikachu. It seems that Jasmine deliberately prevented it from evolving. It doesn't matter. Ash will definitely find a way to solve it. Lena is very confident in Ash. After all, she has always been like this. And Ash is indeed not in a hurry. Since Magnemite is fast, why not try to seal its speed with force? Bagon, use the ghost face. After receiving Ash's order, Bagon immediately showed a fierce look in his eyes and glared at Magnemite fiercely, while a faint black gas emanated from his body. This frightened Magnemite so much that his body trembled and swayed in the air, making people worry that he might fall down suddenly. Magnemite, cheer up! Jasmine hurriedly encouraged her Pokemon loudly, but it didn't work. Magnemite still looked scared. Although he didn't lose his fighting power, his movements were obviously not as flexible as before. Now, Bagon, rush up and use Iron Head. Ash immediately ordered to attack. Woo! Bagon dragged his slightly paralyzed body and rushed towards Magnemite without hesitation, with a faint white light on his forehead. Jasmine was not to be outdone and immediately asked Magnemite counterattacked. Don't be afraid of it. Use the shiny electric cannon. As the saying goes, the bravest wins when two meet in a narrow road. The frightened Magnemite was far inferior to Bagon in momentum, so after being hit by Iron Head, he was frightened and took several steps back, and the shiny electric cannon that was originally half condensed was naturally forced to cancel. Not good. Jasmine immediately realized that things were not good. Magnemite, recover quickly. Fly to the sky. However, how could Ash give the other party this opportunity, and decisively ordered, Bagon, flamethrower to solve it. Bagon spit up a blazing fire again, and this time it finally hit. With excellent effect, Magnemite immediately fell to the ground with black smoke, making intermittent wailing sounds. Magnemite can't fight, so Bagon wins, Kusia said while waving the flag to Bagon. You have worked hard, take a good rest. Jasmine took out the Pokeball and took back the Magnemite, then looked at Ash and smiled. Ash, your Bagon is well trained. It is indeed a powerful Dragon-type Pokemon and give people a strong sense of momentum. It has nothing to do with me. It just has a good father. Ash said modestly. Bloodline is very important for Pokemon. Often, it is not possible to become strong just by hard work. Therefore, the Pokemon of powerful trainers are very popular. One of the reasons is for breeding. However, the stronger the 2.7 Pokemon, the lower the chance of giving birth to offspring. For example, Bagon's father, the ancestor of the Yulong family, played outside for several years before giving birth to such a little guy. You can imagine how low the chance is. And those powerful trainers will not force their Pokemon to breed, because for them, Pokemon is not just a tool, but a partner who fights side by side with them. If the trainer cannot respect his Pokemon, then the Pokemon will not fight for them wholeheartedly. so neither side can become stronger. Therefore, at least Ash will not do such a thing, no matter how much money he gives. Of course, except for a certain cloth, it is estimated that if there is such a thing, this guy will be very happy to volunteer. After the first round, Jasmine sent out her second Pokemon, Steelix. Growl. Like the previous evolution Onyx, Steelix's roar growl is low and deep. Coupled with its huge size and domineering appearance, it can cause great psychological pressure to the timid rival. I didn't expect Miss Jasmine to have Steelix. After using the Pokédex to check Steelix's information, Lena always felt a little weird. The previous Magnemite was fine, but Steelix really didn't match the pure and lovely Jasmine. And Steelix is Miss Jasmine's trump card. If Ash doesn't send the main force to the field, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Annabelle added, "Thank you for your hard work. Come back first, Bagon." Ash wanted to put Bagon back into the Pokeball, but who knew that the little guy was shaking his head desperately, obviously wanted to fight again. "Are you sure?" Ash raised his eyebrows. "You should be able to feel it yourself. You're not in a good condition now." 13-inch. Woo! Bagon roared with a determined face, and Ash agreed after thinking for a moment, because he didn't want to dampen its enthusiasm. Although Bagon fell into the paralysis contest condition, it still had plenty of physical strength. Moreover, Steelix's speed was ridiculously slow, so it was not without the ability to fight. Seeing that both sides were ready, Ka raised the flag and announced, "Second round start. Steelix, use Oreburgh Tail." Kasha just announced the start of the game, and Jasmine asked Steelix to attack. After receiving the order from the trainer, Onyx immediately twisted his body, raised the tail, emitting dazzling white light high, and swung it towards Bagon with the momentum of sweeping everything. Bagon Dragon Claw. With Bagon's current contest condition, there was no way to dodge, so Ash decisively let him take it hard, trying to minimize the damage. Bagon was also very competitive. Facing Steelix, which was several times larger than him, he showed no fear and resolutely waved his small claws to face rival's giant tail. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bagon was immediately blown away, which was within Ash's expectations. After all, the size difference between the two sides was too big, and Bagon could not defeat Steelix in terms of strength. However, this was not completely in vain. Dragon Claw successfully offset some of the damage, so Bagon had enough strength to adjust his posture in mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. "Good catch." Ash praised first, then waved his right hand and ordered, "It's our turn next. No need to hold back, just use the most powerful flamethrower." "Woo!" Bagon roared and used all his strength to spit up a thick and burning flame from his mouth. This flame was much more fierce than the previous one. Even Ash and Jasmine, who were close, could feel a burst of heat coming at them. What amazing power! Jasmine's eyes flashed with surprise. It's not like she hasn't fought against fire Pokemon before, but the flamethrower used by Bagon, who is not fire, is even more powerful than those fire Pokemon. Rival is a slow-moving Steelix. In Ash's imagination, this flamethrower should be a sure hit, but Jasmine has also thought of this and has a plan to deal with it. Steelix, use the Sandstorm. Roar! After receiving the order from the trainer, Steelix immediately straightened up and then began to spin rapidly on the spot, forming a sand roll. Flamethrower was immediately deflected when it hit the sand roll, mainly because the air layer generated during the rotation firmly blocked the flames outside. Sandstorm can actually be used like this. Ash was a little surprised to see this. Normally, the sandstorm trick is to stir up violent wind and sand on the field, thus having a series of effects on the battle situation. But Jasmine used it in a different way, allowing Steelix to transform himself into a sand roll to block the damage of the flames, which really taught Ash a lesson. While he was thinking, the sand roll gradually became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared, leaving only a big hole on the field. "Did you go underground while the sandstorm was covering you?" Ash muttered to himself, and soon came up with an idea. He decisively took out the Pokeball. "Sorry, Bagon. I have to let you come back." Bagon, who was paralyzed, had absolutely no way to avoid Steelix's next attack. In addition, the previous two attacks really consumed too much of its physical strength, so it had to be replaced. This time, Bagon did not make any comments and was obediently put into the Pokeball by the red light. Ash immediately sent out the second player, Go, Snorlax. The moment Snorlax came out, Steelix jumped out from beside its feet, and Jasmine also shouted, Steelix, now is the time to use Steel 727 Iron Tail. Steelix immediately raised its tail and swung it down from top to bottom at Snorlax. This time it was not a sweep. Combined with Steelix's own weight, the power can only be described as amazing. Snorlax, hold it. However, Ash had absolute confidence in Snorlax's power, and Snorlax did not disappoint Ash. It stretched its arms forward and actually grabbed Steelix's tail directly. What? Jasmine was shocked. She knew how powerful Steelix was, but now there was a Pokemon that was comparable to it. In fact, although Steelix was bigger than Snorlax, Snorlax was far heavier than Steelix. But Jasmine quickly came to her senses and shouted, Steelix, hold it like this. Roar! Barry immediately rolled up Steelix's thick tail and used the binding trick to bind Snorlax tightly. This trick is almost a must-have trick for snake-shaped Pokemon. Some other Pokemon can also use vines and other things to do it. Fortunately, Steelix is huge, otherwise it would be impossible to tie up such a fat Kirby. Good job, Steelix. Seeing that Steelix successfully restricted Snorlax's movements, Jasmine was immediately delighted and shouted, Just aim at its head and use Crunch. Seeing that Snorlax was about to be bitten by Steelix's big mouth, Ash was still calm. He crossed his arms and ordered calmly, Snorlax, defense roll. After hearing Ash's words, Snorlax immediately retracted its head and limbs into the fat, turning into a round meatball, and Steelix's teeth bit it with a clattering sound, but he didn't even bite off a layer of fur. Very good. Ash waved his right hand. Keep this posture and use yawn. Kirby. Suddenly, waves of melodious yawn sounds rang out on the field, but sounded a little dull, but this did not affect its effect at all. Steelix's eyelids gradually drooped down. The body that was originally tightly tied to Snorlax also slowly began to loosen, and finally simply lay on the ground and began to rest. It seems that Ash did it on purpose. Annabelle suddenly realized that she was still wondering why Ash did not issue a dodge command when Snorlax was strangled by Steelix. With the skills of this Snorlax, it may not be without a chance. Now everything is clear. Ash deliberately let Steelix stun Snorlax, and took the opportunity to use Yawn at zero distance, leaving the opponent no chance to defend. Steelix, wake up! Jasmine shouted anxiously, but this did not have any effect, because Steelix was still snoring. Seeing that the plan was successful, Ash would not miss this great opportunity and immediately ordered, Snorlax, use Fire Punch continuously. Being a normal Pokemon has one advantage, that is, it can learn many kinds of attribute special moves. Although there is no attribute consistent bonus, Fire Punch is very effective against Steelix. Kirby! Snorlax roared foolishly, and then his fists ignited with blazing flames, and he blasted towards Steelix with both hands. The distance between the two sides was originally close, and Steelix was still asleep, so Snorlax did not miss a single punch, and all hit the opponent solidly. Roar! After being beaten so hard, any living thing would react, and Steelix was no exception. It woke up in pain immediately, roared and climbed up again, staring at Snorlax with red eyes. You could still stand up. Originally, Ash thought Steelix couldn't withstand this attack, but now it seems that the opponent's defense is stronger than expected. However, this is no wonder. After all, it is Jasmine's trump card Pokemon. Although Jasmine knew that Steelix wanted to retaliate now, it was obviously not a wise move. Seeing that Snorlax was huge, her movements would definitely not be very flexible, so she decided to launch a sneak attack. Steelix, get underground. This Steelix is Jasmine's Earl Dervish Pokemon. They grew up with Arnold. The two sides have a good relationship and tacit understanding, and the intimacy is also very high. Therefore, even if they're a little reluctant, Steelix still did not hesitate at all and executed the command at the first time. Unfortunately, Ash would not let her do as she wished. Snorlax, use Earthquake. Kabah! While shouting, Snorlax's knees slightly bent, and then under Jasmine's incredible eyes, he jumped into the air and then landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire Snorlax gym was shaking. Lena and Annabelle, who were watching the battle nearby, almost fell down. Even the residents nearby could feel the shockwaves. It can be seen how powerful Snorlax was when he used his own weight to perform this move. Fortunately, this gym was made of solid Orberg. If it was replaced with a wooden building, it might have collapsed. Roar! And Steelix Underground was in great pain at this time. He was dizzy and dazed by the fluctuations of Earthquake. Without Jasmine's instructions, he took the initiative to drill out of the ground, panting. The most feared Pokemon that can dig is Earthquake. There is really no place to hide underground. This is also because Jasmine's Steelix is strong. If it were replaced by others, it would probably faint directly underground. However, Steelix seemed to be at the end of its strength. It had exhausted all its strength after trying to get out. After a roar of unwillingness, it fell to the ground. Steelix cannot fight. Snorlax wins. Therefore, the winner is the adjuster, Ash from Pallet Town. After checking Steelix's condition, Kusia announced the final result a little reluctantly. After all, she is Jasmine's apprentice. However, Jasmine seemed to be unconcerned. After taking out the Pokeball to take back Steelix, she gently comforted him and walked towards Ash and congratulated him. Congratulations. You won the mineral badge. As she said that, Jasmine took out a gray octagonal badge from her pocket and handed it to Ash. Thank you. Ash thanked him first, took the badge, and took a closer look. He found that the mineral badge looked very inconspicuous and had no characteristics, but it matched the heavy feeling of the steel type. After saying goodbye to Jasmine and Kasia and leaving the Onion Gym, Ash and the other two went to the Pokemon Center to restore Bagon and Snorlax's strength. While waiting, the three of them began to discuss their next destination. By the way, Annabelle made a suggestion. Since we were going to Whirl Islands, why not go to Water City before that? I heard, Qian Zhao, that the scenery there is very beautiful. Water City? Where is that? It was the first time Lena heard this name. It is an isolated island located between the southwest coast of Johto region. Its full name is Alto Mare. It has the reputation of the most beautiful city in the world. Because of the intricate small canals in the city, people are used to calling it Water City. Annabelle explained. Lena immediately became interested and said happily, "It sounds really good, Ash. What do you think? Since everyone wants to go, let's go." Ash himself also wanted to see it. He had a famous water city called Venice in his previous life, but he never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. Although they are two different worlds, the descriptions seem to be similar between the two cities, so it's a good opportunity to go and see them. After deciding to go to Water City first, Ash's Lapras was finally able to swim in the sea after a long absence. His favorite thing to do was to swim around in the water with his trainer on his back, and this time he was finally able to enjoy it. Since Water City is a city on the sea, it can only be reached by ship, but Lapras is not slower than the ship, and it doesn't need to be crowded with people, and it only takes a few hours to get there. Sitting on Lapras's back, the three of them chatted while looking at the scenery on the sea, but there was nothing but water around, and it became boring after looking at it for a long time. Bored, Annabelle suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know that Water City has an interesting legend?" Interesting legend? Lena looked at Annabelle curiously. What is it? Can you tell us about it? Of course. Annabelle smiled softly, then cleared her throat and explained everything to the two curious babies. Originally, the Water City was just a small island on the sea with a small village on it. There lived some simple villagers. Although their lives were dull, people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and multiplied on the island from generation to generation. But suddenly one day, many demons suddenly appeared around the island and began to corrode everything. The villagers living here were immediately very panicked. When those terrible demons were about to corrode the village, Latias and Latios appeared with their companions. With the help of many Pokemon, they successfully expelled those demons, saved the village, and left a gem called Soul Dew. From that time on, Latias and Latios became the patron saints of the Water City and guarded it forever. Were those demons? Are they exactly the same as those scary guys with goat horns in the movie? Seralina asked in confusion. She really couldn't imagine that there would be no demons in the real world. Or are they just some Pokemon that look like demons? Or are they Pokemon that do bad things? I don't know about that either. Annabelle smiled helplessly. It's just a legend passed down by word of mouth. There is no detailed information. No one knows what those demons are. At this time, Ash suddenly interrupted. If you ask me, those so-called demons are just sensationalism. This is just a lie made up by the residents of Water City to get more tourists to travel there. Well, it's possible. Annabelle nodded and agreed with Ash's statement. Although the words are a bit harsh, there is still some truth. Many regions are short of resources and have no special products. They can only rely on tourism to develop. Therefore, some people deliberately make up some legends to attract people's attention. After all, humans are very curious creatures, especially women. Love stories and sad legends are too lethal to them. What? Ash, don't think so badly of people. Lena pouted and complained. It's not that I think badly of people, but the fact is so. In fact, after listening to Annabelle's introduction, the curious Ash immediately asked about the authenticity of the system, and the system's answer really made him stunned. He didn't expect that things would be like that. By the way, I actually heard someone tell another version of the story about the Water City. Do you want to hear it? Ash couldn't tell anyone about the system. Songhao just found another excuse. But okay. Lena responded immediately, and Annabelle looked at him curiously. The Water City described by the system is completely different. In fact, the Water City is not a city built by modern civilization. This small island is actually a war fortress built by a previously destroyed civilization. At first glance, this seems incredible, but in the original setting, the city of Water City has a defense system. If Soul Dew is put into the defense system, anyone can control the entire city, block all roads, and awaken the fossil Pokemon Kabuto and Aerodactyl. It can also control the water flow. However, if it is used by an evil person, it will cause a sea roar to destroy the entire city. This is really incredible. Is it necessary to put these exaggerated functions in a tourist city? And modern civilization has no regard for fossils. Pokemon is still a half-understood thing. How can we make a machine that can wake them up, let alone trigger a tsunami? However, if we put it another way, it is easy to understand. The Water City itself is a war fortress, so it naturally needs a strong defense system to resist foreign enemies. If the command room is controlled by the enemy, it will start the self-destruction program, that is, trigger a tsunami, burying the entire city and the enemies inside under the sea. However, although this statement is reasonable, it is not as easy to accept as Annabelle's. After listening to it, Lena pouted her lips and said with a strange look, Ash, who did you hear these messed up things from? It's not a science fiction movie. How can it be so suspenseful? Haha, it's a story. It sounds quite interesting. Annabelle smiled and tried to smooth things over, but judging from her tone, it was obvious that she agreed with Lena and didn't believe what Ash said at all. TSK, if you don't believe it, forget it. Ash was also angry. He told you a story out of kindness, but you didn't believe it. You deserve to be kept in the dark for the rest of your life. A feeling of everyone is drunk, but I am sober arose in his heart. Alas, the truth is in the hands of few people. As he sighed in his heart, the outline of the Water City was already in front of him, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by this beautiful city. Even Ash couldn't imagine that such a beautiful city would be a war fortress. If he didn't know that the system would not lie, and there is no need to lie, otherwise, I'm afraid he would find it difficult to believe this. Soon, the three entered this famous sea city. Looking at the huge Water City, Ash couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder Venice was so famous in his original world. The city built on the water did have a wonderful beauty, and this water city was even better. Let's find a hotel first, and then take a walk. It was rare to come to such a beautiful place for sightseeing. Ash didn't want to sleep in the Pokemon Center again, and this proposal was immediately approved by Lena and Annabelle. The three stood on the dock. Just when Ash was about to take back Lapras, a shout suddenly came from the side. The Odomar Summer Carnival is about to begin. If you win the championship, you can get a generous reward. Players who want to participate should sign up quickly. Time is running out. Summer Carnival? What is that? Lena was curious and walked up to ask the publicity staff. Only then did she know that they happened to catch up with the day when the Water City held the Summer Carnival, and the activity was a water competition. The water competition here requires the players to cooperate with Pokemon. The players stand on the floating platform and are pulled forward by Pokemon. The route is to circle the city. The first one to arrive is the winner. It sounds fun, but it's a pity that I don't have water Pokemon. Annabelle showed a regretful look. By the way, Lena suddenly shouted, Ash, don't you have Lapras? Why don't you try it too? To be honest, Ash was not very interested in this. He was about to refuse, but Lapras beside him called softly, Woo! Do you want to go? There was no need to turn on the wave guide. Ash knew that the little guy wanted to play just by listening to Lapras' tone. It seems that he has been holding back on land for too long and hasn't had enough fun swimming. This time, Lapras didn't answer, but just rubbed Ash's arm with his head gently, and the meaning was naturally self-evident. Well, okay. Looking at Lapras's expectant eyes, Ash sighed helplessly and decided to agree to the little guy's request. Although Lapras is big, it is actually a real child, younger than Pikachu, so it is normal for him to be a little playful. Due to the change of plan, the three of them had to go to the Pokemon Center to register for the competition, so they stopped a small boat and rushed to the destination while enjoying the scenery along the way, which was quite interesting. The Water City is connected by small islands, so taking the waterway is the most convenient way. This unique small boat has always been a means of transportation for the residents here, and there are also many locals who row small boats to attract tourists. After completing the registration, Ash and Lapras first went to the starting point of the competition, while Lena and Annabelle stood on a nearby arch bridge to cheer him on. Looking around, Ash found that the Pokemon of other players were small, such as Goldeen and Starmie, and his Lapras was the largest one. In order not to hinder other players, Lapras had to sink its entire body into the water, with only its head exposed above the water, just like a dive boat. However, this did not affect its mood. It looked at other Pokemon eagerly and secretly vowed to win the championship. Okay, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Our summer carnival in Odomar is about to begin. Who will be the winner of this water competition? As the commentator spoke, the three Nadu, acting as signal lights, began to open their wings one by one, until the last Zada opened its wings, and the competition finally officially began. All the players rushed out. Lapras saw this and tried to catch up, but heard Ash say, Don't worry, keep a steady speed first. Compared to other Pokemon, Lapras' swimming speed is not particularly fast, but its advantage is its amazing endurance, which is also unmatched by other Pokemon. The area of Water City is not small, which means that this race is like running a marathon, and the key is to reasonably allocate physical strength. Facts have proved that Ash's plan is very correct. Not long after the race, many Pokemon that rushed too fast began to lose physical strength, and their speed slowly dropped, and they were overtaken by Lapras one after another. Please give me flowers. Soon, the journey was almost halfway through, and Ash and Lapras also became part of the Vanguard team. There was only one player left in front of them, and that person's Pokemon was a Whalemare. However, Whalemare is also a Pokemon known for its physical strength. Although it is not as good as Lapras, it will not show signs of fatigue for a while, and it is still far ahead. Seeing this, Lapras couldn't help but get a little anxious and subconsciously started to speed up, but Ash hurriedly stopped him. Lapras, don't be anxious yet. It's not time to decide the winner yet. Woo! It's okay. Lapras shouted, Woo! Even if I run at full speed now, I have enough physical strength to support to the finish line. Woo! And if I lose here, I will lose all my dignity as the Pokemon most suitable for sailing. What nonsense are you talking about? This is not the same as respect. Whoa. Pika. Before Ash finished complaining, Lapras suddenly increased his speed, almost making him fall off the floating platform, and Pikachu also grabbed his collar tightly to prevent him from falling into the water. Lapras, you really have to slow down. Ash shouted at it. Woo, it's okay. Leave it to me. Lapras shouted without looking back, and at the same time increased his speed even more. In fact, Ash was not worried about Lapras' physical strength, but because the current track happened to be a narrow waterway, and there were many 90-degree bends. If the speed was too fast, the contestant might lose balance and be thrown out by inertia, causing an accident. Unfortunately, what you fear will happen. Just when Lapras wanted to overtake the first place and pass a bend at a very fast speed, Chuntai was suddenly shaken by the water waves from the side. Ash flew out immediately, and when he was about to hit the wall, he subconsciously covered the back of his head with both hands, intending to use his back to bear the impact. However, the expected pain did not come. He felt as if he hit something soft, and before he could figure it out, he fell into the water with a plop. Ouch! Noticing the situation behind him, Lapras realized that he had made a big mistake and swam back to check on Ash and Pikachu. Fortunately, because they were blocked by an unknown object, neither of them was hurt, but their hearts were beating nonstop. Lapras licked Ash's face gently, his eyes full of guilt. Seeing this, Ash touched his head and comforted him. Okay, just pay attention next time. Pikachu also smiled and nodded, indicating that Lapras didn't mind. No matter who it is, as long as they are in the field they are good at, they will have some competitive thoughts in their hearts. Therefore, Ash and Pikachu can understand Lapras, because these two guys never admit defeat. After comforting Lapras, Ash turned to look at the unknown object 013 and thanked him. Although I don't know who you are, I still thank you for saving me. In fact, the so-called unidentified object is one of the guardians of the Water City, Latias. Compared to her brother Latios, Latias, as a younger sister, is a little naughty and curious, and always likes to run out to play in stealth. This time, the Water City held a water competition, and Latias secretly followed and watched the competition all the way. When she saw Ash in danger, although the other party was just a stranger, she stood up without hesitation. However, seeing Ash looking at her and talking, Latias was shocked. As the guardians of the Water City, the strength of Latios and Latias has reached the level of second-level beasts. Although Latias is a little worse, the invisibility it displays is not something that anyone can see through. At least Latias has run out so many times, but this is the first time she has encountered such a situation. In fact, Ash can't see it, but can feel it with waveguides. Different things have different waveguides. Since Ash has never been exposed to Latias' waveguide reaction before, he can't recognize what it is. Pokemon, Song knows it is there. At this moment, Ash suddenly sensed a strong wave flying towards him, and finally stopped next to Latias. Then a deep male voice came into Ash's mind. Welcome to Odomar, the king of the sea. Judging from the tone, the other party should be one of the guardians of the Water City, Latios, the elder brother. Just in case, Ash still asked, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Latios, and this is my sister Latias. For some reason, we cannot show up in front of ordinary people. Please understand. Latios' tone seemed polite and extremely polite, just like a real gentleman. But Ash could feel through the wave that the other party was obviously deeply wary of him and was always on guard. What's going on? Ash couldn't figure out why Latios had such an attitude. But after all, it was the first time for both parties to meet, and maybe this guy's personality was like this. As the saying goes, if you don't agree, you can't talk too much. So after a few words, Latios took Latias away and left. Ash was not in the mood to continue the game. So he went to meet Lena and Annabelle. At the same time, in a corner of the Water City, two beautiful women were hiding in the dark, and they seemed to be plotting something. Are they really among this group of people? The question was asked by a blonde woman sitting in the back row of the speedboat. She had two big curly hair and kept checking her appearance in the makeup mirror. She was also dressed fashionably. Hearing this, the silver-haired woman sitting in the front replied, "Don't the legends also say that Latios can turn into human appearance? So they must be mixed in the crowd." As she answered, she operated the instrument skillfully. Although she was an undeniable beauty, her expression always gave people a sense of evil charm. It would be great if it were true. The blonde woman Solation said, obviously not too interested in the so-called legend. "Leave it to me. Pokemon and humans have different body temperatures." The silver-haired woman was obviously very confident in her skills, and after a while, she shouted in surprise, "Great, that's it. It seems that she has found her target." Wow, how could this happen? On the other side, after the three met up, they decided to rent a boat to tour the entire city. After listening to Ash's description of the competition, Lena was immediately scared. She secretly regretted that if she had known it would be so dangerous, she would not have encouraged Ash to participate. Fortunately, Ash did not suffer any harm. Otherwise, Lena would have felt really guilty. But, Ash, you are really lucky to have met the guardian of the Water City. Annabelle was naturally very interested in the legendary Latios and Latias, and she really wanted to see them with her own eyes. "It's nothing," Ash said indifferently. "Actually, if possible, I really don't want to have anything to do with those mythical beasts." As he inherited the king of the sea, Ash's soul mutated, so both the mythical beasts and the fantasy beasts could recognize his identity at a glance. However, some mythical beasts are very arrogant, so Ash tried not to touch them, not even to see them. While the three were chatting, Annabelle's eyes suddenly moved to the side, staring at something without blinking. Following her gaze, Ash and Lena were surprised to find that Annabelle was actually looking at two women, and two beautiful women. "What's the matter, Annabelle, you like them?" Lena joked. 2.3 inch, what nonsense are you talking about? Annabelle rolled her eyes helplessly. "I only like men. How could I like them?" "Oh, then why are you staring at them like this?" "Because they are Sana and Lien, the world's #1 thief, the notorious thief sisters." Annabelle's answer startled Lena a little, and she quickly asked, "Why are they here?" "Of course, they're here to steal things." Ash replied casually, and then said, "Annabelle, I find that you have a lot of knowledge, and you even know who is the world's #1 thief." "Hee hee. That's because they came to the battle tower to steal things, and they succeeded, and Mr. Yashida was so angry that he offered a reward of 2 million on the spot to catch them." Annabelle replied, 20,075. When Ash heard about the bounty, his eyes lit up immediately, and he asked quickly, "Is the bounty still valid now?" It should still be posted at the police station, right?" Annabelle's tone seemed uncertain. "Very good." Ash suddenly stood up. "It seems that it's time to work, and I can change my mood, by the way." Although he didn't say it, he was still a little unhappy about losing the game, and the thief sisters just ran into the muzzle of the gun. What's more, there is money to be made, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. "Wait, Ash. It's rare to come here to play, so don't." Lena wanted to stop him, but Ash waved his hand and interrupted her. "Anyway, I have decided you two can go anywhere first, and we will meet at the Pokemon Center in the evening." As he said, Ash took out the Pokeball and released Lapras, jumped on its back, and then followed the sister's speedboat away. "Really? Why is it always like this?" Lena was a little helpless, but she couldn't do anything about Ash, so she had to let him go. "It's okay." Annabelle comforted her softly. "Those two women are just thieves. Although they are a little cunning, they don't have much strength, so you don't have to worry about Ash's safety." 13. "I'm not worried about that. Lena hesitated and seemed a little embarrassed to continue. Fortunately, Annabelle was a clear-minded Stephanie and understood her thoughts at once. Annabelle leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's okay. At most we can stay here for a few more days. I will find a way to create opportunities for you two." "What?" "Annabelle, don't talk nonsense." When Lena heard this, her face immediately turned red and she stammered to refute. "Am I really talking nonsense?" Seeing Annabelle smiling at her with an ambiguous face, Lena was so embarrassed that she turned her head away, but a glimmer of expectation flashed in her eyes. The Water City is really a romantic place. On the other side, Sana and Lian are worthy of being the world's #1 thief. It didn't take long for them to drive the speedboat to find their target, a red-haired girl. "Where did you buy that dress?" "Latia's." The blonde Sana shouted to the girl with a smile and took out a pokeball at the same time. Seeing that the other party revealed her true identity, Latias immediately realized that something was wrong, and without hesitation, it turned around and ran. But how could Sana and Lian watch it run away? They immediately threw the pokeball. "Sun Pokemon, Ariados." Although Latias is a legendary Pokemon, it doesn't like fighting by nature, so it didn't think of fighting back at all and just ran away desperately. But after turning into a human form, Latias couldn't run fast at all and was soon caught up by 2 Pokemon on an arch bridge. It was first imprisoned by the mental interference of the Sun Pokemon, and then Ariados used String Shot to tie it up tightly. "We didn't do anything bad. Why should we run away?" Sana, who was slowly following in a speedboat, began to say sarcastic things about Gust, and Lian also said hypocritically, "Yes, we just have something to find you. I say, it's not appropriate for you to rob a woman in broad daylight." At this moment, Ash finally came over in Lapras. Sana turned her head to look at him and asked playfully, "Huh? Do you know this Stephanie?" Ash didn't say anything, just asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. We are just confirming Stephanie's taste. Don't meddle in other people's business." Sana spread her hands, looking innocent. "No one would believe you." Ash's expression suddenly turned cold. "You 2 ugly women, you dare to treat me as an idiot. I hope you won't cry for mercy later." "What? You dare to say we are ugly? What a rude kid." Rebecca is a woman by nature. Almost all women can't stand others saying they're ugly in front of them. Not to mention that Sana and Lian are not ugly girls. They have a lot of suitors since childhood. It's a pity that Ash doesn't know what it means to be gentle with women. Lapras used sheer cold on the speedboat. Without saying anything, he immediately let Lapras attack, which scared Sana and Lian. Fortunately, the 2 reacted quickly and jumped off the boat and ran to the shore at the first time, so they avoided the crisis of becoming ice sculptures. "What are you doing? Why are you hiding?" Ash said with some dissatisfaction. Hearing his infuriating tone, Sana felt the blood rushing to her head. The charming smile on her face disappeared, and her eyes suddenly became fierce. "Sun Pokemon, teach him a lesson. Use illusion." "Huh." Ash smiled contemptuously. "Pikachu, go play with it." "Pikachu." While speaking, the opposite Sun Pokemon had already shot out a colorful beam of light, and Pikachu immediately jumped forward to block the attack. However, this attack did not have any effect. Pikachu just shook his head slightly and recovered. It seems that the level gap between the 2 sides is really not small. Then, Pikachu also began to fight back, and the golden electric current gushed out instantly, sweeping towards the Sun Pokemon, and instantly knocked the Sun Pokemon to the ground, with black smoke all over his body twitching. Sun Pokemon. Seeing her beloved 953 Pokemon become so miserable, Sana immediately shouted anxiously, and Lian, as her sister, felt a little uneasy. It seems that this time they have encountered a tough opponent. Ariados used Sticky Web. After receiving the order from the trainer, Ariados immediately spit out a stream of thick silk webs around, sticking Ash, Pikachu, and Lapras firmly, making it difficult to move. Sana, take advantage of now. Once encountering a strong enemy, Lian's first thought is not how to deal with it, but how to escape. After all, they are thieves, not robbers. There is a big difference between these 2 professions. "Want to run?" Unfortunately, Ash detected her intention at a glance and ordered immediately, "Lapras, use mist." "Woo!" Lapras quickly spit up a white mist from his mouth, and the silk net spit out by Ariados immediately lost its stickiness and fell off the bodies of everyone after contacting the mist. "I told you not to resist." Ash looked at them helplessly and said in a for-your-sake tone, "What if my Pokemon is too heavy and accidentally kills you?" He didn't know whether the bounty required life or death, so he didn't want to take the risk. It would be best if he could capture them alive. After hearing what Ash said, Sanaa seemed to have thought of something and immediately changed her face and started to act coquettishly towards him. Ah, hate it. Handsome boy, you are really something. Don't shout and kill all the time. Yes, yes. Lien also threw a coquettish eye at him. You can't be so rude to ladies. Stephanie likes gentle boys. While the two were talking, they deliberately bent down to show their deep cleavage. If some queen control saw this coquettish look, they would probably breathe faster and their heartbeats would not stop. Unfortunately, in Ash's eyes, the most important thing at this time was the bounty, which was already in his mouth. How could he let it fly away because of a few soft words? Not to mention calling him handsome boy. Even calling him grandpa would be useless. Shut up. Ash looked at them impatiently and said coldly, Lapras, you sing. Sanaa and Leanne, who have always been proud of their beauty, never thought that this kid who came out of nowhere would completely ignore their charm. With an unwilling look, the two of them and their Pokemon gradually fell asleep under Lapra's hypnotic singing. TSK, you can't beat them, so you think of seducing them. Women's bodies are really convenient. Ash spat to himself. He hated such women with excessive self-consciousness the most. They thought that all men in the world were pigs and couldn't walk when they saw beautiful women. Hey, are you okay? Then, Ash turned his head to look at Latias and smiled. I didn't have time to thank you before. It was you who saved me in the game. In fact, Ash had already recognized the true identity of Stephanie because her wave guide was exactly the same as Latias's, and this also explained why Sanaa and Lien came to him, most likely to capture the legendary Pokemon. After hearing what Ash said, Latias looked at him, and there was a hint of timidity in his eyes, which made Ash a little puzzled. It seems that he didn't do anything to it, right? Could it be that the performance just now scared it? After thinking about it, Ash only thought of this possibility, but Latios's strange attitude was not unexplainable. Really, you two brothers and sisters are weird. Ash grumbled helplessly and decided not to pay any more attention to Latias. He began to prepare to send Sanaa and Lien to the police station to claim the reward. But at this moment, Latias suddenly spoke. You are weird. Like Latios, Latias also communicates with people through telepathy, but compared with its brother, Latias's voice gives people a feeling of weakness. Finally, you are willing to talk. Ash looked at it with a playful look. In that case, why don't you tell me? What did I do to you? Why are you and your brother so wary of me? Huh? Is your brother wary of you? To Ash's surprise, Latias seemed to be completely unaware of this. You are mistaken. Your brother is so polite to you. How could he be wary of you? Hearing it say this, Ash was immediately helpless, and after a long time, he said, You are still young and don't understand. What? Latias crossed his arms, looking dissatisfied. From a human perspective, you are a child. Sorry, from a human perspective, I'm already an adult with criminal responsibility. Ash retorted with a little pride. Unfortunately, Latias didn't understand at all. Criminal responsibility? What is that? Ash really didn't expect that he would have to explain the law to Pokemon. He was stunned for a moment and replied, In simple terms, if you do bad things, you will be punished. What about you? Latias pointed to Sanaa and Lien who were lying on the ground. You did bad things to them, so you have to be punished? That's different. I did it to protect you, and I didn't hurt them. Shameless, Ash directly put the blame on Latias. Strictly speaking, this is not wrong. Protect me, right? I didn't thank you. Latias suddenly smiled and bowed to Ash very solemnly, then suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled his arm, as if asking Ash to follow her. Wait, where are you taking me? Can you play with me for a while? Latias looked at him with a smile. My brother always doesn't let me go out to play and forbids me to contact other humans. But since my brother is willing to talk to you, it means that you are okay? In order to guard against villains, Latios and Latias never show up in front of ordinary people. But Latias is at the age of playing, so naturally he can't stand the lonely heart. 1. Play with you. Okay, but you have to take me to the police station first, and I have to take those two women there. Looking at Latias's expectant eyes, Ash finally agreed. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to learn more about the Water City. He always felt that Latios's attitude was not without reason. There must be something hidden. Great! Latios cheered, and then, under Ash's surprised eyes, he carried Sanaa and Leanne on his shoulders and began to lead the way. Even though she looks like a girl, she is still a Pokemon. Although it looked inharmonious, Latios obviously had no awareness of this aspect. It waved at Ash and urged him, "What are you doing there, Sea King? Come up quickly. You don't have to call me Sea King. Just call me Ash." Latios looked at him puzzledly. "What's your name? Do you have two names?" "Sea King is my identity. Ash is my name. Don't you know that?" Ash said unhappily. Unexpectedly, Latios shook his head without hesitation. It seems that he really didn't know. Seeing this, Ash was speechless. "I'm talking to you. You are the guardian of the Water City after all. How come you don't even have this common sense?" "But I just don't know, and no one told me." Looking at Latios' innocent expression, Ash didn't know what to say. This little beast was really confused. After sending Sanaa and Leanne to the police station, Ash started playing with Latios as agreed. It was just playing, but Latios didn't go to those amusement parks at all. He just took Ash around the streets and alleys. Latios thought it was interesting, so Ash had no choice but to be led by it to run around. Fortunately, not long after, they finally came to a place that was a bit interesting. A huge museum. "Oh, is that you and your brother?" In the square of the museum, there are two huge stone pillars, on which are placed stone sculptures of Latios and Latios, which are lifelike, as if they are alive. "No, that's my ancestor," Latia replied. Speaking of which, Pokemon like Latios and Latios are not so rare that there is only one. They are similar to Articuno. Although there are not many, they can occasionally be seen in the hands of trainers. Although they are called guardian gods, the so-called guardian gods of the Water City are just titles given by humans, not divine duties bestowed by nature, and do not contain special powers. Therefore, the two siblings are obviously very special individuals to be the guardian gods of the Water City, but it is not clear where they are special. Unfortunately, Ash could not get an answer even if he asked Latios. This little guy was really confused and did not know anything. "Okay, forget about it. Let's go in." Lana and Tenebris said nothing and directly pulled Ash into the museum. The decoration inside looked ancient and sacred, and there were even Pokemon fossils inlaid on the floor. And on the second floor of the museum, Ash actually saw a familiar figure, a girl who looked exactly like Latios. "Latios." Ash nudged her with his elbow and pointed to the second floor. "Is that someone you know? You turned into a human based on her appearance, right?" "Yes. Her name is Cannon. She's a very nice person." Latios nodded happily. It seems that she has a good relationship with Stephanie called Cannon, so Ash suggested, "Then do you want to go and say hello to her?" "No." Unexpectedly, Latios refused categorically. Although Cannon is a very nice person, she's too talkative. If she sees me running out to play in her appearance, she'll definitely teach me a lesson. BDFJ. It sounds like Cannon should be the equivalent of Latios' sister. Although I don't know what their relationship is, it's clear that they are very familiar with each other. At this moment, an old man with a gray beard approached the two of them. He looked at Ash, then at Latios, and then smiled and said, "What? Did you make a new friend?" Latios nodded with a smile. It seemed that the old man also knew it, and they had a good relationship. "Excuse me, who are you?" Ash asked. My name is Ben Gray. I am the curator of this museum and a good friend of this child. Please give me your advice." Ben Gray did not directly call out Latios' true identity, probably because he thought that Ash did not know about it and just met Latios occasionally and became friends. And Ash also introduced himself. "My name is Ash. I am a trainer from Palatown. Please give me your advice." After thinking about it, he decided to tell Ben Gray about the Phantom Thief sisters. After all, Latios was so confused, he still had to rely on Ben Gray to prevent it before it happened. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. After hearing what Ash said, Ben Gray looked serious and thanked him solemnly. "Ash, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, if Latios was kidnapped, it would be troublesome." "It is indeed troublesome. This little guy will probably be sold abroad." Ash deliberately scared it to make it alert. Unfortunately, Latias did not mean to be afraid at all. Instead, he said curiously, "Abroad? Do you mean the outside world? Is it fun there? Why? You have never left this city." "No," Latias shook his head. "I have stayed in Alto Mare since I was born. I want to inherit my parents' will and protect this city well." "Hey," Ash sighed secretly. It sounds like Latia's parents have passed away, but it is hard to imagine why such a powerful Pokemon died. "Okay, let's not talk about this for now, Ash. I'll take you to visit this museum." Fortunately, Ben Gray changed the topic in time so that the atmosphere on the scene did not deteriorate further, and Ash cooperated very well. "Then I'll trouble you." Then, under the leadership of Ben Gray and accompanied by Latias, Ash walked around the entire museum, and what interested him most was a mechanical device located in the deepest part. "Master," the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Do you need me to unlock the information of this device? The technology level in it is at least 20 years ahead of modern times." 20 years? Ash was slightly surprised. He knew how developed this world was, but he didn't expect that ancient civilization was so much ahead. What made him most uneasy was that such a powerful civilization was destroyed by the hands of God, let alone modern times. But now is not the time to think about these things, he asked. "How many destiny fragments do you want?" "It takes 50 pieces." "Okay, help me get one." This price is within Ash's acceptable range. Although the defense system of Water City cannot be used for a while, it is useless to keep too many destiny fragments. Just use them. On the other hand, when Ash was visiting the museum, a big thing happened in the police station of Water City. The two important wanted criminals who were just sent in at noon disappeared from the prison in less than 2 hours. The police of Water City are very busy now, and they may even lose their hats. Sana and Lien, the culprits, were drinking afternoon tea leisurely in a small cafe at this time. As world-famous international thieves, even jailbreaking is a piece of cake for them, not to mention a small police station. "Lien, did you find that B asterisk 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 D?" Sana asked hatefully, and it was self-evident who she was referring to. "Why are you looking for him?" Lien didn't even turn her head. Her eyes just stared at the laptop screen without blinking, and her words immediately made Sana emotional. "What are you doing? Of course you're going to retaliate. How dare you call me an ugly woman? I must settle this account with him." It seems that Sana cares more about Ash's scolding than being sent to the police station. After all, the former is completely commonplace for her and doesn't hurt at all. Retaliate is natural, but before that, we have to find Soul Dew first. As long as we control the city, we can do whatever we want to that kid. One. As she said that, Lien's face showed a trace of evil smile. She seemed to have imagined how Ash would kneel down and beg for mercy. At night, Ash was sleeping soundly in his hotel room. This day was quite tough. First, he participated in the water race. Then he went to catch the thief, and finally he was dragged around the city by Latias. So he went back to his room early after dinner to rest, intending to get enough energy to accompany Serena and the others to play tomorrow. It seemed that because he was too tired, Ash had a dream for the first time in a long time, and it was not a good dream. He actually dreamed that he was in trouble at sea. This was really a big joke. As the king of the sea, how could such a thing happen? Unfortunately, he didn't realize this in his dream, but just hugged a piece of wood and followed the waves. He was dizzy. "Pika! Pika!" Just when Ash was about to vomit, he suddenly heard Pikachu's loud shouting in his ear, which woke him up and he sat up quickly. "Pikachu, what's wrong?" Ash looked around with sleepy eyes, and then the sleepiness disappeared immediately because he found a figure standing next to the bed. However, after a closer look, the person who came was actually Latias. "Latias, what are you doing?" Unexpectedly, before Ash could finish asking, Latias actually threw herself into his arms, resting her head on his shoulder and sobbing softly. What happened? Seeing Latias like this, Ash immediately knew that something must have happened. Just when he was about to pull Latias away and prepare to ask carefully, the door of the room was suddenly opened. "Ash, are you okay? Did a thief come in?" Since they booked a suite, Ash was too lazy to lock his room door, and Lena happened to be unable to sleep. When she ran out to watch TV, she heard the movement in Ash's room, so she hurried over. Then, of course, Latias hugged Ash and caught her eye. This. Perhaps because the scene in front of her was beyond Lena's brain processing speed. She couldn't even say a single word at this moment. Annabelle, who came later, was quite calm. She glanced at Ash and Latias and smiled bitterly. Ash, although I shouldn't be nosy, Lena is still here. You're a bit too much. Huh. Ash took a deep breath, then pulled Latias away from his arms and said, Anyway, it's very troublesome to explain. Latias, change back to your original form and show them. Hearing this, Latias nodded, and then his body emitted a burst of white light, turning back into a red and white Pokemon form. Wow! Lena and Annabelle were stunned. None of them thought that Pokemon could actually turn into humans, but this scene really appeared in front of them. They couldn't help but believe it. Latias then used the ability of visual sharing to show everyone the information sent by Latios in the cage, and Ash finally understood the whole story. It's those two ugly women again. Ash frowned slightly. Are the police here just for free? Tang ran, let them run away as soon as I sent them in. And you and your brother are also in trouble. He looked at Latias with a look of disappointment. You two brothers and sisters are the guardians of the Water City after all, but you can't even beat those two weaklings. Don't you feel embarrassed? Hearing Ash's words, Latias was stunned at first, and then the big tears immediately rolled in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Lena couldn't bear it and whispered, Ash, you said a little too much, didn't you? Too much. Ash didn't think his words were too much. He said this for Latias' sake, but now is not the time to say these things. In the legend, if a person with an evil heart uses soul due, a tsunami will be triggered to destroy the entire city, and the system's explanation is that the city's defense system detected an invasion by an external enemy. So, it started the self-destruction program. No matter which one is the truth, the city is about to be destroyed, and among the helpers Ash knows, only it has the ability to stop the tsunami. Asterisk, Zhiye, I need your help. The helper is undoubtedly the Dark Zhiye. Ash secretly called it in his heart, and soon got a response. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Yeah. Ash was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I have to trouble you again this time. I'm in the Water City. A tsunami is about to happen here. Hearing this, the Dark Zhiye was silent for a while, and then the voice sounded again. Is it the city of Omidor in the Whirl Islands? I have long warned the Guardian there to keep Soul Dew properly, but I didn't expect the worst to happen. Oh, it seems that the Dark Zhiye is familiar with the situation in the Water City. Zhiye also knew about it, so he guessed what happened immediately. Wait, I'll be there soon. With this last sentence, the connection between the two minds was severed, and Ash finally felt relieved. With the help of Dark Zhiye, a mere tsunami was no problem at all. Anyway, Latias, let's go save your brother first. Bang, bang, bang. Ash's voice had just fallen when a dense metallic sound came over. Countless iron bars suddenly appeared on the balcony and window frames, trapping them in the curry. And such a sound was also heard on the street outside. Everyone was startled and ran to the window to see. They were shocked and speechless. At some point, except for the waterway and soaring in the sky, all other places in the Water City were covered with thick iron bars, and the streets and alleys were completely blocked. TSK. That stupid woman still wants to play the game of catching turtles in a jar? Ash was full of disdain for Lien's self-righteousness. He immediately ordered, Pikachu, use Orberg's tail to open a way. While Pikachu was cutting the iron pillar, Ash turned on the portable transmission device and forcibly woke up Professor Oak, who was resting, preparing to replace the Pokemon in his hand. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, Professor Oak followed Ash's instructions and quickly teleported Metagross and Aerodactyl over. Pikachu also quickly cut a hole large enough for people to pass through, and Ash immediately ran to the balcony and threw Aerodactyl's Pokeball. Lena, Annabelle, you two stay first. No, you should go with me. Ash wanted to let the two stay in the room, but then he thought, what if Dark Zhiye couldn't arrive in time to stop the tsunami? It's better to be safe than sorry. Ash thought it would be safer to let them stay with him. Anyway, Sana and Lien didn't have much ability. The three of them sat on their respective Pokemon. Latias led the way in front. Ash and Aerodactyl followed. Closely, City Annabelle and Lena sat on the main 7 with Medon at the end of the team. Latias immediately sped up and flew forward, no longer looking at the people trapped below, and if Latios was not rescued, the situation would not be alleviated. Roar! Just as everyone rushed to the museum, a huge Aerodactyl roared down from the sky, and its 2 claws went straight to Latias, who was flying in front. Of course, Ash would not watch it, and hurriedly shouted, "Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt! Pikachu!" The strong current immediately gushed out from Pikachu's cheek, turning into a golden lightning gun that hit Aerodactyl's body fiercely. The huge power made Aerodactyl scream immediately and fall directly into the river. "Pikachu, good job. Latias, let's move on," Ash said happily. In his opinion, this Aerodactyl must have lost its combat effectiveness. After all, it was injured by the electric trick with outstanding effects and fell into the water. No matter which one it was, it would be uncomfortable, not to mention the combination of the two. However, Ash's Aerodactyl suddenly changed his expression and yelled, "Roar! Watch out! That be asterisk 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 D is still here." Before Ash could react, a beam of destructive light suddenly sprayed from below. Fortunately, Aerodactyl discovered it early and dodged it in time. But it wasn't over yet. A Kabutops suddenly appeared from nowhere, jumped over from the roof of the house, and swung a pair of sharp sickles at Ash's neck. Damn, where did it come from? Ash couldn't help but swear. "Pikachu, use Orbird Tail to knock it out." These 2 fossil Pokemon that appeared from nowhere looked a little strange. Not to mention their oversized bodies, their eyes were all empty and dull, giving people the feeling that they were not alive. In fact, they really looked like corpses controlled by people. They were fearless in fighting. No matter how many times they were knocked away, they could stand up again with a roar. "Ash," Annabelle let Medong fly closer to him. "Leave this to me first, you and Latias go, and save people first." "Yes, Ash, go quickly," Serena also urged anxiously. Speaking of which, Annabelle's Medong is also very strong, enough to be at the quasi-elite level. If it evolves to Metagross, it may directly rise to the elite level. It is indeed more than enough to deal with the 2 fossil Pokemon, but it will take some effort. However, Ash is still not at ease. He thought about it and released Metagross. "Metagross, you stay too, and come back after you get rid of them. The location is in that big museum. You should know it, right?" He said this to Serena and Annabelle. Seeing the 2 nod, Ash and Latias left, while on the other side, Lien, who was observing the battle, was shocked and angry. "Damn you little brat. If that's the case, just go and die." In fact, Lien didn't want to kill Ash at first. She just wanted to teach him a lesson and vent her anger for being insulted. But after obtaining Soul Dew and controlling the entire Water City, Lien was suddenly overwhelmed by this huge power and became oblivious. She also sent out the 2 fossil Pokemon, but when she saw that they had no effect, she became irritable and immediately wanted to kill Ash. She was going to use her trump card. Ben Gray, who was tied up by Spider Silk, saw her behavior and hurriedly warned her, "Stop it. If someone with bad intentions uses Soul Dew, it will cause irreparable regret. Don't do anything stupid. Threats are useless to me. With this power, I can even take the world for myself." Lien, who said this, obviously completely lost her mind, and Sana also noticed this, but Lien could no longer listen to her. "Let me try this thing again." Lien smiled evilly. Her hands quickly flipped on the operating screen, and with her movements, a moon wave suddenly formed in reality. At this time, under the leadership of Latias, Ash quickly came to the square in front of the museum, but before Aerodactyl landed, the nearby sea water seemed to be controlled by someone. Normal, overwhelming them. Looking at the huge waves sweeping towards him, Ash's face was not panicked, but a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The reason was simple. Could the king of the sea be drowned by water? As if time had stopped, the sea water that had rushed towards Ash stopped abruptly less than a meter away from him, and then retreated all at once. What? What did you do? You really deserve it. At the same time, the operating screen in front of Lien suddenly shattered and disappeared. The scene in front of her made her at a loss, but it was natural for Ash. Even if he lost most of his power, the King of the Sea 2.6 is still the King of the Sea, and the Mother of the Sea will never hurt her most beloved child. But for Lien, what made matters worse was that the device under her suddenly lost control inexplicably and began to shake randomly, scaring her to scream loudly. At the same time, the originally blue soul dew suddenly turned black, and waves of ominous breath emanated from the gem. Just looking at it can make people feel that something is wrong. Beside the soul dew, Latios was trapped in a cage formed by several circles, howling in pain. The operation of this device requires it or its sister as an energy source, and now the device is out of control, which obviously puts a great burden on it. Seeing that Latios was about to collapse, fortunately at this moment, Ash and Latias finally arrived. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash was too lazy to talk nonsense and started to attack without any hesitation. Sana and the Sun Pokemon and Ariados beside her were electrocuted to the ground by Pikachu before they could react. After dealing with this annoying woman, Ash hurried to Ben Gray and Cannon, who were tied up by spider web, and rescued them. Fortunately, the grandfather and grandson were only injured by Astonish, and there were no signs of injury on their bodies, but Latios was not so lucky. Looking at the device that was constantly rotating and emitting spark, Ash frowned slightly and asked, "Mr. Ben Gray, is there any way to stop this thing?" "No way." Ben Gray was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Because the operator's negative emotions poured into Soul Dew, the machine can no longer be stopped. If this goes on, Latios will die. Cannon also looked at Latios, trapped in the cage, with an anxious look on his face. Ash then noticed Latios on the other side. It was trapped in a special mechanical cage, and Latias had hit the cage several times, but all to no avail. Woo-woo! Latia's eyes were filled with tears, and she circled around the cage anxiously. Latios in the cage was already covered with wounds and looked like he was about to die. Seeing this, Ash knew that he couldn't delay any longer, and hurriedly said, "No matter what, let's just destroy this machine directly." Although he was a little reluctant, Ben Gray immediately agreed to this plan. After all, saving people is the most important thing, not to mention that Latios is his family. However, at this moment, Latios suddenly opened his eyes slightly, and after seeing Ash's figure, it was like a last ray of light, and shouted loudly, "King of the Sea? Why are you here? Get out of here quickly." Hearing this, Ash was stunned for a moment, and then said unhappily, "Of course I came here to save you. Don't bite people randomly." "No, that's not what I mean. What I want to say is..." Latios seemed to be trying hard to explain something, but before it could finish its words, a sudden change occurred. Cry! With a loud bang, the soul dew that turned black actually exploded, and the turbid black liquid inside it seemed to be freed from its restraints. Rushing towards Ash rushed over. What the hell? Without time to think, Ash subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the speed of these black liquids was too fast, and it entered his body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the out-of-control device suddenly stopped, and the cage that trapped Latios also stopped working, allowing Latios to fall safely to the ground. Great Latios! Seeing Latios escape, Cannon was the first to rush forward, hugged its neck, and choked softly, and Ben Gray next to him also showed a relieved smile. However, the rescued Latios did not have the slightest joy, but just looked at Ash with a serious face. "Ash, are you okay?" Latias was frightened by the previous scene, and it quickly flew to Ash, looking at him with a worried face. But Ash did not answer. He just lowered his head and stared at his hands in a daze, because he could feel that the lost power was back. "Of course I'm fine." After a long while, he answered softly, and then looked at Sana, who had woken up, and Lien, who had climbed out of the machine. They're the ones who are in trouble. As soon as the voice fell, a ball of water suddenly appeared out of thin air next to the two sisters, and before they could react, the water ball actually wrapped their heads completely. You actually caused me so much trouble. Just drowning is a bargain for you. Looking at Sana and Lien, who were struggling desperately, Ash's face had no mercy, but instead showed a trace of morbid pleasure, and all this was seen by Latios. Although it was not clear how the scene in front of him was done, Ben Gray still saw that it was Ash who did it, and he quickly dissuaded loudly. Ash, stop it. There is no need to do this, Latios. It's nothing serious. Unfortunately, he obviously misunderstood. What does that guy have to do with me? Ash glanced at him calmly. I'm just giving these two women the necessary punishment. This is what they deserve. Ben Gray really couldn't imagine that these words would come from the mouth of the child who he thought was very polite. But Latios seemed to have expected it. It's useless. The heart of the king of the sea has been corrupted. He has been polluted by soul dew. Polluted? Latios, what's going on? Canon asked hurriedly. Soul dew itself contains the power of the sea, so it will resonate with the Sea King and greatly enhance his 440 power. However, now Soul Dew is infected by negative energy, and the Sea King has also fallen. Latios' answer shocked everyone. Ben Gray said dully, when a person with bad intentions uses Soul Dew, his mind will be polluted and he will lose water drops, along with the island. Is this legend about to happen? However, Ash sneered at Latios' words, and his voice became colder and colder. It's just nonsense. What is the fall or not? There are at least 1,000 pirates who've died in my hands, and now there are only 2 thieves. At this moment, a long cry suddenly came from the distance. Ash was slightly stunned, and then hurriedly ran out of the museum, and everyone followed closely. It turned out that Dark Lugia had arrived. You are finally here. Ash greeted it with a smile. If you don't come soon, everyone in this city will become drowned ghosts. Dark Lugia did not say anything. It just looked at Ash quietly, and then sighed slightly. I knew that the thing I was most worried about had happened, but I didn't expect that I was still a step too late. Late? You're not late. The tsunami hasn't happened yet. Ash didn't quite understand. No, I mean you. Dark Lugia shook his head and said seriously, you were contaminated by Soul Dew, but you didn't notice it. Don't talk nonsense. I feel fine, and the power of the Sea King is back. As he said that, Ash stretched out his hand to condense a ball of water and demonstrated it to Dark Lugia, but the other party still insisted on his point of view. Don't you feel that you are becoming more and more indifferent to life? What's the matter? Ash didn't care at all. There's so many humans in this world, and the death of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people is nothing. It's just 10 strings of numbers. Dark Lugia smiled bitterly. Soul Dew's pollution of the mind is subtle. It will only amplify the negative emotions in a certain aspect, so that the person involved can't feel anything unusual. In fact, this is not a big problem. For example, a person with a bad temper will become more irritable, but it is far from life-threatening. But Dark Lugia didn't want to just sit there and do nothing. Anyway, leave everything to me. As he said that, a burst of red light suddenly appeared in Dark Lugia's eyes, and then a group of black air visible to the naked eye emerged from Ash's body and sank into Dark Lugia's body. What on earth is that? During this process, Ash didn't feel anything unusual, but the black air still scared him. How could there be such a thing in my body? It's nothing, just the embodiment of some negative emotions. How about it? Do you feel better now? Even if you ask me if I feel better. Ash looked confused, but I don't feel any difference. I'm still the same as before. Hearing this, Dark Lugia was slightly stunned, and then said helplessly, I didn't expect you to be so slow. Ash was about to refute, but Dark Lugia didn't give him this chance. He put on a serious expression and said, Don't talk about this for now. Don't forget why you call me here. The most urgent thing is to stop the tsunami. At this moment, the seawater that was originally all over the water city disappeared, and even a drop of water could not be seen on the sea level in the distance. The scene in front of him was as if the sea was completely drained by someone. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Yes, then I'll trouble you. Lord God of the Sea, please save this city. Latios also recognized the identity of Dark Ligia. Although it was a little different from the image his father told him, the aura of the priesthood could not be faked. Unexpectedly, Dark Ligia shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't do it. The sea area of this region is not under my jurisdiction. I don't have the ability to stop such a large-scale tsunami degree. What? You can't do it? Ash almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. Then why didn't you just say it directly when I contacted you? Ha! Don't worry. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. You mean you want Latios to sacrifice his life to stop this catastrophe, right? Ash said, looking at the Dark Ligia strangely. According to legend, the Water City has also suffered several crises like this, all resolved by Latios or Latias' sacrifice group. But in this case, you still need the help of the god of the sea. If this is the case, then I have no choice but to do it. This is my duty, Latios said with a determined look, obviously ready to sacrifice himself. And Latias hurriedly stopped him. No, brother, let me go. What nonsense are you talking about? As a brother, how can I let my sister die? Just as the two siblings were arguing, the Dark Ligia finally couldn't help it, and he shouted in displeasure. Please don't guess. Even if I take a step back, I'm the god of the sea right here. How can you two little guys fight for your lives? Although Dark Ligia's words were very domineering, there was obviously a very big loophole in it. One, didn't you say that you can't stop the tsunami? Ash asked unhappily. I'm right, but I can't do it. But it doesn't mean you can't do it. Me? Ash pointed at himself in confusion. Are you talking about the power of the king of the sea? But even if the power is restored, such a large tsunami is not something I can stop. It is true that the sea will not hurt him, but this does not mean that he can drive it at will. At best, he can only control a small part of the seawater. Who told you that? Dark Ligia suddenly felt tired of talking to Ash. It pointed at his waist bag and said unhappily, the energy ball in your bag. With that, you can restart the city system and stop the tsunami. Money? Huh? Energy ball? Where did I get that thing? Ash just felt puzzled. You don't know? I found out when I first met you, but I didn't have the mood to ask you at that time. That thing contains my energy. Generally speaking, the divine beasts value their own energy very much and will not give it to others casually. If someone dares to steal or use it without permission, it is a blasphemy against it and may be hunted down. But Dark Ligia is an exception. To put it bluntly, this guy has a good temper and is a good guy. Otherwise, when Asia Island was betrayed by the three divine birds, it would not just take the beating without fighting back. And when it said that, Ash suddenly remembered. Are you talking about the stuff inside the GS ball?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.